The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides, translated from the original Arabic text by Michael Friedlander, read by Daniel Davison. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. Letter of the author to his pupil, Rabbi Yosef ibn Aknin. In the name of God, Lord of the universe, to Rabbi Yosef, may God protect him, son of Rabbi Yehuda, may his repose be in paradise. My dear pupil, ever since you resolved to come to me from a distant country and to study under my direction, I thought highly of your thirst for knowledge and your fondness for speculative pursuits, which found expression in your poems. I refer to the time when I received your writings in prose and verse from Alexandria. I was then not yet able to test your powers of apprehension, and I thought that your desire might possibly exceed your capacity. But when you had gone with me through a course of astronomy after having completed the other elementary studies which are indispensable for the understanding of that science, I was still more gratified by the acuteness and the quickness of your apprehension. Observing your great fondness for mathematics, I let you study them more deeply, for I felt sure of your ultimate success. Afterwards, when I took you through a course of logic, I found that my great expectations of you were confirmed, and I considered you fit to receive from me an exposition of the esoteric ideas contained in the prophetic books, that you might understand them as they are understood by men of culture. When I commenced, by way of hints, I noticed that you desired additional explanation, urging me to expound some metaphysical problems, to teach you the system of the mutakallimim, to tell you whether their arguments were based on logical proof, and if not, what their method was. I perceived that you had acquired some knowledge in those matters from others, and that you were perplexed and bewildered, yet you sought to find out a solution to your difficulty. I urged you to desist from this pursuit, and enjoined you to continue your studies systematically, for my object was that the truth should present itself in connected order, and that you should not hit upon it by mere chance. Whilst you studied with me, I never refused to explain difficult verses in the Bible, or passages in rabbinical literature which we happened to meet. When, by the will of God, we parted, and you went your way, our discussions aroused in me a resolution which had long been dormant. Your absence has prompted me to compose this treatise for you, and for those who are like you, however few they may be. I have divided it into chapters, each of which shall be sent to you as soon as it is completed. Farewell. Prefatory remarks. Cause me to know the way wherein I should walk, for I lift up my soul unto thee. Psalms 143:8. Unto you, O men, I call, and my voice is to the sons of men. Proverbs 8:4. Bow down thine ear, and hear the words of the wise, and apply thine heart unto my knowledge. Proverbs 22:17. My primary object in this work is to explain certain words occurring in the prophetic books. Of these, some are homonyms, and of their several meanings, the ignorant choose the wrong ones. Other terms which are employed in a figurative sense are erroneously taken by such persons in their primary signification. There are also hybrid terms denoting things which are of the same class from one point of view and of a different class from another. It is not here intended to explain all these expressions to the unlettered or to mere tyros, a previous knowledge of logic and natural philosophy being indispensable, or to those who confine their attention to the study of our holy law. I mean the study of the canonical law alone, for the true knowledge of the Torah is the special aim of this and similar works. The object of this treatise is to enlighten a religious man who has been trained to believe in the truth of our holy law, who conscientiously fulfills his moral and religious duties, and at the same time has been successful in his philosophical studies. Human reason has attracted him to abide within its sphere, and he finds it difficult to accept as correct a teaching based on the literal interpretation of the law, and especially that which he himself or others derive from those homonymous, metaphorical, or hybrid expressions. Hence he is lost in perplexity and anxiety. If he be guided solely by reason, and renounce his previous views which are based on those expressions, he would consider that he had rejected the fundamental principles of the law, And even if he retains the opinions which were derived from those expressions, and if instead of following his reason he abandoned its guidance altogether, it would still appear that his religious convictions had suffered loss and injury, for he would then be left with those errors which give rise to fear and anxiety, constant grief, and great perplexity. This work has also a second object in view. It seeks to explain certain obscure figures which occur in the prophets and are not distinctly characterized as being figures. Ignorant and superficial readers take them in a literal sense, not in a figurative sense. Even well-informed persons are bewildered if they understand these passages in their literal signification, but they are entirely relieved of their perplexity when we explain the figure or merely suggest that the terms are figurative. For this reason, I have called this book Guide for the Perplexed. I do not presume to think that this treatise settles every doubt in the minds of those who understand it, but I maintain that it settles the greater part of their difficulties. No intelligent man will require and expect that on introducing any subject I shall completely exhaust it, or that on commencing the exposition of a figure I shall fully explain all its parts. Such a course could not be followed by a teacher in a viva voce exposition, much less by an author in writing a book, without becoming a target for every foolish conceited person to discharge the arrows of folly at him. Some general principles bearing upon this point have been fully discussed in our works on the Talmud, and we have there called the attention of the reader to many themes of this kind. We also stated Mishneh Torah, Part 1, Chapter 2, Section 12, and Chapter 4, Section 10, that the expression Ma'aseh Bereshit, account of the creation, signified natural science, and Ma'aseh Merkabah, description of the chariot, metaphysics. And we explain the force of the rabbinical dictum, the Ma'aseh Merkabah must not be fully expounded even in the presence of a single student, unless he be wise and able to reason for himself, and even then you should merely acquaint him with the heads of the different sections of the subject. Babylonian Talmud, Hagigah, folio 11b. You must therefore not expect from me more than such heads, and even these have not been methodically and systematically arranged in this work, but have been, on the contrary, scattered, and are interspersed with other topics which we shall have occasion to explain. My object in adopting this arrangement is that the truths should be at one time apparent, and at another time concealed. Thus we shall not be in opposition to the divine will, from which it is wrong to deviate, which has withheld from the multitude the truths required for the knowledge of God, according to the words, "The secret of the Lord is with them that fear him." Psalm 25:14. Know that also in natural science there are topics which are not to be fully explained. Our sages laid down the rule. The Ma'aseh Bereshit must not be expounded in the presence of two. If an author were to explain these principles in writing, it would be equal to expounding them unto thousands of men. For this reason the prophets treat these subjects in figures, and our sages, imitating the method of Scripture, speak of them in metaphors and allegories, because there is a close affinity between these subjects and metaphysics, and indeed they form part of its mysteries. Do not imagine that these most difficult problems can be thoroughly understood by any one of us. This is not the case. At times the truth shines so brightly that we perceive it as clear as day. Our nature and habit then draw a veil over our perception, and we return to a darkness almost as dense as before. We are like those who, though beholding frequent flashes of lightning, still find themselves in the thickest darkness of the night. On some the lightning flashes in rapid succession, and they seem to be in continuous light, and their night is as clear as the day. This was the degree of prophetic excellence attained by Moses, the greatest of the prophets, to whom God said, "But as for thee, stand thou here by me." Deuteronomy 5:31, and of whom it is written, "The skin of his face shone," etc. Exodus 34:29. Some perceive the prophetic flash at long intervals. This is the degree of most prophets. By others only once during the whole night is a flash of lightning perceived. This is the case with those of whom we are informed, "They prophesied and did not prophesy again." Numbers 11:25. There are some to whom the flashes of lightning appear with varying intervals. Others are in the condition of men whose darkness is illumined not by lightning, but by some kind of crystal or similar stone, or other substances that possess the property of shining during the night, and to them even this small amount of light is not continuous, but now it shines and now it vanishes, as if it were the flame of the rotating sword. The degrees in the perfection of men vary according to these distinctions. Concerning those who never beheld the light even for one day, but walk in continual darkness, it is written, "They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness." Psalms 82:5. Truth, in spite of all its powerful manifestations, is completely withheld from them, and the following words of Scripture may be applied to them. And now men see not the light which is bright in the skies. Job 37:21. They are the multitude of ordinary men. There is no need to notice them in this treatise. You must know that if a person who has attained a certain degree of perfection wishes to impart to others, either orally or in writing, any portion of the knowledge which he has acquired of these subjects, he is utterly unable to be as systematic and explicit as he could be in a science of which the method is well known. The same difficulties which he encountered when investigating the subject for himself will attend him when endeavoring to instruct others. Vide licet, at one time the explanation will appear lucid, at another time obscure. This property of the subject appears to remain the same both to the advanced scholar and to the beginner. For this reason great theological scholars gave instruction in all such matters only by means of metaphors and allegories. They frequently employed them in forms varying more or less essentially. In most cases they placed the lesson to be illustrated at the beginning, or in the middle, or at the end of the simile. When they could find no simile which from beginning to end corresponded to the idea which was to be illustrated, they divided the subject of the lesson, although in itself one whole, into different parts, and expressed each by a separate figure. Still more obscure are those instances in which one simile is employed to illustrate many subjects, the beginning of the simile representing one thing, the end another. Sometimes the whole metaphor may refer to two cognate subjects in the same branch of knowledge. If we were to teach in these disciplines without the use of parables and figures, we should be compelled to resort to expressions both profound and transcendental, and by no means more intelligible than metaphors and similes, as though the wise and learned were drawn into this course by the divine will, in the same way as they are compelled to follow the laws of nature in matters relating to the body. You are no doubt aware that the Almighty, desiring to lead us to perfection and to improve our state of society, has revealed to us laws which are to regulate our actions. These laws, however, presuppose an advanced state of intellectual culture. We must first form a conception of the existence of the Creator according to our capabilities. That is, we must have knowledge of metaphysics, but this discipline can only be approached after the study of physics, for the science of physics borders on metaphysics, and must even precede it in the course of our studies, as is clear to all who are familiar with these questions. Therefore the Almighty commenced Holy Writ with a description of the creation, that is, with physical science, the subject being on the one hand most weighty and important, and on the other hand our means of fully comprehending those great problems being limited. He described those profound truths which his divine wisdom found it necessary to communicate to us in allegorical, figurative, and metaphorical language. Our sages have said, Yemen Midrash, on Genesis 1:1, it is impossible to give a full account of the creation of man. Therefore Scripture simply tells us, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, Genesis 1:1. Thus they have suggested that this subject is a deep mystery, and in the words of Solomon, far off and exceedingly deep. Who can find it out? Ecclesiastes 7:24. It has been treated in metaphors in order that the uneducated may comprehend it according to the measure of their faculties and the feebleness of their apprehension, while the educated persons may take it in a different sense. In our commentary on the Mishnah, we stated our intention to explain difficult problems in the book on prophecy and in the book on harmony. In the latter, we intended to examine all the passages in the Midrash, which, if taken literally, appear to be inconsistent with truth and common sense, and must therefore be taken figuratively. Many years have elapsed since I first commenced those works. I had proceeded but a short way when I became dissatisfied with my original plan. For I observe that by expounding these passages by means of allegorical and mystical terms, we do not explain anything, but merely substitute one thing for another of the same nature, whilst in explaining them fully our efforts would displease most people, and my sole object in planning to write those books was to make the contents of Midrashim and the exoteric lessons of the prophecies intelligible to everybody. We have further noticed that when an ill-informed theologian reads these Midrashim, he will find no difficulty, for possessing no knowledge of the properties of things, he will not reject statements which involve impossibilities. When, however, a person who is both religious and well-educated reads them, he cannot escape the following dilemma. Either he takes them literally and questions the abilities of the author and the soundness of his mind, doing thereby nothing which is opposed to the principles of our faith, or he will acquiesce in assuming that the passages in question have some secret meaning, and he will continue to hold the author in high estimation whether he understood the allegory or not. As regards prophecy in its various degrees and the different metaphors used in the prophetic books, we shall give in the present work an explanation according to a different method. Guided by these considerations, I have refrained from writing those 2 books as I had previously intended. In my larger work, the Mishnah Torah, I have contented myself with briefly stating the principles of our faith and its fundamental truths, together with such hints as approach a clear exposition. In this work, however, I address those who have studied philosophy and have acquired some knowledge, and who, while firm in religious matters, are perplexed and bewildered on account of the ambiguous and figurative expressions employed in the holy writings. Some chapters may be found in this work which contain no reference whatever to homonyms. Such chapters will serve as an introduction to others. They will contain some reference to the signification of a homonym which I do not wish to mention in that place, or explain some figure, point out that a certain expression is a figure, treat of difficult passages generally misunderstood in consequence of the homonymy they include, or because the simile they contain is taken in place of that which it represents, and vice versa. Having spoken of similes, I proceed to make the following remark. The key to the understanding and to the full comprehension of all that the prophets have said is found in the knowledge of the figures, their general ideas, and the meaning of each word they contain. You know the verse, I have also spoken in similes by the prophets. Hosea 12:10. And also the verse, put forth a riddle and speak a parable. Ezekiel 17:2. And because the prophets continually employ figures, Ezekiel said, does he not speak parables? 21:5. Again, Solomon begins his book of Proverbs with the words, to understand a proverb and figurative speech, the words of the wise and their dark sayings. Proverbs 1:6. And we read in Midrash Shir HaShirim Rabbah 1:1, to what were the words of the law to be compared before the time of Solomon? To a well the waters of which are at a great depth, and though cool and fresh, yet no man could drink of them. A clever man joined cord with cord, and rope with rope, and drew up and drank. So Solomon went from figure to figure, and from subject to subject, till he obtained the true sense of the law. So far go the words of our sages. I do not believe that any intelligent man thinks that the words of the law mentioned here as requiring the application of figures in order to be understood can refer to the rules for building tabernacles, for preparing the lulab, or for the 4 kinds of trustees. What is really meant is the apprehension of profound and difficult subjects concerning which our sages say, if a man loses in his house a selah or a pearl, he can find it by lighting a taper worth only 1 isar. Thus the parables in themselves are of no great value, but through them the words of the holy law are rendered intelligible. These likewise are the words of our sages. Consider well their statement, that the deeper sense of the words of the holy law are pearls, and the literal acceptation of a figure is of no value in itself. They compare the hidden meaning included in the literal sense of the simile to a pearl lost in a dark room which is full of furniture. It is certain that the pearl is in the room, but the man can neither see it nor know where it lies. It is just as if the pearl were no longer in his possession, for as has been stated, it affords him no benefit whatever until he kindles a light. The same is the case with the comprehension of that which the simile represents. The wise king said, "A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in vessels of silver." Proverbs 25:2. Hear the explanation of what he said. The word maskiot, the Hebrew equivalent for vessels, denotes filigree network, id est, things in which there are very small apertures, such as are frequently wrought by silversmiths. They are called in Hebrew maskiot, literally conspicuous, from the verb saka, he saw, a root which occurs also in the Targum of Onkelos, Genesis 26:8, because the eye penetrates through them. Thus Solomon meant to say, just as apples of gold and silver filigree with small apertures, so is a word fitly spoken. See how beautifully the conditions of a good simile are described in this figure. It shows that in every word which has a double sense, a literal one and a figurative one, the plain meaning must be as valuable as silver, and the hidden meaning still more precious, so that the figurative meaning bears the same relation to the literal one as gold to silver. It is further necessary that the plain sense of the phrase shall give to those who consider it some notion of that which the figure represents. Just as a golden apple overlaid with a network of silver when seen at a distance or looked at superficially is mistaken for a silver apple, but when a keen-sighted person looks at the object well, he will find what is within and see that the apple is gold. The same is the case with the figures employed by the prophets. Taken literally, such expressions contain wisdom useful for many purposes, among others, for the amelioration of the condition of society, exempla gratia, the Proverbs of Solomon, and similar sayings in their literal sense. Their hidden meaning, however, is profound wisdom, conducive to the recognition of real truth. Know that the figures employed by prophets are of two kinds. First, where every word which occurs in the simile represents a certain idea, and secondly, where the simile as a whole represents a general idea, but has a great many points which have no reference whatever to that idea. They are simply required to give to the simile its proper form and order, or better to conceal the idea. The simile is therefore continued as far as necessary according to its literal sense. Consider this well. An example of the first class of prophetic figures is to be found in Genesis. And behold, a ladder set upon the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. Genesis 28:12. The word ladder refers to one idea, set up on the earth to another, and the top of it reached to heaven to a third, angels of God to a fourth, ascending to a fifth, descending to a sixth. The Lord stood above it. Verse 13 to a seventh. Every word in this figure introduces a fresh element into the idea represented by the figure. An example of the second class of prophetic figures is found in Proverbs 7, verses 6 to 26. For at the window of my house I looked through my casement, and beheld among the simple ones. I discerned among the youths a young man void of understanding, passing through the street near her corner. And he went the way to her house in the twilight, in the evening, in the black and dark night. And behold, there met him a woman with the attire of a harlot, and subtle of heart. She is loud and stubborn. Her feet abide not in her house. Now she is without, now in the streets, and lieth in wait in every corner. So she caught him, and kissed him, and with an impudent face said unto him, I have peace offerings with me. This day have I paid my vows. Therefore came I forth to meet thee diligently to seek thy face, and I have found thee. I have decked my bed with coverings of tapestry, with striped cloths of the yarn of Egypt. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come, let us take our fill of love until the morning. Let us solace ourselves with loves. For the goodman is not at home. He is gone a long journey. He hath taken a bag of money with him, and will come at the day appointed. With her much fair speech she caused him to yield. With the flattering of her lips she forced him. He goeth after her straightway, as an ox goeth to the slaughter, or as fetters to the correction of a fool, till a dart strike through his liver, as a bird hasteth to the snare, and knoweth not that it is for his life. Hearken unto me now therefore, O ye children, and attend to the words of my mouth. Let not thine heart decline to her ways. Go not astray in her paths, for she hath cast down many wounded. Yea, many strong men have been slain by her. The general principle expounded in all these verses is to abstain from excessive indulgence in bodily pleasures. The author compares the body, which is the source of all sensual pleasures, to a married woman who at the same time is a harlot, and this figure he has taken as the basis of the entire book. We shall hereafter show the wisdom of Solomon in comparing sensual pleasures to an adulterous harlot. We shall explain how aptly he concludes that work with the praises of a faithful wife who devotes herself to the welfare of her husband and of her household. All obstacles which prevent man from attaining his highest aim in life, all the deficiencies in the character of man, all his evil propensities, are to be traced to the body alone. This will be explained later on. The predominant idea running throughout the figure is that man shall not be entirely guided by his animal or material nature, for the material substance of man is identical with that of the brute creation. An adequate explanation of the figure having been given, and its meaning having been shown, do not imagine that you will find in its application a corresponding element for each part of the figure. You must not ask what is meant by, I have peace offerings with me, verse 14, by, I have decked my bed with coverings of tapestry, verse 16, or what is added to the force of the figure by the observation, for the goodman is not at home, verse 19, and so on to the end of the chapter. For all this is merely to complete the illustration of the metaphor and its literal meaning. The circumstances described here are such as are common to adulterers. Such conversations take place between all adulterous persons. You must well understand what I have said, for it is a principle of the utmost importance with respect to these things which I intend to expound. If you observe in one of the chapters that I explained the meaning of a certain figure and pointed out to you its general scope, do not trouble yourself further in order to find an interpretation of each separate portion, for that would lead you to one of the two following erroneous courses. Either you will miss the sense included in the metaphor, or you will be induced to explain certain things which require no explanation and which are not introduced for that purpose. Through this unnecessary trouble you may fall into the great error which besets most modern sects in their foolish writings and discussions. They all endeavor to find some hidden meaning in expressions which were never uttered by the author in that sense. Your object should be to discover in most of the figures the general idea which the author wishes to express. In some instances it will be sufficient if you understand from my remarks that a certain expression contains a figure, although I may offer no further comment. For when you know that it is not to be taken literally, you will understand at once to what subject it refers. My statement that it is a figurative expression will, as it were, remove the screen from between the object and the observer. Directions for the study of this work. If you desire to grasp all that is contained in this book so that nothing shall escape your notice, consider the chapters in connected order. In studying each chapter, do not content yourself with comprehending its principal subject, but attend to every term mentioned therein, although it may seem to have no connection with the principal subject. For what I have written in this work was not the suggestion of the moment. It is the result of deep study and great application. Care has been taken that nothing that appeared doubtful should be left unexplained. Nothing of what is mentioned is out of place. Every mark will be found to illustrate the subject matter of the respective chapter. Do not read superficially, lest you do me an injury and derive no benefit for yourself. You must study thoroughly and read continually, for you will then find the solution of those important problems of religion which are a source of anxiety to all intelligent men. I adjure any reader of my book, in the name of the Most High, not to add any explanation even to a single word, nor to explain to another any portion of it except such passages as have been fully treated of by previous theological authorities. He must not teach others anything that he has learnt from my work alone, and that has not been hitherto discussed by any of our authorities. The reader must, moreover, beware of raising objections to any of my statements, because it is very probable that he may understand my words to mean the exact opposite to what I intended to say. He will injure me, while I endeavored to benefit him. He will requite me evil for good. Let the reader make a careful study of this work, and if his doubt be removed on even one point, let him praise his Maker and rest contented with the knowledge he has acquired. But if he derive from it no benefit whatever, he may consider the book as if it had never been written. Should he notice any opinions with which he does not agree, let him endeavor to find a suitable explanation, even if it seem far-fetched, in order that he may judge me charitably. Such a duty we owe to everyone. We owe it especially to our scholars and theologians, who endeavor to teach us what is the truth according to the best of their ability. I feel assured that those of my readers who have not studied philosophy will still derive profit from many a chapter, but the thinker whose studies have brought him into collision with religion will, as I have already mentioned, derive much benefit from every chapter. How greatly will he rejoice! How agreeably will my words strike his ears! Those, however, whose minds are confused with false notions and perverse methods, who regard the misleading studies as sciences, and imagine themselves philosophers, though they have no knowledge that could truly be termed science, will object to many chapters and will find in them many insuperable difficulties, because they do not understand their meaning, and because I expose therein the absurdity of their perverse notions, which constitute the riches and peculiar treasure stored up for their ruin. God knows that I hesitated very much before writing on the subjects contained in this work, since they are profound mysteries. They are topics which since the time of our captivity have not been treated by any of our scholars as far as we possess their writings. How then shall I now make a beginning and discuss them? But I rely on two precedents. First, to similar cases our sages applied the verse, "It is time to do something in honor of the Lord, for they have made void thy law." Psalms 119, 126. Secondly, they have said, "Let all thy acts be guided by pure intentions." On these two principles I relied while composing some parts of this work. Lastly, when I have a difficult subject before me, when I find the road narrow, and can see no other way of teaching a well-established truth except by pleasing one intelligent man and displeasing 10,000 fools, I prefer to address myself to the one man, and to take no notice whatever of the condemnation of the multitude. I prefer to extricate the intelligent man from his embarrassment and show him the cause of his perplexity, so that he may attain perfection and be at peace. Introductory remarks on method. There are 7 causes of inconsistencies and contradictions to be met with in a literary work. The first cause arises from the fact that the author collects the opinions of various men, each differing from the other, but neglects to mention the name of the author of any particular opinion. In such a work, contradictions or inconsistencies must occur, since any two statements may belong to 2 different authors. Second cause. The author holds at first one opinion which he subsequently rejects. In his work, however, both his original and altered views are retained. Third cause. The passages in question are not all to be taken literally. Some only are to be understood in their literal sense, while in others figurative language is employed, which includes another meaning besides the literal one. Or, in the apparently inconsistent passages, figurative language is employed which, if taken literally, would seem to be contradictories or contraries. Fourth cause. The premises are not identical in both statements, but for certain reasons they are not fully stated in these passages, or two propositions with different subjects which are expressed by the same term without having the difference in meaning pointed out occur in two passages. The contradiction is therefore only apparent, but there is no contradiction in reality. The fifth cause is traceable to the use of a certain method adopted in teaching and expounding profound problems. Namely, a difficult and obscure theorem must sometimes be mentioned and assumed as known for the illustration of some elementary and intelligible subject which must be taught beforehand, the commencement being always made with the easier thing. The teacher must therefore facilitate, in any manner which he can devise, the explanation of those theorems which have to be assumed as known, and he must content himself with giving a general though somewhat inaccurate notion on the subject. It is for the present explained according to the capacity of the students, that they may comprehend it as far as they are required to understand the subject. Later on, the same subject is thoroughly treated and fully developed in its right place. Sixth cause. The contradiction is not apparent, and only becomes evident through a series of premises. The larger the number of premises necessary to prove the contradiction between the two conclusions, the greater is the chance that it will escape detection, and that the author will not perceive his own inconsistency. Only when from each conclusion, by means of suitable premises, an inference is made, and from the enunciation thus inferred, by means of proper arguments, other conclusions are formed, and after that process has been repeated many times, then it becomes clear that the original conclusions are contradictories or contraries. Even able writers are liable to overlook such inconsistencies. If, however, the contradiction between the original statements can at once be discovered, and the author, while writing the second, does not think of the first, he evinces a greater deficiency, and his words deserve no notice whatever. Seventh cause. It is sometimes necessary to introduce such metaphysical matter as may partly be disclosed, but must partly be concealed. While, therefore, on one occasion the object which the author has in view may demand that the metaphysical problem be treated as solved in one way, it may be convenient on another occasion to treat it as solved in the opposite way. The author must endeavor, by concealing the fact as much as possible, to prevent the uneducated reader from perceiving the contradiction. Inconsistencies occurring in the Mishnah and Borei Tot are traceable to the first cause. You meet frequently in the Gemara with passages like the following: Does not the beginning of the passage contradict the end? No. The beginning is the dictum of a certain rabbi, the end that of another. Or, Rabbi Yehuda Hanasi approved of the opinion of a certain rabbi in one case and gave it therefore anonymously, and having accepted that of another rabbi in the other case, he introduced that view without naming the authority. Or, who is the author of this anonymous dictum? Rabbi A. Who is the author of that paragraph in the Mishnah? Rabbi B. Instances of this kind are innumerable. Apparent contradictions or differences occurring in the Gemara may be traced to the first cause and to the second, as, exempli gratia, in this particular case he agrees with this rabbi, or he agrees with him in one point, but differs from him in another, or these two dicta are the opinions of two Amoraim who differ as regards the statement made by a certain rabbi. These are examples of contradictions traceable to the first cause. The following are instances which may be traced to the second cause. Rabbah altered his opinion on that point. It then becomes necessary to consider which of the two opinions came second. Again, in the first recension of the Talmud by Rabbi Ashi, he made one assertion, and in the second a different one. The inconsistencies and contradictions met with in some passages of the prophetic books, if taken literally, are all traceable to the third or fourth cause, and it is exclusively in reference to this subject that I wrote the present introduction. You know that the following expression frequently occurs. One verse says this, another that, showing the contradiction and explaining that either some premise is wanting or the subject is altered. Compare Solomon, it is not sufficient that thy words contradict thy father. They are themselves inconsistent, etc. Many similar instances occur in the writings of our sages. The passages in the prophetical books which our sages have explained mostly refer to religious or moral precepts. Our desire, however, is to discuss such passages as contain apparent contradictions in regard to the principles of our faith. I shall explain some of them in various chapters of the present work, for this subject also belongs to the secrets of the Torah. Contradictions traceable to the seventh cause occurring in the prophetical works require special investigation, and no one should express his opinion on that matter by reasoning and arguing without weighing the matter well in his mind. Inconsistencies in the writings of true philosophers are traceable to the fifth cause. Contradictions occurring in the writings of most authors and commentators, such as are not included in the above-mentioned works, are due to the sixth cause. Many examples of this class of contradictions are found in the Midrash and the Aggadah. Hence the saying, we must not raise questions concerning the contradictions met with in the Aggadah. You may also notice in them contradictions due to the seventh cause. Any inconsistency discovered in the present work will be found to arise in consequence of the fifth cause or the seventh. Notice this, consider its truth, and remember it well, lest you misunderstand some of the chapters in this book. Having concluded these introductory remarks, I proceed to examine those expressions to the true meaning of which, as apparent from the context, it is necessary to direct your attention. This book will then be a key admitting to places the gates of which would otherwise be closed. When the gates are opened and men enter, their souls will enjoy repose, their eyes will be gratified, and even their bodies, after all toil and labor, will be refreshed. End of the introduction of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 1 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Open ye the gate, that the righteous nation which keepeth the truth may enter in. Isaiah 26:2. Chapter 1. Some have been of the opinion that by the Hebrew tselem, the shape and figure of a thing is to be understood, and this explanation led men to believe in the corporeality of the divine being. For they thought that the words, "Let us make man in our tselem," Genesis 1:26, implied that God had the form of a human being, id est, that he had figure and shape, and that consequently he was corporeal. They adhered faithfully to this view, and thought that if they were to relinquish it, they would eo ipso reject the truth of the Bible. And further, if they did not conceive God as having a body possessed of face and limbs similar to their own in appearance, they would have to deny even the existence of God. The sole difference which they admitted was that he excelled in greatness and splendor, and that his substance was not flesh and blood. Thus far went their conception of the greatness and glory of God. The incorporeality of the divine being, and his unity in the true sense of the word, for there is no real unity without incorporeality, will be fully proved in the course of the present treatise, Part 2, Chapter 1. In this chapter, it is our sole intention to explain the meaning of the words tselem and demut. I hold that the Hebrew equivalent of form in the ordinary acceptation of the word, vide licet, the figure and shape of a thing, is to'ar. Thus we find, and Joseph was beautiful in to'ar, form, and beautiful in appearance. Genesis 39:6. What form, to'ar, is he of? 1 Samuel 28:14. As the form to'ar of the children of a king. Judges 8:18. It is also applied to form produced by human labor, as he marketh its form to'ar with a line, and he marketh its form to'ar with a compass. Isaiah 44:13. This term is not at all applicable to God. The term tselem, on the other hand, signifies the specific form, vindication, that which constitutes the essence of a thing, whereby the thing is what it is, the reality of a thing insofar as it is that particular being. In man, the form is that constituent which gives him human perception, and on account of this intellectual perception, the term tselem is employed in the sentences, "In the tselem of God he created him," Genesis 1:27. It is therefore rightly said, "Thou despisest their tselem," Psalms 63:20. The contempt can only concern the soul, the specific form of man, not the properties and shape of his body. I am also of opinion that the reason why this term is used for idols may be found in the circumstance that they are worshipped on account of some idea represented by them, not on account of their figure and shape. For the same reason the term is used in the expression "the forms, salme, of your emerods," 1 Samuel 6:5, for the chief object was the removal of the injury caused by the emerods, not a change of their shape. As, however, it must be admitted that the term tselem is employed in these two cases, vindication, the images of the emerods and the idols, on account of the external shape, the term tselem is either a homonym or a hybrid term, and would denote both the specific form and the outward shape, and similar properties relating to dimensions and the shape of material bodies. And in the phrase, "Let us make man in our tselem," Genesis 1:26, the term signifies the specific form of man, vindication, his intellectual perception, and does not refer to his figure or shape. Thus we have shown the difference between tselem and to'ar, and explained the meaning of tselem. Demut is derived from the verb dama, he is like. This term likewise denotes agreement with regard to some abstract relation. Compare, "I am like a pelican of the wilderness," Psalms 102:7. The author does not compare himself to the pelican in point of wings and feathers, but in point of sadness. "Nor any tree in the garden of God was like unto him in beauty," Ezekiel 31:8. The comparison refers to the idea of beauty. "Their poison is like the poison of a serpent," Psalm 58:5. "He is like unto a lion," Psalm 17:12. The resemblance indicated in these passages does not refer to the figure and shape, but to some abstract idea. In the same manner is used the likeness of the throne, Ezekiel 1:26. The comparison is made with regard to greatness and glory, not, as many believe, with regard to its square form, its breadth, or the length of its legs. This explanation applies also to the phrase, "the likeness of the hayot," living creatures, Ezekiel 1:13. As man's distinction consists in a property which no other creature on earth possesses, vindication, intellectual perception, in the exercise of which he does not employ his senses, nor move his hand or his foot, this perception has been compared, though only apparently, not in truth, to the divine perception, which requires no corporeal organ. On this account, id est, on account of the divine intellect with which man has been endowed, he is said to have been made in the form and likeness of the Almighty, but far from it be the notion that the Supreme Being is corporeal, having a material form. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Some years ago, a learned man asked me a question of great importance. The problem and the solution which we gave in our reply deserve the closest attention. Before, however, entering upon this problem and its solution, I must premise that every Hebrew knows that the term Elohim is a homonym and denotes God, angels, judges, and the rulers of countries, and that Onkelos, the proselyte, explained it in the true and correct manner by taking Elohim in the sentence, "And ye shall be like Elohim," Genesis 3:5, in the last mentioned meaning, and rendering the sentence, "And ye shall be like princes." Having pointed out the homonymity of the term Elohim, we return to the question under consideration. It would at first sight, said the objector, appear from Scripture that man was originally intended to be perfectly equal to the rest of the animal creation, which is not endowed with intellect, reason, or power of distinguishing between good and evil, but that Adam's disobedience to the command of God procured him that great perfection which is the peculiarity of man, vindication, the power of distinguishing between good and evil, the noblest of all the faculties of our nature, the essential characteristic of the human race. It thus appears strange that the punishment for rebelliousness should be the means of elevating man to a pinnacle of perfection to which he had not attained previously. This is equivalent to saying that a certain man was rebellious and extremely wicked, wherefore his nature was changed for the better, and he was made to shine as a star in the heavens. Such was the purport and subject of the question, though not in the exact words of the inquirer. Now mark our reply, which was as follows. You appear to have studied the matter superficially, and nevertheless you imagine that you can understand a book which has been the guide of past and present generations, when you for a moment withdraw from your lusts and appetites and glance over its contents as if you were reading a historical work or some poetical composition. Collect your thoughts and examine the matter carefully, for it is not to be understood as you at first sight think, but as you will find after due deliberation, namely, the intellect which was granted to man as the highest endowment was bestowed on him before his disobedience. With reference to this gift, the Bible states that man was created in the form and likeness of God. On account of this gift of intellect, man was addressed by God and received his commandments, as it is said, "And the Lord commanded Adam," Genesis 2:16. For no commandments are given to the brute creation or to those who are devoid of understanding. Through the intellect, man distinguishes between the true and the false. This faculty Adam possessed perfectly and completely. The right and the wrong are terms employed in the science of apparent truths, morals, not in that of necessary truths. As exempli gratia, it is not correct to say in reference to the proposition, "the heavens are spherical," it is good, or to declare the assertion that the earth is flat to be bad. We say of the one it is true, of the other it is false. Similarly, our language expresses the idea of true and false by the terms emet and sheker, of the morally right and the morally wrong by tob and ra. Thus it is the function of the intellect to discriminate between the true and the false, a distinction which is applicable to all objects of intellectual perception. When Adam was yet in a state of innocence and was guided solely by reflection and reason, on account of which it is said, "Thou hast made him, man, little lower than the angels," Psalms 8:6. He was not at all able to follow or to understand the principles of apparent truths. The most manifest impropriety, videlicet, to appear in a state of nudity, was nothing unbecoming according to his idea. He could not comprehend why it should be so. After man's disobedience, however, when he began to give way to desires which had their source in his imagination and to the gratification of his bodily appetites, as it is said, "And the wife saw that the tree was good for food and delightful to the eyes," Genesis 3:6, he was punished by the loss of part of that intellectual faculty which he had previously possessed. He therefore transgressed a command with which he had been charged on the score of his reason, and having obtained a knowledge of the apparent truths, he was wholly absorbed in the study of what is proper and what improper. Then he fully understood the magnitude of the loss he had sustained, what he had forfeited, and in what situation he was thereby placed. Hence we read, "And ye shall be like Elohim, knowing good and evil, and not knowing or discerning the true and the false." While in necessary truths, we can only apply the words true and false, not good and evil. Further, observe the passage, "And the eyes of both were opened, and they knew they were naked." Genesis 3:7. It is not said, "And the eyes of both were opened, and they saw," for what the man had previously and what he saw after the circumstance was precisely the same. There had been no blindness, which was now removed, but he received a new faculty, whereby he found things wrong, which previously he had not regarded as wrong. Besides, you must know that the Hebrew word pakah, used in this passage, is exclusively employed in the figurative sense of receiving new sources of knowledge, not in that of regaining the sense of sight. Compare, God opened her eyes, Genesis 11:19. Then shall the eyes of the blind be open, Isaiah 38:8. Open ears, he heareth not, Ibid 42:20. Similar in sense to the verse, "Which have eyes to see, and see not," Ezekiel 12:2. When, however, Scripture says of Adam, "He changed his face, panav, and thou sentest him forth," Job 14:20, it must be understood in the following way. On account of the change of his original aim, he was sent away. For panim, the Hebrew equivalent of face, is derived from the verb panah, he turned, and signifies also aim, because man generally turns his face towards the thing he desires. In accordance with this interpretation, our text suggests that Adam, as he altered his intention and directed his thoughts to the acquisition of what he was forbidden, he was banished from paradise. This was his punishment. It was measure for measure. At first he had the privilege of tasting pleasure and happiness, and of enjoying repose and security. But as his appetites grew stronger, and he followed his desires and impulses, as we have already stated above, and partook of the food he was forbidden to taste, he was deprived of everything, was doomed to subsist on the meanest kind of food, such as he had never tasted before, and this even only after exertion and labor, as it is said, "Thorns and thistles shall grow up for thee," Genesis 3:18. "By the sweat of thy brow," etc. And in explanation of this, the text continues, "And the Lord God drove him from the Garden of Eden to till the ground whence he was taken." He was now, with respect to food and many other requirements, brought to the level of the lower animals. Compare, "Thou shalt eat the grass of the field," Genesis 3:18. Reflecting on his condition, the psalmist says, "Adam, unable to dwell in dignity, was brought to the level of the dumb beast." Psalms 49:13. May the Almighty be praised, whose design and wisdom cannot be fathomed. End of Part 1, Chapter 2 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 3 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. It might be thought that the Hebrew words tamuna and tabnit have one and the same meaning, but this is not the case. Tabnit, derived from the verb banna, he built, signifies the build and construction of a thing, that is to say, its figure, whether square, round, triangular, or any other shape. Compare the pattern, tabnit, of the tabernacle, and the pattern, tabnit, of all its vessels, Exodus 25:9, according to the pattern, tabnit, which thou wast shown upon the mount, Exodus 25:40, the form of any bird, Deuteronomy 4:17, the form, tabnit, of a hand, Ezekiel 8:3, the pattern, tabnit, of the porch, 1 Chronicles 28:11. In all these quotations, it is the shape which is referred to. Therefore, the Hebrew language never employs the word tabnit in speaking of the qualities of God Almighty. The term tamuna, on the other hand, is used in the Bible in three different senses. It signifies first the outlines of things which are perceived by our bodily senses, id est, their shape and form, as exempli gratia, and ye make an image, the form, tamunat, of some likeness. Deuteronomy 4:16. For ye saw no likeness, tamuna. Deuteronomy 4:15. Secondly, the forms of our imagination, id est, the impressions retained in imagination when the objects have ceased to affect our senses. In this sense, it is used in the passage which begins, in thoughts from the visions of the night, Job 4:13, and which concludes, it remained, but I could not recognize its sight, only an image, tamuna, was before my eyes. Id est, an image which presented itself to my sight during sleep. Thirdly, the true form of an object which is perceived only by the intellect, and it is in this third signification that the term is applied to God. The words, and the similitude of the Lord shall he behold, Numbers 12:8, therefore mean he shall comprehend the true essence of the Lord. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The three verbs ra'a, hibit, and hazza, which denote he perceived with the eye, are also used figuratively in the sense of intellectual perception. As regards the first of these verbs, this is well known, exempli gratia. And he looked, va'yar, and behold, a well in the field. Genesis 29:2. Here it signifies ocular perception. Yea, my heart has seen, ra'ah, much of wisdom and of knowledge. Ecclesiastes 1:16. In this passage, it refers to the intellectual perception. In this figurative sense, the verb is to be understood when applied to God, exempli gratia. I saw, ra'iti, the Lord. 1 Kings 22:19. And the Lord appeared, va'yara, unto him. Genesis 18:1. And God saw, va'yar, that it was good. Genesis 1:10. I beseech thee, show me, harani, thy glory. Exodus 33:18. And they saw va'yiru, the God of Israel. Exodus 24:10. All these instances refer to intellectual perception, and by no means to perception with the eye as in its literal meaning. For, on the one hand, the eye can only perceive a corporeal object and in connection with it certain accidents, as color, shape, etc. And on the other hand, God does not perceive by means of a corporeal organ, as will be explained. In the same manner, the Hebrew hibit signifies he viewed with the eye. Compare, look, tabit, not behind thee. Genesis 19:17. But his wife looked, vatabet, back from him. Genesis 19:26. And if one look, venibet, unto the land. Isaiah 5:30. And figuratively, to view and observe with the intellect, to contemplate a thing till it be understood. In this sense, the verb is used in passages like the following. He hath not beheld hibit iniquity in Jacob. Numbers 23:21. For iniquity cannot be seen with the eye. The words, and they looked vehibitu after Moses, Exodus 33:8. In addition to the literal understanding of the phrase, were explained by our sages in a figurative sense. According to them, these words mean that the Israelites examined and criticized the actions and sayings of Moses. Compare also, contemplate, habet, I pray thee, the heaven. Genesis 15:5. For this took place in a prophetic vision. This verb, when applied to God, is employed in this figurative sense, exempli gratia, to look, mehabit, upon God, Exodus 3:6, and the similitude of the Lord shall he behold. Yebbit, Numbers 12:8. And thou canst not look, Habbet, on iniquity. Habakkuk 1:13. The same explanation applies to chaza. It denotes to view with the eye, as, and let our eye look, vatahaz, upon Zion, Micah 4:2, and also figuratively to perceive mentally, which he saw, chaza, concerning Judah and Jerusalem, Isaiah 1:1. The word of the Lord came unto Abraham in a vision, Machaze, Genesis 15:1. In this sense, chaza is used in the phrase, also they saw, va'yachetzu, God, Exodus 24:2. Note this well. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. When the chief of philosophers, Aristotle, was about to inquire into some very profound subjects and to establish his theory by proofs, he commenced his treatise with an apology and requested the reader to attribute the author's inquiries not to presumption, vanity, egotism, or arrogance, as though he were interfering with things of which he had no knowledge, but rather to his zeal and his desire to discover and establish true doctrines, as far as lay in human power. We take the same position, and think that a man, when he commences to speculate, ought not to embark at once on a subject so vast and important. He should previously adapt himself to the study of the several branches of science and knowledge, should most thoroughly refine his moral character and subdue his passions and desires, the offspring of his imagination, when, in addition, he has obtained a knowledge of the true fundamental propositions, a comprehension of the several methods of inference and proof, and the capacity of guarding against fallacies, then he may approach the investigation of this subject. He must, however, not decide any question by the first idea that suggests itself to his mind, or at once direct his thoughts and force them to obtain a knowledge of the Creator, but he must wait modestly and patiently, and advance step by step. In this sense we must understand the words, "And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God," Exodus 3:6, though retaining also the literal meaning of the passage that Moses was afraid to gaze at the light which appeared to his eyes, but it must on no account be assumed that the being which is exalted far above every imperfection can be perceived by the eye. This act of Moses was highly commended by God, and he bestowed on him a well-deserved portion of his goodness, as it is said, "And the similitude of the Lord shall he behold." Numbers 12:8. This, say our sages, was the reward for having previously hidden his face, lest he should gaze at the Eternal. Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Barakot. But the nobles of the children of Israel were impetuous, and allowed their thoughts to go unrestrained. What they perceived was but imperfect. Therefore it is said of them, "And they saw the God of Israel, and there was under his feet," etc., Exodus 24:10, and not merely, "And they saw the God of Israel." The purpose of the whole passage is to criticize their act of seeing, and not to describe it. They are blamed for the nature of their perception, which was to a certain extent corporeal, a result which necessarily followed from the fact that they ventured too far before being perfectly prepared. They deserved to perish, but at the intercession of Moses this fate was averted by God for the time. They were afterwards burnt at Taberah, except Nadab and Abihu, who were burnt in the tabernacle of the congregation, according to what is stated by authentic tradition, Midrash Rabbah Adlokum. If such was the case with them, how much more is it incumbent on us, who are inferior, and on those who are below us, to persevere in perfecting our knowledge of the elements, and in rightly understanding the preliminaries which purify the mind from the defilement of error. Then we may enter the holy and divine camp, in order to gaze, as the Bible says, "And let the priests also, which come near to the Lord, sanctify themselves, lest the Lord break forth upon them." Exodus 19:22. Solomon also had cautioned all who endeavor to attain this high degree of knowledge in the following figurative terms. Keep thy foot when thou goest to the house of God. Ecclesiastes 4:17. I will now return to complete what I commenced to explain. The nobles of the children of Israel, besides erring in their perception, were through this cause also misled in their actions, for in consequence of their confused perception they gave way to bodily cravings. This is meant by the words, also they saw God, and did eat and drink. Exodus 24:11. The principal part of that passage, vide licet, and there was under his feet as it were a paved work of a sapphire stone, Exodus 24:10, will be further explained in the course of the present treatise in chapter 28. All we here intend to say is that wherever in a similar connection any one of the three verbs mentioned above occurs, it has reference to intellectual perception, not to the sensation of sight by the eye. For God is not a being to be perceived by the eye. It will do no harm, however, if those who are unable to comprehend what we here endeavor to explain should refer all the words in question to sensuous perception, to seeing lights created for the purpose, angels or similar beings. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The two Hebrew nouns ish and isha were originally employed to designate the male and female of human beings, but were afterwards applied to the male and female of the other species of the animal creation. For instance, we read, of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by sevens, ish ve'ishto, Genesis 7:2, in the same sense as ish ve'isheh, male and female. The term zakar ve'nekaba was afterwards applied to anything designed and prepared for union with another object. Thus we read, the 5 curtains shall be coupled together, one isheh to the other, a chuta, Exodus 26:3. It will easily be seen that the Hebrew equivalents for brother and sister are likewise treated as homonyms and used in a figurative sense, like ish and isha. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. It is well known that the verb yelad means to bear. They have borne va-yeledu him children, Deuteronomy 21:15. The word was next used in a figurative sense with reference to various objects in nature, meaning to create, exempli gratia. Before the mountains were created, yuladu, Psalms 92. Also to produce, in reference to that which the earth causes to come forth, as if by birth, exempli gratia. He will cause her to bear holida and bring forth, Isaiah 55:10. The verb further denotes to bring forth, said of changes in the process of time, as though they were things which were born, exempli gratia, for thou knowest not what a day may bring forth, yeled, Proverbs 27:1. Another figurative use of the word is its application to the formation of thoughts and ideas, or of opinions resulting from them. Compare, and brought forth the yeled falsehoods, Psalms 7:14. Also, and they please themselves in the children, yelde, of strangers, Isaiah 2:6. Id est, they delight in the opinions of strangers. Jonathan the son of Uzziel paraphrases this passage, they walk in the customs of other nations. A man who has instructed another in any subject and has improved his knowledge may in like manner be regarded as the parent of the person taught, because he is the author of that knowledge. And thus the pupils of the prophets are called sons of the prophets, as I shall explain when treating of the homonymity of ben, son. In this figurative sense, the verb yelad, to bear, is employed when it is said of Adam, And Adam lived 130 years, and begat Vayoled a son in his own likeness, in his form. Genesis 5:3. As regards the words, the form of Adam and his likeness, we have already stated in chapter 1 their meaning. Those sons of Adam who were born before that time were not human in the true sense of the word. They had not the form of man. With reference to Seth, who had been instructed, enlightened, and brought to human perfection, it could rightly be said, he, Adam, begat a son in his likeness, in his form. It is acknowledged that a man who does not possess this form, the nature of which has just been explained, is not human, but a mere animal in human shape and form. Yet such a creature has the power of causing harm and injury, a power which does not belong to other creatures. For those gifts of intelligence and judgment with which he has been endowed for the purpose of acquiring perfection, but which he has failed to apply to their proper aim, are used by him for wicked and mischievous ends. He begets evil things as though he merely resembled man, or simulated his outward appearance. Such was the condition of those sons of Adam who preceded Seth. In reference to this subject, the Midrash says, during the 130 years when Adam was under rebuke, he begat spirits, demons. When, however, he was again restored to divine favor, he begat in his likeness, in his form. This is the sense of the passage, Adam lived 130 years, and he begat in his likeness, in his form. Genesis 5:3. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 1, Chapter 8 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Originally the Hebrew term maqam, place, applied both to a particular spot and to space in general. Subsequently, it received a wider signification and denoted position or degree as regards the perfection of man in certain things. We say, exempli gratia, this man occupies a certain place in such and such a subject. In this sense, this term, as is well known, is frequently used by authors. Exempli gratia, he fills his ancestor's place, maqam, in point of wisdom and piety. The dispute still remains in its place, maqam, id est in status quo ante. In the verse, blessed be the glory of the Lord from his place, mekomo, Ezekiel 3:12, maqam has this figurative meaning. And the verse may be paraphrased, blessed be the Lord according to the exalted nature of his existence. And wherever maqam is applied to God, it expresses the same idea, namely, the distinguished position of his existence to which nothing is equal or comparable, as will be shown below, chapter 56. It should be observed that when we treat in this work of any homonym, we do not desire you to confine yourself to that which is stated in that particular chapter, but we open for you a portal and direct your attention to those significations of the word which are suited to our purpose, though they may not be complete from a philological point of view. You should examine the prophetical books and other works composed by men of science, notice the meaning of every word which occurs in them, and take homonyms in that sense which is in harmony with the context. What I say in a particular passage is a key for the comprehension of all similar passages. For example, we have explained here maqam in the sentence, blessed be the glory of the Lord from his place, mekomo. But you must understand that the word maqam has the same signification in the passage, behold, a place, maqam, is with me. Exodus 33:26. Vide licet, a certain degree of contemplation and intellectual intuition, not of ocular inspection, in addition to its literal meaning, a place, vide licet, the mountain which was pointed out to Moses for seclusion and for the attainment of perfection. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. The original meaning of the word kissa, throne, requires no comment. Since men of greatness and authority, as exempli gratia kings, use the throne as a seat, and the throne thus indicates the rank, dignity, and position of the person for whom it is made, the sanctuary has been styled the throne, inasmuch as it likewise indicates the superiority of him who manifests himself and causes his light and glory to dwell therein. Compare, a glorious throne on high from the beginning is the place of our sanctuary. Jeremiah 17:12. For the same reason the heavens are called throne. For to the mind of him who observes them with intelligence, they suggest the omnipotence of the being which has called them into existence, regulates their motions, and governs the sublunary world by their beneficial influence. As we read, "Thus saith the Lord, the heavens are my throne, and the earth my footstool." Isaiah 66:1. Id est, they testify to my existence, my essence, and my omnipotence, as the throne testifies to the greatness of him who is worthy to occupy it. This is the idea which true believers should entertain. Not, however, that the omnipotent supreme God is supported by any material object, for God is incorporeal, as we shall prove further on. How, then, can he be said to occupy any space or rest on a body? The fact which I wish to point out is this. Every place distinguished by the Almighty and chosen to receive his light and splendor, as for instance the sanctuary or the heavens, is termed throne, and taken in a wider sense as in the passage, "For my hand is upon the throne of God." Exodus 17:16. The throne denotes here the essence and greatness of God. These, however, the essence and greatness of God, need not be considered as something separate from the God himself or as part of the creation, so that God would appear to have existed both without the throne and with the throne. Such a belief would be undoubtedly heretical. It is distinctly stated, "Thou, O Lord, remainest forever, thy throne from generation to generation." Lamentations 5:19. By thy throne we must therefore understand something inseparable from God. On that account, both here and in all similar passages, the word "the throne" denotes God's greatness and essence, which are inseparable from his being. Our opinion will be further elucidated in the course of this treatise. End of chapter 9. Part 1, Chapter 10 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. We have already remarked that when we treat in this work of homonyms, we have not the intention to exhaust the meanings of a word, for this is not a philological treatise. We shall mention no other significations but those which bear on our subject. We shall thus proceed in our treatment of the terms A'la and Yarad. These two words, A'la, he went up, and Yarad, he went down, are Hebrew terms used in the sense of ascending and descending. When a body moves from a higher to a lower place, the verb yarad, to go down, is used. When it moves from a lower to a higher place, A'la, to go up, is applied. These two verbs were afterwards employed with regards to greatness and power. When a man falls from his high position, we say he has come down, and when he rises in station, he has gone up. Thus the Almighty says, "The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low." Deuteronomy 28:43. Again, "The Lord thy God will set thee on high, Elion, above all nations of the earth." Deuteronomy 28:1. "And the Lord magnified Solomon exceedingly, le ma'alla." 1 Chronicles 29:25. The sages often employ these expressions as, in holy matters men must ascend, ma'allin, and not descend, moridin. The two words are also applied to intellectual processes, namely, when we reflect on something beneath ourselves we are said to go down, and when our attention is raised to a subject above us, we are said to rise. Now, We occupy a lowly position, both in space and rank in comparison with the heavenly sphere, and the Almighty is most high not in space, but with respect to absolute existence, greatness, and power. When it pleased the Almighty to grant to a human being a certain degree of wisdom or prophetic inspiration, the divine communication thus made to the prophet and the entrance of the divine presence into a certain place is termed yerida, descending, while the termination of the prophetic communication or the departure of the divine glory from a place is called aliyah, ascending. The expressions to go up and to go down, when used in reference to God, must be interpreted in this sense. Again, when in accordance with the divine will some misfortune befalls a nation or region of the earth, and when the biblical account of that misfortune is preceded by the statement that the Almighty visited the actions of the people and that he punished them accordingly, then the prophetic author employs the term to descend. For man is so low and insignificant that his actions would not be visited and would not bring punishment on him were it not for the divine will. As is clearly stated in the Bible with regard to this idea, "What is man that thou shouldst remember him, and the Son of Man that thou shouldst visit him?" Psalms 8:5. The design of the deity to punish man is, therefore, introduced by the verb to descend. Compare, "Go to, let us go down and therefore confound their language." Genesis 11:7. "And the Lord came down to see." Genesis 11:5. "I will go down now and see." Genesis 18:21. All these instances convey the idea that man here below is going to be punished. More numerous, however, are the instances of the first case, vide licet, in which these verbs are used in connection with the revelation of the Word and of the glory of God, exempli gratia, "and I will come down and talk with thee there." Numbers 11:17. "And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai." Exodus 19:20. "The Lord will come down in the sight of all the people." Exodus 19:11. "And God went up from him." Genesis 35:13. "And God went up from Abraham." Genesis 17:22. When, on the other hand, it says, "And Moses went up unto God," Exodus 19:3, it must be taken in the third signification of these verbs, in addition to its literal meaning that Moses also ascended to the top of the mount upon which a certain material light, the manifestation of God's glory, was visible. But we must not imagine that the Supreme Being occupies a place to which we can ascend or from which we can descend. He is far from what the ignorant imagine. End of chapter 10. Part 1, Chapter 11 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The primary meaning of the Hebrew yeshab is "he was seated," as "Now Eli the priest sat, yeshab, upon a seat." 1 Samuel 1:9. But, since a person can best remain motionless and at rest when sitting, the term was applied to everything that is permanent and unchanging. Thus, in the promise that Jerusalem should remain constantly and permanently in an exalted condition, it is stated, "She will rise and sit in her place." Zechariah 14:10. Further, "He maketh the woman who was childless to sit as a joyful mother of children." Psalms 113:9. Id est, he makes her happy condition to be permanent and enduring. When applied to God, the verb is to be taken in that latter sense. "Thou, O Lord, remainest, tesheb, forever." Lamentations 5:19. "O thou who sittest, ha-yoshebi, in the heavens." Psalms 123:1. "He who sitteth in the heavens," 2:4. Id est, he who is everlasting, constant, and in no way subject to change, immutable in his essence, and as he consists of naught but his essence, he is mutable in no way whatever, not mutable in his relation to other things, for there is no relation whatever existing between him and any other being, as will be explained below, and therefore no change as regards such relations can take place in him. Hence he is immutable in every respect, as he expressly declares, I, the Lord, do not change. Malachi 3:6. Id est, in me there is not any change whatever. This idea is expressed by the term yashab when referring to God. The verb, when employed of God, is frequently complemented by the heavens, inasmuch as the heavens are without change or mutation. That is to say, they do not individually change as the individual beings on earth by transition from existence into non-existence. The verb is also employed in descriptions of God's relation. The term relation is here used as a homonym to existing species of evanescent things. For those species are as constant, well-organized, and unvarying as the individuals of the heavenly hosts. Thus we find, who sitteth over the circle of the earth, Isaiah 40:22, who remains constantly and unremittingly over the sphere of the earth, that is to say, over the things that come into existence within that sphere. Again, the Lord sitteth upon the flood, Psalms 29:10. Id est, despite the change and variation of earthly objects, no change takes place with respect to God's relation to the earth. His relation to each of the things which come into existence and perish again is stable and constant, for it concerns only the existing species and not the individuals. It should therefore be borne in mind that whenever the term sitting is applied to God, it is used in this sense. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The term calm, he rose, is a homonym. In one of its significations, it is the opposite of to sit, as he did not rise, calm, nor move for him, Esther 5:9. It further denotes the confirmation and verification of a thing, exempli gratia. The Lord will verify, yakim, his promise, 1 Samuel 1:23. The field of Ephron was made sure, va-yakum, as the property of Abraham, Genesis 23:17. The house that is in the walled city shall be established, ve-kam, Leviticus 25:30. And the kingdom of Israel shall be firmly established, ve-kamab, in thy hands, 1 Samuel 24:20. It is always in this sense that the verb is employed with reference to the Almighty, as, Now shall I rise, akum, saith the Lord, Psalms 12:7, which is the same as saying, Now shall I verify my word and my dispensation for good or evil. Thou shalt arise, takum, and have mercy upon Zion, Psalms 102:13, which means thou wilt establish what thou hast promised. Videlicet, that thou wouldst pity Zion. Generally, a person who resolves to set about a matter accompanies his resolve by rising. Hence the verb is employed to express to resolve, to do a certain thing, as, that my son hath stirred up my servant against me, 1 Samuel 22:8. The word is figuratively used to signify the execution of a divine decree against a people sentenced to extermination, as, And I will rise against the house of Jeroboam, Amos 7:9. But he will arise against the house of the evildoers, Isaiah 31:2. Possibly in Psalms 12:7 the verb has this latter sense, as also in Psalms 102:13, namely, Thou wilt rise up against her enemies. There are many passages to be interpreted in this manner, but in no way should it be understood that he rises or sits. Far be such a notion. Our sages express this idea in the formula, In the world above there is neither sitting nor standing, amida. For the two verbs amad and qam are synonyms, and what is said about the former is also applicable to the latter. End of chapter 12. Part 1, Chapter 13 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The term amad, he stood, is a homonym signifying in the first instance to stand upright, as when he stood be'omdo before Pharaoh, Genesis 41:46. Though Moses and Samuel stood ya'amod, Jeremiah 15:1, he stood by them, Genesis 18:8. It further denotes cessation and interruption, as, but they stood still, amedu, and answered no more, Job 32:16. And she ceased, ta'amud, to bear, Genesis 29:35. Next it signifies to be enduring and lasting, as, that they may continue, yo'amadu, many days, Jeremiah 32:14. Then shalt thou be able to endure, amud, Exodus 18:23. His taste remained, amad, in him, Jeremiah 48:11. Id est, it has continued and remained in existence without any change. His righteousness standeth forever, Psalms 111:3. Id est is permanent and everlasting. The verb applied to God must be understood in this latter sense, as in Zechariah 14:4, and his feet shall stand, ve'amedu, in that day upon the Mount of Olives, Zechariah 14:4. His causes, id est, the events of which he is the cause, will remain efficient, etc. This will be further elucidated when we speak of the meaning of regel, foot, vide infra, chapter 28. In the same sense is this verb employed in Deuteronomy 5:28. But as for thee, stand thou here by me, and Deuteronomy 5:5. I stood between the Lord and you. End of chapter 13. Part 1, Chapter 14 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The homonymous term Adam is in the first place the name of the first man, being, as Scripture indicates, derived from Adamah, earth. Next it means mankind, as, my spirit shall not strive with man, Adam, Genesis 6:3. Again, who knoweth the spirit of the children of man, Adam, Ecclesiastes 3:21. So that a man, Adam, has no preeminence above a beast, Ecclesiastes 3:19. Adam signifies also the multitude, the lower classes as opposed to those distinguished from the rest, as both low, bene Adam, and high, bene Ish, Psalms 49:3. It is in this third signification that it occurs in the verses, the sons of the higher order, Elohim, saw the daughters of the lower order, Adam, Genesis 6:2, and, forsooth, as the humble man, Adam, you shall die, Psalms 82:7. End of chapter 14. Part 1, Chapter 15 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Although the two roots, natsab and yetzab, are distinct, yet their meaning is, as you know, identical in all their various forms. The verb has several meanings. In some instances it signifies to stand or to place oneself, as, and his sister stood, vatetetzab, far off, Exodus 2:4. The kings of the earth set themselves, yitzebu, Psalms 2:2. They came out and stood, Nitzabim, Numbers 16:27. In other instances it denotes continuance and permanence, as, thy word is established, Nitzab, in heaven, Psalms 119:89. Id est, it remains forever. Whenever this term is applied to God, it must be understood in the latter sense, as, and behold, the Lord stood, nitzab, upon it. Genesis 28:13. Id est, appeared as eternal and everlasting upon it, namely upon the ladder, the upper end of which reached to heaven, while the lower end touched the earth. This ladder all may climb up who wish to do so, and they must ultimately attain to a knowledge of him who is above the summit of the ladder, because he remains upon it permanently. It must be well understood that the term upon it is employed by me in harmony with this metaphor. Angels of God who were going up represent the prophets. That the term angel was applied to prophets may clearly be seen in the following passages. He sent an angel, Numbers 20:16. And an angel of the Lord came up from Gilgal to Bochim, Judges 2:1. How suggestive, too, is the expression ascending and descending on it. The ascent is mentioned before the descent, inasmuch as the ascending and arriving at a certain height of the ladder precedes the descending. It is the application of the knowledge acquired in the ascent for the training and instruction of mankind. This application is termed descent in accordance with our explanation of the term yarad, chapter 10. To return to our subject, the phrase stood upon it indicates the permanence and constancy of God, and does not imply the idea of physical position. This is also the sense of the phrase, thou shalt stand upon the rock, Exodus 33:21. It is therefore clear that nitzab and amad are identical in this figurative signification. Compare, behold, I will stand, Omed, before thee there, upon the rock in Horeb. Exodus 17:6. End of chapter 15. Part 1, Chapter 16 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The word sur, rock, is a homonym. First, it denotes rock as, and thou shalt smite the rock, tsur, Exodus 17:6. Then, hard stone, like the flint, exempli gratia, knives of stone, tsurim, Joshua 5:2. It is next employed to signify the quarry from which the stones are hewn. Compare, look unto the rock, tsur, whence ye are hewn, Isaiah 51:1. From this latter meaning of the term, another figurative notion was subsequently derived, vide licet, the root and origin of all things. It is on this account that after the words, look to the rock whence ye are hewn, the prophet continues, look unto Abraham your father, from which we evidently may infer that the words Abraham your father serve to explain the rock whence ye are hewn, and that the prophet meant to say, walk in his ways, put faith in his instruction, and conduct yourselves according to the rule of his life. For the properties contained in the quarry should be found again in those things which are formed and hewn out of it. It is in the latter sense that the Almighty is called rock, he being the origin and causa efficiens of all things besides himself. Thus we read, he is the rock, his work is perfect. Deuteronomy 32:4. Of the rock that begat thee thou art unmindful. Deuteronomy 32:18. Their rock had sold them. 31:30. There is no rock like our God. 1 Samuel 2:2. The rock of eternity. Isaiah 26:4. Again, and thou shalt stand upon the rock. Exodus 33:21. Id est, be firm and steadfast in the conviction that God is the source of all things, for this will lead you towards the knowledge of the divine being. We have shown, chapter 8, that the words, behold, a place is with me, Exodus 33:21, contain the same idea. End of chapter 16. Part 1, Chapter 17 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Do not imagine that metaphysics should be taught with reserve to the common people and to the uninitiated, for the same is also the case with the greater part of natural science. In this sense we have repeatedly made use of the expression of the sages, Do not expound the chapter on the creation in the presence of two. Vide Introduction, page 2. This principle was not peculiar to our sages. Ancient philosophers and scholars of other nations were likewise wont to treat of the principia rerum obscurely, and to use figurative language in discussing such objects. Thus Plato and his predecessors called substance the female, and form the male. You are aware that the principia of all existing transient things are three, vide licet, substance, form, and absence of a particular form. The last named principle is always inherent in the substance, for otherwise the substance would be incapable of receiving a new form. And it is from this point of view that absence of a particular form is included among the principia. As soon, then, as a substance has received a certain form, the privation of that form, namely, of that which has just been received, has ceased, and is replaced by the privation of another form, and so on with all possible forms, as is explained in treatises on natural philosophy. Now, if those philosophers who have nothing to fear from a lucid explanation of these metaphysical subjects still were in the habit of discussing them in figures and metaphors, how much more should we, having the interest of religion at heart, refrain from elucidating to the mass any subject that is beyond their comprehension, or that might be taken in a sense directly opposite to the one intended? This also deserves attention. End of chapter 17. Part 1, Chapter 18 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. The three words qarab, to come near, naga'a, to touch, and nagash, to approach, sometimes signify contact or nearness in space, sometimes the approach of man's knowledge to an object, as if it resembled the physical approach of one body to another. As to the use of qarab in the first meaning, vide licet, to draw near a certain spot, compare as he drew near qarab, the camp, Exodus 32:19, and Pharaoh drew near Hikrib, Exodus 14:10. Naga'a, in the first sense, vide licet, expressing the contact of two bodies, occurs in, and she cast it, va-tagga'a, at his feet, Exodus 4:25. He caused it to touch, va-yagga'a, his mouth, Isaiah 6:7, and nagash in the first sense, vide licet, to approach or move towards another person, is found exempli gratia in, and Judah drew near, va-yigash unto him, Genesis 44:1. The second meaning of these three words is approach by means of knowledge or contact by comprehension, not in reference to space. As to naga'a, in this second sense, compare, for her judgment reacheth naga'a unto heaven, Jeremiah 51:9. An instance of qarab being used in this meaning is contained in the following passage. And the cause that is too hard for you, bring, taqribun, it unto me, Deuteronomy 1:17. This is equivalent to saying, ye shall make it known unto me. The verb qarab in the hefil is thus employed in the sense of giving information concerning a thing. The verb nagash is used figuratively in the phrase, and Abraham drew near, va-yigash, and said, Genesis 18:23. This took place in a prophetic vision, as will be explained, Part 1, Chapter 21, and Part 2, Chapter 41. Also, in forasmuch as this people drew near, negash me, with their mouths and with their lips, Isaiah 29:13. Wherever a word denoting approach or contact is employed in prophetic writings to describe a certain relation between the Almighty and any created being, it has to be understood in this latter sense, vide licet, to approach mentally. For as will be proved in this treatise, Part 2, Chapter 4, the Supreme is incorporeal, and consequently he does not approach or draw near a thing, nor can aught approach or touch him. For when a being is without corporeality, it cannot occupy space, and all idea of approach, contact, distance, conjunction, separation, touch, or proximity is inapplicable to such a thing. There can be no doubt respecting the verses, "The Lord is nigh, karob, unto all them that call upon him." Psalms 145:18. They take delight in approaching, kerbat, to God. Isaiah 58:2. The nearness, kerbat, of God is pleasant to me. Psalms 73:28. All such phrases intimate a spiritual approach. It is the attainment of some knowledge, not, however, approach in space. Thus also, who hath God so nigh? Cherubim unto him. Deuteronomy 4:7. Draw thou near, Cherub, and hear. Deuteronomy 5:27. And Moses alone shall draw near. Vanegash the Lord, but they shall not come nigh. Yigashu. Exodus 24:2. If, however, you wish to take the words, "and Moses shall draw near," to mean that he shall draw near a certain place in the mountain, whereon the divine light shone, or in the words of the Bible, where the glory of the Lord abode, you may do so, provided you do not lose sight of the truth that there is no difference whether a person stand at the center of the earth or at the highest point of the ninth sphere. If this were possible, he is no further away from God in the one case or near to him in the other. Those only approach him who obtain a knowledge of him, while those who remain ignorant of him recede from him. In this approach towards or recession from God, there are numerous grades, one above the other, and I shall further elucidate in one of the subsequent chapters of the treatise, Part 1, Chapter 60, and Part 2, Chapter 36, what constitutes the difference in our perception of God. In the passage, touch, ga'a, the mountains, and they shall smoke. Psalms 144:5. The verb touch is used in a figurative sense, videlicet, let thy word touch them. So also the words, touch thou him, Job 2:5, have the same meaning as bring thy infliction upon him. In a similar manner must this verb, in whatever form it may be employed, be interpreted in each place according to the context. For in some cases it denotes contact of two material objects, in others knowledge and comprehension of a thing, as if he who now comprehends anything which he had not comprehended previously had thereby approached a subject which had been distant from him. This point is of considerable importance. End of chapter 18. Part 1, Chapter 19 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. The term malla is a homonym which denotes that one substance enters another and fills it, as, and she filled va temalla, her pitcher, Genesis 24:16. An omerful, melo, for each, Exodus 16:32, and many other instances. Next, it signifies the expiration or completion of a fixed period of time, as, and when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, va yemla'u, Genesis 25:24, and 40 days were completed, va yemla'u, for him, Genesis 1:3. It further denotes attainment of the highest degree of excellency, as full mala, with the blessing of the Lord, Deuteronomy 33:23. Them hath he filled, milla, with wisdom of heart, Exodus 35:35. He was filled, va yimala, with wisdom and understanding and cunning, 1 Kings 7:14. In this sense it is said, the whole earth is full, mello, of his glory, Isaiah 6:4. All the earth gives evidence of his perfection. Id est leads to a knowledge of it. Thus also the glory of the Lord filled, malla, the tabernacle, Exodus 40:34. And in fact every application of the word to God must be interpreted in this manner, and not that he has a body occupying space. If, on the other hand, you prefer to think that in this passage by the glory of the Lord a certain light created for the purpose is to be understood, that such light is always termed glory, and that such light filled the tabernacle, we have no objection. End of chapter 19. Part 1, Chapter 20 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The word Ram, high, is a homonym, denoting elevation in space and elevation in dignity. It has greatness, honor, and power. It has the first meaning in, and the ark was lifted up, va'tarom, above the earth, Genesis 7:17, and the latter meaning in, I have exalted, haramoti, one chosen out of the people, Psalms 89:20. Forasmuch as I have exalted haramoti, thee, from amongst the dust, 1 Kings 16:2. Forasmuch as I have exalted haramoti, thee, from among the people, 1 Kings 14:7. Whenever this term is employed in reference to God, it must be taken in the second sense. Be thou exalted, Rumah, O God above the heavens. Psalms 57:12. In the same manner does the root, nasa, to lift up, denote both elevation in space and elevation in rank and dignity. In the former sense it occurs in, and they lifted up va'yasa'u, their corn upon their asses, Genesis 42:26. And there are many instances like this in which this verb has the meaning to carry, to move from place to place, for this implies elevation in space. In the second sense we have, and his kingdom shall be exalted, va'tinese, Numbers 24:7. And he bare them and carried them, va'yanasayim, Isaiah 63:9. Wherefore do you exalt yourselves, titnasa'u, Numbers 16:3. Every form of this verb, when applied to God, has this latter sense. Exempli gratia, lift up thyself, hinase, thou judge of earth. Psalms 94:2. Thus saith the high, Ram, and exalted, Nisa 1. Isaiah 57:15, denoting elevation in rank, quality, and power, and not elevation in space. You may be surprised that I employ the expression elevation in rank, quality, and power, and you may say, how can you assert that several distinct expressions denote the same thing? It will be explained later on, chapter 1, et sequens, that those who possess a true knowledge of God do not consider that he possesses many attributes, but believe that these various attributes which describe his might, greatness, power, perfection, goodness, etc., are identical, denoting his essence, and not anything extraneous to his essence. I shall devote special chapters to the names and attributes of God. Our intention here is solely to show that high and exalted in the passage quoted denote elevation in rank, not in space. End of chapter 20. Part 1, Chapter 21 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. In its primary signification, the Hebrew abar, to pass, refers to the motion of a body in space and is chiefly applied to living creatures moving at some distance in a straight line, exempli gratia, and he passed over, abar, before them, Genesis 33:3. Pass, abor, before the people, Exodus 17:5. Instances of this kind are numerous. The verb was next applied to the passage of sound through the air, as, and they caused a sound to pass, va'ya'abiru, through the camp, Exodus 36:6. That I hear the Lord's people spreading the report, ma'abirim, 1 Samuel 2:24. Figuratively, it denoted the appearance of the light and the divine presence, Shekhinah, which the prophets perceived in their prophetic visions, as it is said, and behold a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed, abar, between those pieces, Genesis 15:17. This took place in a prophetic vision, for the narrative commences, and a deep sleep fell upon Abraham. The verb has this latter meaning in Exodus 12:12, and I shall pass, va'abarti, through the land of Egypt, denoting I shall reveal myself, etc., and in all similar phrases. The verb is next employed to express that a person has gone too far, and transgress the usual limit in the performance of some act, and as a man who is drinking wine has passed, baru, the proper limit. Jeremiah 23:9. It is also used figuratively to denote to abandon one aim and turn to a different aim and object. Exempli gratia. He shot an arrow, causing it to miss the aim. Lecha'abiru. 1 Samuel 20:36. This is the sense, it appears to me, of this verb in, and the Lord passed by. Va'ya'abur, before his face. Exodus 34:6. I take his face to mean the face of God. Our teachers likewise interpreted his face as being identical with the face of God. And although this is found in the midst of agadic interpretations which would be out of place in this work, yet it is some support of our view that the pronoun his is employed in this passage as a substitute for God's, and the whole passage could, in my opinion, be explained as follows. Moses sought to attain to a certain perception, which is called the perception of the divine face, a term occurring in the phrase, "My face cannot be seen." But God vouchsafed to him a perception of a lower degree, videlicet, the one called the seeing of the back, in the words, "And thou shalt see my back." Exodus 33:23. We have mentioned this subject in our work Mishneh Torah. Accordingly, it is stated in the above-mentioned passage that the Lord withheld from Moses that perception which is termed the seeing of the divine face, and substituted for it another gift, videlicet, the knowledge of the acts attributed to God, which, as I shall explain, chapter 54, are considered to be different and separate attributes of the Supreme. In asserting that God withheld from Moses the higher knowledge, I mean to say that this knowledge was unattainable, that by its nature it was inaccessible to Moses. For man, whilst able to gain perfection by applying his reasoning faculties to the attainment of what is within the reach of his intellect, either weakens his reason or loses it altogether as soon as he ventures to seek a higher degree of knowledge, as I shall elucidate in one of the chapters of this work, unless he be granted a special aid from heaven, as is described in the words, "And I will cover thee with my hand until I pass by." Exodus 33:23. Onkelos, in translating this verse, adopts the same method which he applies to the explanation of similar passages. Videlicet, every expression implying corporeality or corporal properties when referring to God, he explains by assuming an ellipsis of a nomen regens before God, thus connecting the expression of corporeality with another word which is supplied and which governs the genitive, God. Exempli gratia. And behold, the Lord stood upon it. Genesis 28:13. He explains, the glory of the Lord stood arrayed above it. Again, the Lord watched between me and thee. Genesis 31:49. He paraphrases, the word of the Lord shall watch. This is his ordinary method of explaining Scripture. He applies it also to Exodus 34:6, which he paraphrases, the Lord caused his presence to pass before his face and called. According to this rendering, the thing which passed was unquestionably some physical object. The pronoun his refers to Moses, and the phrase al panav is identical with lefanav, before him. Compare, so went the present over before him, al panav, Genesis 32:22. This is likewise an appropriate and satisfactory explanation. I can adduce still further support for the opinion of Onkelos from the words, while my glory passeth by, ba'abur, Exodus 33:22, which expressly state that the passing object was something ascribed to God, not God himself, and of this divine glory it is also said, until I pass by, and the Lord passed by before him. Should it, however, be considered necessary to assume here an ellipsis according to the method of Onkelos, who supplies in some instances the term the glory, in others the word, and in others the divine presence, as the context may require in each particular case, we may also supply here the word voice, and explain the passage, and a voice from the Lord passed before him and called. We have already shown that the verb abar, he passed, can be applied to the voice, as in, and they caused a voice to pass through the camp. Exodus 36:6. According to this explanation, it was the voice which called. No objection can be raised to applying the verb kara, he called, to kol, voice, for a similar phrase occurs in the Bible in reference to God's commands to Moses. He heard the voice speaking unto him, and, in the same manner as it can be said, the voice spoke, we may also say, the voice called. Indeed, we can even support this application of the verbs to say and to call to the voice by parallel passages, as, a voice saith, cry, and it says, what shall I cry? Isaiah 40:6. According to this view, the meaning of the passage under discussion would be, a voice of God passed before him and called, Eternal, eternal, all-powerful, all-merciful, and all-gracious. The word eternal is repeated. It is in the vocative, for the eternal is the one who is called. Compare Moses, Moses, Abraham, Abraham. This again is a very appropriate explanation of the text. You will surely not find it strange that the subject, so profound and difficult, should bear various interpretations, for it will not impair the force of the argument with which we are here concerned. Either explanation may be adopted. You may take the grand scene altogether as a prophetic vision, and the whole occurrence as a mental operation, and consider that what Moses sought, what was withheld from him, and what he attained, were things perceived by the intellect without the use of the senses, as we have explained above. Or you may assume that in addition there was a certain ocular perception of a material object, the sight of which would assist intellectual perception. The latter is the view of Onkelos, unless he assumes that in this instance the ocular perception was likewise a prophetic vision, as was the case with a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces, Genesis 15:17, mentioned in the history of Abraham. You may also assume that in addition there was a perception of sound, and that there was a voice which passed before him, and was undoubtedly something material. You may choose either of these opinions, for our sole intention and purpose is to guard you against the belief that the phrase, and the Lord passed, is analogous to pass before the people, Exodus 17:5. For God, being incorporeal, cannot be said to move, and consequently the verb to pass cannot with propriety be applied to him in its primary signification. End of chapter 21. Part 1, Chapter 22 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. In Hebrew, the verb bo signifies to come, as applied to a living being. It est, its arrival at a certain place or approach to a certain person, as thy brother came with subtlety, Genesis 27:35. It next denotes, with regard to a living being, to enter a certain place, exempli gratia, and when Joseph came yabo into the house, Genesis 43:26. When ye come bo'u into the land, Exodus 12:25. The term was also employed metaphorically in the sense of to come, applied to a certain event, that is, to something incorporeal, as when thy sayings come to pass, Yabo, Judges 13:17. of that which will come, Yaba'u, over thee. Isaiah 47:13. Nay, it is even applied to privatives, exempli gratia, yet evil came, va yabu, Job 3:26, and darkness came, va yabu. Now, since the word has been applied to incorporeal things, it has also been used in reference to God, to the fulfillment of his word, or to the manifestation of his presence, the Shekhinah. In this figurative sense, it is said, Lo, I come, unto thee in a thick cloud. Exodus 19:9. For the Lord, the God of Israel, cometh, through it. Ezekiel 44:2. In these and all similar passages, the coming of the Shekhinah is meant, but the words, and the Lord my God shall come, Zechariah 14:5, are identical with his word will come. That is to say, the promises which he made through the prophets will be fulfilled. Therefore Scripture adds, all the holy ones that are with thee, that is to say, the word of the Lord my God will be performed, which has been spoken by all the holy ones who are with thee, who address the Israelites. End of chapter 22. Part 1, Chapter 23 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Yatsa, he came out, is the opposite of he came in. The term yatsa is applied to the motion of a body from a place in which it had previously rested to another place, whether the body be a living being or not. Exempli gratia. And when they were gone out, yatseu, of the city. Genesis 44:4. If fire break out, tetse. Exodus 22:5. It was then figuratively employed to denote the appearance of something incorporeal, as the word went out, yatsa, of the king's mouth. Esther 7:8. When this deed of the queen shall come abroad, yitze, unto all women. Esther 1:17. That is to say, the report will spread. Again, for out of Zion shall go forth, tetse, the law. Isaiah 2:3. Further, the sun had risen, yatsa, upon the earth. Genesis 19:23. Id est, its light became visible. In this figurative sense, we must take every expression of coming out when applied to the Almighty, exempli gratia, behold the Lord cometh out, yotze, of his place. Isaiah 26:21. Id est, the word of God, which until now has been seen in secret, cometh out and will become manifest. Id est, something will come into being which had not existed before. For everything new emanating from God is ascribed to his word. Compare, by the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and all the host of them by the breath of his mouth. Psalms 33:6. This is a simile taken from the conduct of kings, who employ the word as the means of carrying their will into effect. God, however, requires no instrument wherewith to operate in order to perform anything. The effect is produced solely by his will alone. He does not employ any kind of speech, as will be explained further, chapter 55. The verb to come out is thus employed to designate the manifestation of a certain work of God, as we noticed in our interpretation of the phrase, Behold, the Lord cometh out of his place. In a similar manner, the term shub, to return, has been figuratively employed to denote the discontinuance of a certain act according to the will of God, as in, I will go and return to my place. Hosea 5:15. That is to say, the divine presence, Shekhinah, which had been in our midst, departed from us, the consequence of which has been the absence of divine protection from amongst us. Thus the prophet, foretelling misfortune, says, And I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. Deuteronomy 31:17. For when a man is deprived of divine protection, he is exposed to all dangers, and becomes the butt of all fortuitous circumstances. His fortune and misfortune then depend on chance. Alas, how terrible a threat! This is the idea contained in the words, I will go and return to my place. Hosea 5:15. End of chapter 23. Part 1, Chapter 24 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. The term halak is likewise one of the words which denote movements performed by living beings, as in, and Jacob went, halak, on his way, Genesis 32:1, and in many other instances. The verb to go was next employed in describing movements of objects less solid than the bodies of living beings. Compare, and the waters were going on, halok, decreasing, Genesis 8:5. And the fire went along, va-tehalak, upon the ground, Exodus 9:23. Then it was employed to express the spreading and manifestation of something incorporeal. Compare, the voice thereof shall go like a serpent, Jeremiah 46:22. Again, the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden, Genesis 3:8. It is the voice that is qualified by walking. Whenever the word to go is used in reference to God, it must be taken in this figurative sense, id est, it applies to incorporeal things, and signifies either the manifestation of something incorporeal, or the withdrawal of the divine protection, an act corresponding in lifeless beings to the removal of a thing, in living beings to the departure of a living being, walking. The withdrawal of God's protection is called in the Bible the hiding of God's countenance, as in Deuteronomy 31:18. As for me, I will hide my countenance. On the same ground it has been designated going away or moving away from a thing. Compare, I will depart and return to my place. Hosea 5:15. But in the passage, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he went, Numbers 12:9, the two meanings of the verb are combined. Vide licet, the withdrawal of the divine protection expressed by and he went, and the revelation, manifestation, and appearance of something, namely of the anger which went forth and reached them, in consequence of which Miriam became leprous, white as snow. The expression to walk was further applied to conduct which concerns only the inner life, and which requires no bodily motion, as in the following passages. And thou shalt walk in his ways, Deuteronomy 28:9. Ye shall walk after the Lord your God, Deuteronomy 13:5. Come ye, and let us walk in the light of the Lord, Isaiah 2:5. End of chapter 24. Part 1, Chapter 25 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. The Hebrew, Shechem, as is well known, signifies to dwell, as, and he was dwelling Shechem in the plains of Mamre, Genesis 14:13. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt, Shechem, Genesis 35:22. This is the most common meaning of the word, but dwelling in a place consists in the continued stay in a place, general or special. When a living being dwells long in a place, we say that it stays in that place, although it unquestionably moves about in it. Compare, and he was staying in the plains of Mamre, Genesis 14:13, and it came to pass when Israel stayed, Genesis 35:22. The term was next applied metaphorically to inanimate objects, id est, to everything which has settled and remains fixed on one object, although the object on which the thing remains is not a place, and the thing itself is not a living being. For instance, let a cloud dwell upon it, the day, Job 3:5. There is no doubt that the cloud is not a living being, and that the day is not a corporeal thing, but a division of time. In this sense, the term is employed in reference to God, that is to say, to denote the continuance of his divine presence, Shekhinah, or of his providence in some place where the divine presence manifested itself constantly, or in some object which was constantly protected by providence. Compare, and the glory of the Lord abode, Exodus 24:16. And I will dwell among the children of Israel, Exodus 29:45. And for the goodwill of him that dwelt in the bush, Deuteronomy 33:16. Whenever the term is applied to the Almighty, it must be taken consistently with the context in the sense either as referring to the presence of his Shekhinah, id-est, of his light that was created for the purpose in a certain place, or of the continuance of his providence protecting a certain object. End of chapter 25. Part 1, Chapter 26 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. You no doubt know the Talmudical saying, which includes in itself all the various kinds of interpretation connected with our subject. It runs thus: the Torah speaks according to the language of man, that is to say, expressions which can easily be comprehended and understood by all, are applied to the Creator. Hence the description of God by attributes implying corporeality, in order to express his existence. Because the multitude of people do not easily conceive existence unless in connection with a body, and that which is not a body nor connected with a body has for them no existence. Whatever we regard as a state of perfection is likewise attributed to God, as expressing that he is perfect in every respect, and that no imperfection or deficiency whatever is found in him. But there is not attributed to God anything which the multitude consider a defect or want. Thus he is never represented as eating, drinking, sleeping, being ill, using violence, and the like. Whatever, on the other hand, is commonly regarded as a state of perfection is attributed to him, although it is only a state of perfection in relation to ourselves. For in relation to God, what we consider to be a state of perfection is in truth the highest degree of imperfection. If, however, men were to think that those human perfections were absent in God, they would consider him as imperfect. You are aware that locomotion is one of the distinguishing characteristics of living beings, and is indispensable for them in their progress towards perfection. As they require food and drink to supply animal waste, so they require locomotion in order to approach that which is good for them and in harmony with their nature, and to escape from what is injurious and contrary to their nature. It makes, in fact, no difference whether we ascribe to God eating and drinking or locomotion, but according to human modes of expression, that is to say, according to common notions, eating and drinking would be an imperfection in God, while motion would not, in spite of the fact that the necessity of locomotion is the result of some want. Furthermore, it has been clearly proved that everything which moves is corporeal and divisible. It will be shown below that God is incorporeal, and that he can have no locomotion, nor can rest be ascribed to him. For rest can only be applied to that which also moves. All expressions, however, which imply the various modes of movement in living beings are employed with regard to God in the manner we have described, and in the same way as life is ascribed to him. Although motion is an accident pertaining to living beings, and there is no doubt that without corporeality expressions like the following could not be imagined: to descend, to ascend, to walk, to place, to stand, to surround, to sit, to dwell, to depart, to enter, to pass, etc. It would have been superfluous thus to dilate on this subject were it not for the mass of the people who are accustomed to such ideas. It has been necessary to expatiate on the subject, as we have attempted, for the benefit of those who are anxious to acquire perfection, to remove from them such notions as have grown up with them from the days of youth. End of chapter 26. Part 1, Chapter 27 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Onkelos the proselyte, who was thoroughly acquainted with the Hebrew and Chaldaic languages, made it his task to oppose the belief in God's corporeality. Accordingly, any expression employed in the Pentateuch in reference to God and in any way implying corporeality, he paraphrases in consonance with the context. All expressions denoting any mode of motion are explained by him to mean the appearance or manifestation of a certain light that had been created for the occasion, i.e., the Shekhinah, divine presence, or providence. Thus he paraphrases, "The Lord will come down," Exodus 19:11, "The Lord will manifest himself," and God came down, Exodus 16:20, and God manifested himself, and does not say, "and God came down." "I will go down now and see." Genesis 18:21, he paraphrases, "I will manifest myself now and see." This is his rendering of the verb yarad, he went down, when used in reference to God throughout his version, with the exception of the following passage, "I will go down, erad, with thee into Egypt," Genesis 46:4, which he renders literally. A remarkable proof of this great man's talents, the excellence of his version, and the correctness of his interpretation. By this version, he discloses to us an important principle as regards prophecy. This narrative begins, "And God spake unto Israel in the visions of the night, and said, Jacob, Jacob, etc. And he said, I am God, etc. I will go down with thee into Egypt." Genesis 46:2-3. Seeing that the whole narrative is introduced as a vision of the night, Onkelos did not hesitate to translate literally the words addressed to Jacob in the nocturnal vision, and thus gave a faithful account of the occurrence. For the passage in question contains a statement of what Jacob was told, not what actually took place, as is the case in the words, "And the Lord came down upon Mount Sinai," Exodus 19:20. Here we have an account of what actually occurred in the physical world. The verb yarad is therefore paraphrased, "he manifested himself," and entirely detached from the idea of motion. Accounts of what happened in the imagination of man, I mean of what he was told, are not altered, a most remarkable distinction. Hence you may infer that there is a great difference between a communication designated as having been made in a dream or a vision of the night and a vision or a manifestation simply introduced with phrases like, "And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying," and "the Lord spake unto me, saying." According to my opinion, it is also possible that Onkelos understood Elohim in the above passage to signify angel, and that for this reason he did not hesitate to translate literally, "I will go down with thee to Egypt." I do not think it strange that Onkelos should have believed the Elohim who said to Jacob, "I am God, the God of thy father," Ibid 3, to be an angel, for this sentence can, in the same form, also have been spoken by an angel. Thus Jacob says, "And the angel of God spake unto me in a dream, saying, Jacob. And I said, Here am I," etc. Genesis 31:11, and concludes the report of the angel's words to him in the following way, "I am the God of Bethel, where thou anointedst the pillar, and where thou vowedst a vow unto me." Ibid 13. Although there is no doubt that Jacob vowed to God, not to the angel, it is the usual practice of prophets to relate words addressed to them by an angel in the name of God, as though God himself had spoken to them. Such passages are all to be explained by supplying the nomen regens, and by considering them as identical with, I am the messenger of the God of thy father. I am the messenger of God who appeared to thee in Bethel, and the like. Prophecy, with its various degrees, and the nature of angels will be fully discussed in the sequel in accordance with the object of this treatise, Part 2, Chapter 14. End of Chapter 27. Part 1, Chapter 28 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The term regel is homonymous, signifying in the first place the foot of a living being. Compare foot for foot, Exodus 21:24. Next, it denotes an object which follows another. Compare, and all the people that follow thee, literally that are at thy feet. Ibid 11:18. Another signification of the word is cause. Compare, and the Lord hath blessed thee, I being the cause, leragli, Genesis 30:30. Id est, for my sake. For that which exists for the sake of another thing has the latter for its final cause. Examples of the term used in this sense are numerous. It has that meaning in Genesis 33:14, because le regel of the cattle that goeth before me, and because le regel of the children. Consequently, the Hebrew text of which the literal rendering is, and his feet shall stand in that day upon the Mount of Olives, Zechariah 14:4, can be explained in the following way. And the things caused by him, raglav, on that day upon the Mount of Olives, that is to say, the wonders which will then be seen, and of which God will be the cause, or the maker, will remain permanently. To this explanation does Jonathan, son of Uzziel, incline in paraphrasing the passage, and he will appear in his might on that day upon the Mount of Olives. He generally expresses terms denoting those parts of the body by which contact and motion are affected by his might when referring to God, because all such expressions denote acts done by his will. In the passage, Exodus 24:10, literally, and there was under his feet like the action of the whiteness of a sapphire stone, Onkelos, as you know, in his version, considers the word raglav, his feet, as a figurative expression and a substitute for throne. The words under his feet he therefore paraphrases, and under the throne of his glory. Consider this well, and you will observe with wonder how onkelos keeps free from the idea of the corporeality of God, and from everything that leads thereto, even in the remotest degree. For he does not say, and under his throne. The direct relation of the throne to God, implied in the literal sense of the phrase, his throne, would necessarily suggest the idea that God is supported by a material object, and thus lead directly to the corporeality of God. He therefore refers the throne to his glory, id est to the Shekhinah, which is a light created for the purpose. Similarly, he paraphrases the words, for my hand I lift up to the throne of God. Exodus 17:16, an oath has been uttered by God, whose Shekhinah is upon the throne of his glory. This principle found also expression in the popular phrase, the throne of the glory. We have already gone too far away from the subject of this chapter, and touched upon things which will be discussed in other chapters. We will now return to our present theme. You are acquainted with the version of Onkelos of the passage quoted. He contents himself with excluding from his version all expressions of corporeality in reference to God, and does not show us what they, the nobles of the children of Israel, Exodus 24:10, perceived, or what is meant by that figure. In all similar instances, Onkelos also abstains from entering into such questions, and only endeavors to exclude every expression implying corporeality. For the incorporeality of God is a demonstrative truth and an indispensable element in our faith. He could decidedly state all that was necessary in that respect. The interpretation of a simile is a doubtful thing. It may possibly have that meaning, but it may also refer to something else. It contains, besides very profound matter, the understanding of which is not a fundamental element in our faith, and the comprehension of which is not easy for the common people. Onkelos, therefore, did not enter at all into the subject. We, however, remaining faithful to our task in this treatise, find ourselves compelled to give our explanation. According to our opinion, under his feet, Raglav denotes under that of which he is the cause, that which exists through him, as we have already stated. They, the nobles of the children of Israel, therefore comprehended the real nature of the materia prima, which emanated from him, and of whose existence he is the only cause. Consider well the phrase, like the action of the whiteness of the sapphire stone. If the color were the point of comparison, the words, as the whiteness of the sapphire stone, would have sufficed. But the addition of like the action was necessary, because matter as such is, as you are well aware, always receptive and passive, active only by some accident. On the other hand, form as such is always active, and only passive by some accident, as is explained in works on physics. This explains the addition of like the action in reference to the materia prima. The expression, the whiteness of the sapphire, refers to the transparency, not to the white color, for the whiteness of the sapphire is not a white color, but the property of being transparent. Things, however, which are transparent have no color of their own, as is proved in works on physics. For if they had a color, they would not permit all the colors to pass through them, nor would they receive colors. It is only when the transparent object is totally colorless that it is able to receive successively all the colors. In this respect, it, the whiteness of the sapphire, is like the materia prima, which as such is entirely formless, and thus receives all the forms one after the other. What they, the nobles of the children of Israel, perceived was therefore the materia prima, whose relation to God is distinctly mentioned, because it is the source of those of his creatures which are subject to genesis and destruction, and has been created by him. This subject also will be treated later on more fully. Observe that you must have recourse to an explanation of this kind, even when adopting the rendering of Onkelos, and under the throne of his glory. For in fact, the materia prima is also under the heavens, which are called throne of God, as we have remarked above. I should not have thought of this unusual interpretation, or hit on this argument, were it not for an utterance of Rabbi Eliezer ben Hyrcanus, which will be discussed in one of the parts of this treatise, Part 2, Chapter 26. The primary object of every intelligent person must be to deny the corporeality of God, and to believe that all those perceptions described in the above passage were of a spiritual, not of a material character. Note this and consider it well. End of chapter 28. Part 1, Chapter 29 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. The term etzeb is homonymous, denoting in the first place pain and trembling. Compare, in sorrow be'etzeb thou shalt bring forth children, Genesis 3:16. Next it denotes anger. Compare, and this father had not made him angry, atzabu, at any time. 1 Kings 1:6. For he was angry, ne'etzab, for the sake of David. 1 Samuel 20:34. The term signifies also provocation. Compare, they rebelled and vexed, etzebu, his Holy Spirit. Isaiah 63:10. And provoked, ya'atzebahu, him in the desert. Psalms 78:40. If there be any way of provocation, otzeb, in me, Ibid 139:24. Every day they rebel, ya'atzebu, against my words. Ibid 56:6. In Genesis 6:6, the word has either the second or the third signification. In the first case, the sense of the Hebrew, va yata'atzeb el libo, is, God was angry with them on account of the wickedness of their deeds. As to the words to his heart used here, and also in the history of Noah, Ibid 8:21, I will here explain what they mean. With regard to man, we use the expression, he said to himself, or he said in his heart, in reference to a subject which he did not utter or communicate to any other person. Similarly, the phrase, and God said in his heart, is used in reference to an act which God decreed without mentioning it to any prophet at the time the event took place according to the will of God. And a figure of this kind is admissible, since the Torah speaketh in accordance with the language of man. Supra, page 26. This is plain and clear. In the Pentateuch, no distinct mention is made of a message sent to the wicked generation of the flood, cautioning or threatening them with death. Therefore it is said concerning them that God was angry with them in his heart. Likewise, when he decreed that no flood should happen again, he did not tell a prophet to communicate it to others, and for that reason the words in his heart are added. Taking the verb in the third signification, we explain the passage thus, and man rebelled against God's will concerning him, for leb, heart, also signifies will, as we shall explain when treating of the homonymity of leb, heart. End of chapter 29. Part 1, Chapter 30 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. In its primary meaning, ekel, to eat, is used in the sense of taking food by animals. This needs no illustration. It was afterwards observed that eating includes two processes. 1. The loss of the food, i.e., the destruction of its form, which first takes place. 2. The growth of animals, the preservation of their strength and their existence, and the support of all the forces of their body caused by the food they take. The consideration of the first process led to the figurative use of the verb in the sense of consuming, destroying. Hence it includes all modes of depriving a thing of its form. Compare, and the land of your enemies shall destroy, literally eat you. Leviticus 26:38. A land that destroyeth, literally eateth, the inhabitants thereof. Numbers 13:32. Ye shall be destroyed, literally eaten, with the sword. Isaiah 1:6. Shall the sword destroy, literally eat. 2 Samuel 2:26. And the fire of the Lord burnt among them, and destroyed, literally ate them, that were in the uttermost parts of the camp. Numbers 11:1. God is a destroying, literally eating fire. Deuteronomy 4:24. That is, he destroys those who rebel against him, as the fire destroys everything that comes within its reach. Instances of this kind are very frequent. With reference to the second effect of the act of eating, the verb to eat is figuratively used in the sense of acquiring wisdom, learning, in short, for all intellectual perceptions. These preserve the human form, intellect, constantly in the most perfect manner, in the same way as food preserves the body in its best condition. Compare, come ye, buy and eat. Isaiah 55, 1. Hearken diligently unto me, and eat ye that which is good. Ibid 2. It is not good to eat much honey. Proverbs 25, 27. My son, eat thou honey, because it is good, and the honeycomb, which is sweet to thy taste. So shall the knowledge of wisdom be unto thy soul. Ibid 24, 13 and 14. This figurative use of the verb to eat in the sense of acquiring wisdom is frequently met with in the Talmud. Exempli gratia. Come, eat fat meat at Rabbah's, Baba Bathra 22a. Compare, all expressions of eating and drinking found in this book of Proverbs refer to wisdom, or according to another reading, to the law. Kohelet Rabbah on Ecclesiastes 3:13. Wisdom has also been frequently called water. Exempli gratia. Ho, every one that thirsteth, come ye to the waters. Isaiah 55, 1. The figurative meaning of these expressions has been so general and common that it was almost considered as its primitive signification, and led to the employment of hunger and thirst in the sense of absence of wisdom and intelligence. Compare, I will send a famine in the land, not a famine of bread, nor thirst for water, but of hearing the words of the Lord. My soul thirsteth for God, for the living God. Psalms 42:3. Instances of this kind occur frequently. The words, with joy shall ye draw water out of the wells of salvation, Isaiah 12:3, are paraphrased by Jonathan son of Uzziel thus: You will joyfully receive new instruction from the chosen of the righteous. Consider how he explains water to indicate the wisdom which will then spread, and the wells, ma'ayane, as being identical with the eyes of the congregation, Numbers 15:24, in the sense of the chiefs or the wise. By the phrase from the chosen of the righteous, he expresses his belief that righteousness is true salvation. You now see how he gives to every word in this verse some signification referring to wisdom and study. This should be well considered. End of chapter 30. Part 1, Chapter 31 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31. Know that for the human mind there are certain objects of perception which are within the scope of its nature and capacity. On the other hand, there are amongst things which actually exist certain objects which the mind can in no way and by no means grasp. The gates of perception are closed against it. Further, there are things of which the mind understands one part but remains ignorant of the other. And when man is able to comprehend certain things, it does not follow that he must be able to comprehend everything. This also applies to the senses. They are able to perceive things, but not at every distance, and all other powers of the body are limited in a similar way. A man can, exempli gratia, carry 2 kikar, but he cannot carry 10 kikar. How individuals of the same species surpass each other in these sensations and in other bodily faculties is universally known, but there is a limit to them, and their power cannot extend to every distance or to every degree. All this is applicable to the intellectual faculties of man. There is a considerable difference between one person and another as regards to these faculties, as is well known to philosophers. While one man can discover a certain thing by himself, another is never able to understand it, even if taught by means of all possible expressions and metaphors, and during a long period. His mind can in no way grasp it. His capacity is insufficient for it. This distinction is not unlimited. A boundary is undoubtedly set to the human mind which it cannot pass. There are things beyond that boundary which are acknowledged to be inaccessible to human understanding, and man does not show any desire to comprehend them, being aware that such knowledge is impossible and that there are no means of overcoming the difficulty. Exempli gratia, we do not know the number of stars in heaven, whether the number is even or odd. We do not know the number of animals, minerals, or plants, and the like. There are other things, however, which man very much desires to know, and strenuous efforts to examine and to investigate them have been made by thinkers of all classes and at all times. They differ and disagree, and constantly raise new doubts with regard to them, because their minds are bent on comprehending such things, that is to say, they are moved by desire, and every one of them believes that he has discovered the way leading to a true knowledge of the thing, although human reason is entirely unable to demonstrate the fact by convincing evidence. For a proposition which can be proved by evidence is not subject to dispute, denial, or rejection. None but the ignorant would contradict it, and such contradiction is called denial of a demonstrated proof. Thus you find men who deny the spherical form of the earth, or the circular form of the line in which the stars move, and the like. Such men are not considered in this treatise. This confusion prevails mostly in metaphysical subjects, less in problems relating to physics, and is entirely absent from the exact sciences. Alexander Aphrodisius said that there are three causes which prevent men from discovering the exact truth. First, arrogance and vainglory. Secondly, the subtlety, depth, and difficulty of any subject which is being examined. Thirdly, ignorance and want of capacity to comprehend what might be comprehended. These causes are enumerated by Alexander. At the present time there is a fourth cause not mentioned by him, because it did not then prevail, namely, habit and training. We naturally like what we have been accustomed to, and are attracted towards it. This may be observed amongst villagers. Though they rarely enjoy the benefit of a douche or bath, and have few enjoyments and pass a life of privation, they dislike town life and do not desire its pleasures, preferring the inferior things to which they are accustomed to the better things to which they are strangers. It would give them no satisfaction to live in palaces, to be clothed in silk, and to indulge in baths, ointments, and perfumes. The same is the case with those opinions of man to which he has been accustomed from his youth. He likes them, defends them, and shuns the opposite views. This is likewise one of the causes which prevent men from finding truth, and which make them cling to their habitual opinions. Such is, exempli gratia, the case with the vulgar notions with respect to the corporeality of God, and many other metaphysical questions, as we shall explain. It is the result of long familiarity with passages of the Bible which they are accustomed to respect and to receive as true, and the literal sense of which implies the corporeality of God and other false notions. In truth, however, these words were employed as figures and metaphors for reason to be mentioned below. Do not imagine that what we have said of the insufficiency of our understanding and of its limited extent is an assertion founded only on the Bible. For philosophers likewise assert the same, and perfectly understand it, without having regard to any religion or opinion. It is a fact which is only doubted by those who ignore things fully proved. This chapter is intended as an introduction to the next. End of chapter 31. Part 1, Chapter 32 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. You must consider when reading this treatise that mental perception, because connected with matter, is subject to conditions similar to those to which physical perception is subject. That is to say, if your eye looks around, you can perceive all that is within the range of your vision. If, however, you overstrain your eye, exerting it too much by attempting to see an object which is too distant for your eye, or to examine writings or engravings too small for your sight, and forcing it to obtain a correct perception of them, you will not only weaken your sight with regard to that special object, but also for those things which you otherwise are able to perceive. Your eye will have become too weak to perceive what you were able to see before you exerted yourself and exceeded the limits of your vision. The same is the case with the speculative faculties of one who devotes himself to the study of any science. If a person studies too much and exhausts his reflective powers, he will be confused, and will not be able to apprehend even that which had been within the power of his apprehension. For the powers of the body are all alike in this respect. The mental perceptions are not exempt from a similar condition. If you admit the doubt, and do not persuade yourself to believe that there is a proof for things which cannot be demonstrated, or to try at once to reject and positively to deny an assertion the opposite of which has never been proved, or attempt to perceive things which are beyond your perception, then you have attained the highest degree of human perfection. Then you are like Rabbi Akiba, who in peace entered the study of these theological problems and came out in peace. If, on the other hand, you attempt to exceed the limit of your intellectual power, or at once to reject things as impossible which have never been proved to be impossible, or which are in fact possible, though their possibility be very remote, then you will be like Elisha Acher. You will not only fail to become perfect, but you will become exceedingly imperfect. Ideas founded on mere imagination will prevail over you. You will incline toward defects and toward base and degraded habits on account of the confusion which troubles your mind and of the dimness of its light, just as weakness of sight causes invalids to see many kinds of unreal images, especially when they have looked for a long time at dazzling or at very minute objects. Respecting this it has been said, Hast thou found honey? Eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest thou be filled therewith, and vomit it. Proverbs 25:16. Our sages also applied this verse to Elisha Acher. How excellent is this simile! In comparing knowledge to food, as we observed in chapter 30, the author of Proverbs mentions the sweetest food, namely honey, which has the further property of irritating the stomach and of causing sickness. He thus fully describes the nature of knowledge. Though great, excellent, noble, and perfect, it is injurious if not kept within bounds or not guarded properly. It is like honey, which gives nourishment and is pleasant when eaten in moderation, but is totally thrown away when eaten immoderately. Therefore it is not said, Lest thou be filled and loathe it, but, Lest thou vomit it. The same idea is expressed in the words, It is not good to eat much honey, Proverbs 25:27, and in the words, Neither make thyself overwise, why shouldst thou destroy thyself? Ecclesiastes 7:16. Compare, Keep thy foot when thou goest to the house of God, Ibid 5:1. The same subject is alluded to in the words of David, Neither do I exercise myself in great matters, or in things too high for me. Psalms 131:2. And in the sayings of our sages, Do not inquire into things which are too difficult for thee. Do not search what is hidden from thee. Study what you are allowed to study, and do not occupy thyself with mysteries. They meant to say, Let thy mind only attempt things which are within human perception. For the study of things which lie beyond man's comprehension is extremely injurious, as has been already stated. This lesson is also contained in the Talmudical passage which begins, He who considers four things, etc., and concludes, He who does not regard the honor of his Creator. Here also is given the advice, which we have already mentioned, vindication, that man should not rashly engage in speculation with false conceptions, and when he is in doubt about anything, or unable to find a proof for the object of his inquiry, he must not at once abandon, reject, and deny it. He must modestly keep back, and from regard to the honor of his Creator, hesitate from uttering an opinion and pause. This has already been explained. It was not the object of the prophets and our sages in these utterances to close the gate of investigation entirely, and to prevent the mind from comprehending what is within its reach, as is imagined by simple and idle people, whom it suits better to put forth their ignorance and incapacity as wisdom and perfection, and to regard the distinction and wisdom of others as irreligion and imperfection, thus taking darkness for light and light for darkness. The whole object of the prophets and the sages was to declare that a limit is set to human reason where it must halt. Do not criticize the words used in this chapter and in others in reference to the mind, for we only intended to give some idea of the subject in view, not to describe the essence of the intellect, for other chapters have been dedicated to this subject. End of chapter 32. Part 1, Chapter 33 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. You must know that it is very injurious to begin with this branch of philosophy, vindication metaphysics, or to explain at first the sense of the similes occurring in prophecies, and interpret the metaphors which are employed in historical accounts and which abound in the writings of the prophets. On the contrary, it is necessary to initiate the young and to instruct the less intelligent according to their comprehension. For those who appear to be talented and to have capacity for the higher method of study, it est that based on proof and on true logical argument should be gradually advanced towards perfection either by tuition or by self-instruction. He, however, who begins with metaphysics will not only become confused in matters of religion, but will fall into complete infidelity. I compare such a person to an infant fed with wheaten bread, meat, and wine. It will undoubtedly die, not because such food is naturally unfit for the human body, but because of the weakness of the child, who is unable to digest the food and cannot derive benefit from it. The same is the case with the true principles of science. They were presented in enigmas, clad in riddles, and taught by all wise men in the most mysterious way that could be devised, not because they contain some secret evil, or are contrary to the fundamental principles of the law, as fools think who are only philosophers in their own eyes, but because of the incapacity of man to comprehend them at the beginning of his studies. Only slight allusions have been made to them to serve for the guidance of those who are capable of understanding them. These sciences were, therefore, called mysteries, sodot, and secrets of the law, sitra Torah, as we shall explain. This also is the reason why the Torah speaks the language of man, as we have explained, for it is the object of the Torah to serve as a guide for the instruction of the young, of women, and of the common people, and as all of them are incapable to comprehend the true sense of the words, tradition was considered sufficient to convey all truths which were to be established, and as regards ideals, only such remarks were made as would lead towards a knowledge of their existence, though not to a comprehension of their true essence. When a man attains to perfection and arrives at a knowledge of the secrets of the law, either through the assistance of a teacher or by self-instruction, being led by the understanding of one part to the study of the other, he will belong to those who faithfully believe in the true principles, either because of conclusive proof, where proof is possible, or by forcible arguments, where argument is admissible. He will have a true notion of those things which he previously received in similes and metaphors, and he will fully understand their sense. We have frequently mentioned in this treatise the principle of our sages not to discuss the Ma'asa Merkaba even in the presence of one pupil, except he be wise and intelligent, and then only the headings of the chapters are to be given to him. We must therefore begin with teaching these subjects according to the capacity of the pupil and on two conditions. First, that he be wise, id est, that he should have successfully gone through the preliminary studies, and secondly, that he be intelligent, talented, clear-headed, and of quick perception, that is, have a mind of his own, mebin mda'ato, as our sages termed it. I will now proceed to explain the reasons why we should not instruct the multitude in pure metaphysics, or begin with describing to them the true essence of things, or with showing them that a thing must be as it is and cannot be otherwise. This will form the subject of the next chapter, and I proceed to say. End of chapter 33. Part 1, Chapter 34 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. There are 5 reasons why instruction should not begin with metaphysics, but should at first be restricted to pointing out what is fitted for notice and what may be manifest to the multitude. First reason, the subject itself is difficult, subtle, and profound. Far off and exceeding deep, who can find it out? Ecclesiastes 7:24. The following words of Job may be applied to it. Whence then cometh wisdom, and where is the place of understanding? Job 28:20. Instruction should not begin with abstruse and difficult subjects. In one of the similes contained in the Bible, wisdom is compared to water, and amongst other interpretations given by our sages of this simile occurs the following. He who can swim may bring up pearls from the depth of the sea. He who is unable to swim will be drowned. Therefore only such persons as have had proper instruction should expose themselves to the risk. Second reason, the intelligence of man is at first insufficient, for he is not endowed with perfection at the beginning, but at first possesses perfection only in potentia, not in fact. Thus it is said, and man is born a wild ass. Job 11:12. If a man possesses a certain faculty in potentia, it does not follow that it must become in him a reality. He may possibly remain deficient either on account of some obstacle or from want of training in practices which would turn the possibility into a reality. Thus it is distinctly stated in the Bible, not many are wise, Ibid 32:9. Also our sages say, I noticed how few were those who attained to a higher degree of perfection. Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Sukkah 45a. There are many things which obstruct the path to perfection, and which keep man away from it. Where can he find sufficient preparation and leisure to learn all that is necessary in order to develop that perfection which he has in potentia? Third reason, the preparatory studies are of long duration, and man, in his natural desire to reach the goal, finds them frequently too wearisome, and does not wish to be troubled by them. Be convinced that if man were able to reach the end without preparatory studies, such studies would not be preparatory, but tiresome and utterly superfluous. Suppose you awaken any person, even the most simple, as if from sleep, and you say to him, Do you not desire to know what the heavens are, what is their number and their form, what beings are contained in them, what the angels are, how the creation of the whole world took place, what is its purpose, and what is the relation of its various parts to each other? What is the nature of the soul? How it enters the body? Whether it has an independent existence, and if so, how it can exist independently of the body? By what means and to what purpose? And similar problems? he would undoubtedly say yes, and show a natural desire for the true knowledge of these things, but he will wish to satisfy that desire and to attain to that knowledge by listening to a few words from you. Ask him to interrupt his usual pursuits for a week till he learn all this, he would not do it, and would be satisfied and contented with imaginary and misleading notions. He would refuse to believe that there is anything which requires preparatory studies and persevering research. You, however, know how all these subjects are connected together, for there is nothing else in existence but God and his works, the latter including all existing things besides him. We can only obtain a knowledge of him through his works. His works give evidence of his existence and show what must be assumed concerning him, that is to say, what must be attributed to him either affirmatively or negatively. It is thus necessary to examine all things according to their essence, to infer from every species such true and well-established propositions as may assist us in the solution of metaphysical problems. Again, many propositions based on the nature of numbers and the properties of geometrical figures are useful in examining things which must be negatived in reference to God, and these negations will lead us to further inferences. You will certainly not doubt the necessity of studying astronomy and physics if you are desirous of comprehending the relation between the world and providence as it is in reality, and not according to imagination. There are also many subjects of speculation which, though not preparing the way for metaphysics, help to train the reasoning power, enabling it to understand the nature of a proof and to test truth by characteristics essential to it. They remove the confusion arising in the minds of most thinkers who confound accidental with essential properties, and likewise the wrong opinions resulting therefrom. We may add that although they do not form the basis for metaphysical research, they assist in forming a correct notion of these things, and are certainly useful in many other things connected with that discipline. Consequently, he who wishes to attain to human perfection must therefore first study logic, next the various branches of mathematics in their proper order, then physics, and lastly metaphysics. We find that many who have advanced to a certain point in the study of these disciplines become weary and stop, that others who are endowed with sufficient capacity are interrupted in their studies by death, which surprises them while still engaged with the preliminary course. Now, if no knowledge whatever had been given to us by means of tradition, and if we had not been brought to the belief in a thing through the medium of similes, we would have been bound to form a perfect notion of things with their essential characteristics, and to believe only what we could prove, a goal which could only be attained by long preparation. In such a case, most people would die without having known whether there was a God or not, much less that certain things must be asserted about him, and other things denied as defects. From such a fate, not even one of a city or two of a family, Jeremiah 3:14, would have escaped. As regards the privileged few, the remnant whom the Lord calls, Joel 3:5, they only attain the perfection at which they aim after due preparatory labor. The necessity of such a preparation and the need of such a training for the acquisition of real knowledge has been plainly stated by King Solomon in the following words: "If the iron be blunt, and he do not whet the edge, then must he put to more strength, and it is profitable to prepare for wisdom." Ecclesiastes 10:10. Hear counsel and receive instruction, that thou mayest be wise in thy latter end. Proverbs 19:20. There is still another urgent reason why the preliminary disciplines should be studied and understood. During the study many doubts present themselves, and the difficulties or the objections raised against certain assertions are soon understood, just as the demolition of a building is easier than its erection. while on the other hand it is impossible to prove an assertion or to remove any doubts without having recourse to several propositions taken from these preliminary studies. He who approaches metaphysical problems without proper preparation is like a person who journeys towards a certain place and on the road falls into a deep pit, out of which he cannot rise, and he must perish there. If he had not gone forth, but had remained at home, it would have been better for him. Solomon has expatiated in the book of Proverbs on sluggards and their indolence, by which he figuratively refers to indolence in the search after wisdom. He thus speaks of a man who desires to know the final results, but does not exert himself to understand the preliminary disciplines which lead to them, doing nothing else but desire. The desire of the slothful killeth him, for his hands refuse to labor. He coveteth greedily all the day long, but the righteous giveth and spareth not. Proverbs 21, 25 and 26. That is to say, if the desire killeth the slothful, it is because he neglects to seek the thing which might satisfy his desire. He does nothing but desire, and hopes to obtain a thing without using the means to reach it. It would be better for him were he without that desire. Observe how the end of the simile throws light on its beginning. It concludes with the words, "But the righteous giveth and spareth not." The antithesis of righteous and slothful can only be justified on the basis of our interpretation. Solomon thus indicates that only such a man is righteous who gives to everything its due portion, that is to say, who gives to the study of a thing the whole time required for it, and does not devote any part of that time to another purpose. The passage may therefore be paraphrased thus: "And the righteous man devotes his ways to wisdom, and does not withhold any of them." Compare, "Give not thy strength unto women." Proverbs 31:3. The majority of scholars, that is to say the most famous in science, are afflicted with this failing, vide licet, that of hurrying at once to the final results, and of speaking about them without treating of the preliminary disciplines. Led by folly or ambition to disregard those preparatory studies, for the attainment of which they are either incapable or too idle, some scholars endeavor to prove that these are injurious or superfluous. On reflection, the truth will become obvious. The fourth reason is taken from the physical constitution of man. It has been proved that moral conduct is a preparation for intellectual progress, and that only a man whose character is pure, calm, and steadfast can attain to intellectual perfection, that is, acquire correct conceptions. Many men are naturally so constituted that all perfection is impossible. Exempli gratia, he whose heart is very warm, and is himself very powerful, is sure to be passionate, though he tries to counteract that disposition by training. He whose testicles are warm, humid, and vigorous, and the organs connected therewith are surcharged, will not easily refrain from sin, even if he makes great efforts to restrain himself. You also find persons of great levity and rashness, whose excited manners and wild gestures prove that their constitution is in disorder, and their temperament so bad that it cannot be cured. Such persons can never attain to perfection. It is utterly useless to occupy oneself with them on such a subject as metaphysics, for this science is, as you know, different from the science of medicine and of geometry, and, from the reason already mentioned, it is not every person who is capable of approaching it. It is impossible for a man to study it successfully without moral preparation. He must acquire the highest degree of uprightness and integrity. For the froward is an abomination to the Lord, but his secret is with the righteous. Proverbs 3:32. Therefore it was considered inadvisable to teach it to young men. Nay, it is impossible for them to comprehend it, on account of the heat of their blood and the flame of youth, which confuses their minds. That heat, which causes all the disorder, must first disappear. They must have become moderate and settled, humble in their hearts, and subdued in their temperament. Only then will they be able to arrive at the highest degree of the perception of God, id est, the study of metaphysics, which is called Mūsā Merkabah. Compare, the Lord is nigh unto them that are of a broken heart. Psalms 34:18. I dwell in the high and lofty place, with him also that is of a contrite and humble spirit, to revive the spirit of the humble, and to revive the heart of the contrite ones. Isaiah 57:15. Therefore, the rule, the heading of the sections may be confided to him, is further restricted in the Talmud in the following way. The headings of the sections must only be handed down to the Abet Din, president of the court, whose heart is full of care, id est, in whom wisdom is united with humility, meekness, and a great dread of sin. It is further stated there, the secrets of the law can only be communicated to a counselor, scholar, and good orator. These qualities can only be acquired if the physical constitution of the student favor their development. You certainly know that some persons, though exceedingly able, are very weak in giving counsel, while others are ready with proper counsel and good advice in social and political matters. A person so endowed is called counselor, and may be unable to comprehend purely abstract notions, even such as are similar to common sense. He is unacquainted with them, and has no talent whatever for them. We apply to him the words, Wherefore is there a price in the hand of a fool to get wisdom, seeing he hath no heart to it? Proverbs 17:16. Others are intelligent and naturally clear-sighted, able to convey complicated ideas in concise and well-chosen language. Such a person is called a good orator, but he has not been engaged in the pursuit of science, or has not acquired any knowledge of it. Those who have actually acquired a knowledge of the sciences are called wise in arts, or scholars. The Hebrew term for wise in arts, Chakam Harashim, has been explained in the Talmud as implying that when such a man speaks, all become, as it were, speechless. Now consider how in the writings of the rabbis, the admission of a person into discourses on metaphysics is made dependent on distinction in social qualities and study of philosophy, as well as the possession of clear-sightedness, intelligence, eloquence, and ability to communicate things by slight allusions. If a person satisfies these requirements, the secrets of the law are confided to him. In the same place, we also read the following passage. Rabbi Yochanan said to Rabbi Elazar, Come, I will teach you Mūsā Merkabah. The reply was, I am not yet old. Or in other words, I have not yet become old. I still perceive in myself the hot blood and the rashness of youth. You learn from this that, in addition to the above-named good qualities, a certain age is also required. How then could any person speak on these metaphysical themes in the presence of ordinary people, of children, and of women? Fifth reason, man is disturbed in his intellectual occupation by the necessity of looking after the material wants of the body, especially if the necessity of providing for wife and children be superadded, much more so if he seeks superfluities in addition to his ordinary wants, for by custom and bad habits these become a powerful motive. Even the perfect man to whom we have referred, if too busy with these necessary things, much more so if busy with unnecessary things and filled with a great desire for them, must weaken or altogether lose his desire for study, to which he will apply himself with interruption, lassitude, and want of attention. He will not attain to that for which he is fitted by his abilities, or he will acquire imperfect knowledge, a confused mass of true and false ideas. For these reasons it was proper that the study of metaphysics should have been exclusively cultivated by privileged persons and not entrusted to the common people. It is not for the beginner, and he should abstain from it, as the little child has to abstain from taking solid food and from carrying heavy weights. End of chapter 34. Part 1, Chapter 35 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Do not think that what we have laid down in the preceding chapters on the importance, obscurity, and difficulty of the subject and its unsuitableness for communication to ordinary persons includes the doctrine of God's incorporeality and his exemption from all affections, pathe. This is not the case, for in the same way as all people must be informed, and even children must be trained in the belief that God is one and that none besides him is to be worshipped, so must all be taught by simple authority that God is incorporeal, that there is no similarity in any way whatsoever between him and his creatures, that his existence is not like the existence of his creatures, his life not like that of any living being, his wisdom not like the wisdom of the wisest of men, and that the difference between him and his creatures is not merely quantitative but absolute, as between two individuals of two different classes. I mean to say that all must understand that our wisdom and his, or our power and his, do not differ quantitatively or qualitatively or in a similar manner, for two things, of which the one is the stronger and the other the weak, are necessarily similar, belong to the same class, and can be included in one definition. The same is the case with all other comparisons. They can only be made between two things belonging to the same class, as has been shown in works on natural science. Anything predicated of God is totally different from our attributes. No definition can comprehend both. Therefore, his existence and that of any other being totally differ from each other, and the term existence is applied to both homonymously, as I shall explain. This suffices for the guidance of children and of ordinary persons who must believe that there is a being existing, perfect, incorporeal, not inherent in a body as a force in it, God, who is above all kinds of deficiency, above all affections. But the question concerning the attributes of God, their inadmissibility, and the meaning of those attributes which are ascribed to him, concerning the creation, his providence in providing for everything, concerning his will, his perception, his knowledge of everything, concerning prophecy and its various degrees, concerning the meaning of his names which imply the idea of unity, though they are more than one, all these things are very difficult problems. The true secrets of the law, the secrets mentioned so frequently in the books of the prophets and in the words of our teachers, the subjects of which we should only mention the headings of the chapters as we have already stated, and only in the presence of a person satisfying the above-mentioned conditions. That God is incorporeal, that he cannot be compared with his creatures, that he is not subject to external influence, these are things which must be explained to everyone according to his capacity, and they must be taught by way of tradition to children and women, to the stupid and ignorant, as they are taught that God is one, that he is eternal, and that he alone is to be worshipped. Without incorporeality there is no unity, for a corporeal thing is in the first case not simple, but composed of matter and form, which are two separate things by definition, and secondly, as it has extension, it is also divisible. When persons have received this doctrine, and have been trained in this belief, and are in consequence at a loss to reconcile it with the writings of the prophets, the meaning of the latter must be made clear and explained to them by pointing out the homonymity and the figurative application of certain terms discussed in this part of the work. Their belief in the unity of God and in the words of the prophets will then be a true and perfect belief. Those who are not sufficiently intelligent to comprehend the true interpretation of these passages in the Bible, or to understand that the same term admits of two different interpretations, may simply be told that the scriptural passage is clearly understood by the wise, but that they should content themselves with knowing that God is incorporeal, that he is never subject to external influence, as passivity implies a change, while God is entirely free from all change, that he cannot be compared to anything besides himself, that no definition includes him together with any other being, that the words of the prophets are true, and that difficulties met with may be explained on this principle. This may suffice for that class of persons, and it is not proper to leave them in the belief that God is corporeal, or that he has any of the properties of material objects, just as there is no need to leave them in the belief that God does not exist, that there are more gods than one, or that any other being may be worshipped. End of chapter 35. Part 1, Chapter 36 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. I shall explain to you, when speaking on the attributes of God, in what sense we can say that a particular thing pleases him or excites his anger and his wrath, and in reference to certain persons that God was pleased with them, was angry with them, or was in wrath against them. This is not the subject of the present chapter. I intend to explain in it what I am now going to say. You must know that in examining the law and the books of the prophets, you will not find expressions burning anger, provocation, or jealousy applied to God except in reference to idolatry, and that none but the idolater called enemy, adversary, or hater of the Lord. Compare, and ye serve other gods, and then the Lord's wrath will be kindled against you. Deuteronomy 11:16 and 17. Lest the anger of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee, etc. Ibid 6:15. To provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. Ibid 31:29. They have moved me to jealousy with that which is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities. Ibid 32:21. For the Lord thy God is a jealous God. Ibid 6:15. Why have they provoked me to anger with their graven images and with strange vanities? Jeremiah 8:19. Because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. Deuteronomy 32:19. For fires kindled in mine anger. Ibid 22. The Lord will take vengeance on his adversaries, and he reserveth wrath for his enemies. Nahum 1:2. And repayeth them that hate him. Deuteronomy 7:10. Until he hath driven out his enemies from before him. Numbers 32:21. Which the Lord thy God hateth. Deuteronomy 16:22. For every abomination to the Lord which he hateth have they done unto their gods. Ibid 12:31. Instances like these are innumerable, and if you examine all the examples met with in the holy writings, you will find that they confirm our view. The prophets in their writings laid special stress on this, because it concerns error in reference to God. It concerns idolatry. For if anyone believes that, exempli gratia, Zaid is standing, while in fact he is sitting, he does not deviate from truth so much as one who believes that fire is under the air, or that water is under the earth, or that the earth is a plane, or things similar to these. The latter does not deviate so much from truth as one who believes that the sun consists of fire, or that the heavens form a hemisphere, and similar things. In the third instance, the deviation from truth is less than the deviation of a man who believes that angels eat and drink, and the like. The latter again deviates less from truth than one who believes that something besides God is to be worshipped. For ignorance and error concerning a great thing, i.e., a thing which has a high position in the universe, are of greater importance than those which refer to a thing which occupies a lower place. By error, I mean the belief that a thing is different from what it really is. By ignorance, the want of knowledge respecting things, the knowledge of which can be obtained. If a person does not know the measure of the cone or the sphericity of the sun, it is not so important as not to know whether God exists or whether the world exists without God. And if a man assumes that the cone is half of the cylinder or the sun is a circle, it is not so injurious as to believe that God is more than one. You must know that idolaters, when worshipping idols, do not believe that there is no God besides them, and no idolater ever did assume that any image made of metal, stone, or wood has created the heavens and the earth, and still governs them. Idolatry is founded on the idea that a particular form represents the agent between God and his creatures. This is plainly said in passages like the following: "Who would not fear thee, O King of nations?" Jeremiah 10:7. "And in every place incense is offered unto my name." Malachi 1:11. By my name, allusion is made to the being which is called by them, i.e., the idolaters, the first cause. We have already explained this in our larger work, Mishneh Torah, Part 1, on idolatry, Chapter 1. And none of our co-religionists can doubt it. The infidels, however, though believing in the existence of the Creator, attack the exclusive prerogative of God, namely the service and worship which was commanded in order that the belief of the people in his existence should be firmly established in the words, "And you shall serve the Lord," etc. Exodus 23:25. By transferring that prerogative to other beings, they cause the people who only notice the rites without comprehending their meaning or the true character of the being which is worshipped to renounce their belief in the existence of God. They were therefore punished with death. Compare, "Thou shalt save alive nothing that breatheth." Deuteronomy 20:16. The object of this commandment, as is distinctly stated, is to extirpate that false opinion in order that other men should not be corrupted by it any more. In the words of the Bible, that they teach you not, etc. Ibid 18. They are called enemies, foes, adversaries. By worshipping idols, they are said to provoke God to jealousy, anger, and wrath. How great, then, must be the offense of him who has a wrong opinion of God himself, and believes him to be different from what he truly is, i.e., assumes that he does not exist, that he consists of two elements, that he is corporeal, that he is subject to external influence, or ascribes to him any defect whatever. Such a person is undoubtedly worse than he who worships idols in the belief that they, as agents, can do good or evil. Therefore bear in mind that by the belief in the corporeality or in anything connected with corporeality, you would provoke God to jealousy and wrath, kindle his fire and anger, become his foe, his enemy, and his adversary in a higher degree than by the worship of idols. If you think that there is an excuse for those who believe in the corporeality of God on the ground of their training, their ignorance of their defective comprehension, you must make the same concession to the worshipper of idols. Their worship is due to ignorance or to early training. They continue in the custom of their fathers. Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Chulin 13a. You will perhaps say that the literal interpretation of the Bible causes men to fall into that doubt, but you must know that idolaters were likewise brought to their belief by false imaginations and ideas. There is no excuse whatever for those who, being unable to think for themselves, do not accept the doctrine of the incorporeality of God from the true philosophers. I do not consider those men as infidels who are unable to prove the incorporeality, but I hold those to be so who do not believe it, especially when they see that Onkelos and Jonathan avoid in reference to God expressions implying corporeality as much as possible. This is all I intended to say in this chapter. End of chapter 36. Part 1, Chapter 37 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. The Hebrew term panim, face, is homonymous. Most of its various meanings have a figurative character. It denotes in the first place the face of a living being. Compare, and all faces are turned into paleness. Jeremiah 36. Wherefore are your faces so sad? Genesis 47. In this sense the term occurs frequently. The next meaning of the word is anger. Compare, and her anger, paneha, was gone. 1 Samuel 1:18. Accordingly, the term is frequently used in reference to God in the sense of anger and wrath. Compare, the anger, pene, of the Lord hath divided them. Lamentations 4:16. The anger, pene, of the Lord is against them that do evil. Psalms 34:17. Mine anger, panai, shall go, and I will give thee rest. Exodus 33:14. Then will I set mine anger, panai. Leviticus 23. There are many other instances. Another meaning of the word is the presence and existence of a person. Compare, he died in the presence, pene, id est, in the lifetime of all his brethren. Genesis 25:18. And in the presence, pene, of all the people, I will be glorified. Leviticus 10:3. He will surely curse thee in thy very presence. Paneka. Job 1:11. In the same sense the word is used in the following passage. And the Lord spake unto Moses face to face, id est, both being present, without any intervening medium between them. Compare, come, let us look one another in the face. 2 Kings 14:8. And also, the Lord talked with you face to face. Deuteronomy 5:4. Instead of which we read more plainly in another place, ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude, only ye heard a voice. Ibid 4:12. The hearing of the voice without seeing any similitude is termed face to face. Similarly do the words, and the Lord spake unto Moses face to face, correspond to there he heard the voice of one speaking unto him. Numbers 7:89, in the description of God speaking to Moses. Thus it will be clear to you that the perception of the divine voice without the intervention of an angel is expressed by face to face. In the same sense, the word panim must be understood in, and my face, panai, shall not be seen. Exodus 33:23. Id est, my true existence as it is cannot be comprehended. The word panim is also used in Hebrew as an adverb of place, in the sense of before or between the hands. In this sense, it is frequently employed in reference to God. So also in the passage, and my face, panai, shall not be seen, according to Onkelos, who renders it, and those before me shall not be seen. He finds here an allusion to the fact that there are also higher created beings of such superiority that their true nature cannot be perceived by man. Videlicet the ideals, separate intellects which in their relation to God are described as being constantly before him or between his hands. Id est, as enjoying uninterruptedly the closest attention of divine providence. He, id est onkelos, considers that the things which are described as completely perceptible are those beings which, as regards existence, are inferior to the ideals, videlicet substance and form, in reference to which we are told, and thou shalt see that which is behind me. Ibid. Id est beings from which, as it were, I turn away, and which I leave behind me. This figure is to represent the utter remoteness of such beings from the deity. You shall later on, chapter 54, hear my explanation of what Moses our teacher asked for. The word is also used as an adverb of time, meaning before. Compare, in former time, lefanim in Israel. Ruth 4:7. Of old, lefanim, hast thou laid the foundation of the earth. Psalms 102:25. Another signification of the word is attention and regard. Compare, thou shalt not have regard, pene, to the poor, Leviticus 20:15, and a person receiving attention, panim, Isaiah 3:3. What does not show regard, panim, etc., Deuteronomy 10:17, etc. The word panim, face, has a similar signification in the blessing, the Lord turn his face to thee. Id est, the Lord let his providence accompany thee and give thee peace. End of chapter 37. Part 1, Chapter 38 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. The Hebrew term achor is a homonym. It is a noun signifying back. Compare behind achare, the tabernacle. Exodus 36:12. The spear came out behind him, acharav. 2 Samuel 2:23. It is next used in reference to time, signifying after. Neither after him, acharav, arose there any like him. 2 Kings 23:25. After achar, these things. Genesis 15:1. In this sense, the word occurs frequently. The term includes also the idea of following a thing and of conforming with the moral principles of some other being. Compare, ye shall walk after achare the Lord your God. Deuteronomy 13:5. They shall walk after achare the Lord. Hosea 11:10. Id est, follow his will, walk in the way of his actions, and imitate his virtues. He walked after achare, the commandment. Ibid 5:11. In this sense, the word occurs in Exodus 33:20. And thou shalt see my back, achorai, thou shalt perceive that which follows me is similar to me and is the result of my will. Id est, all things created by me, as will be explained in the course of this treatise. End of chapter 38. Part 1, Chapter 39 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. The Hebrew leb, heart, is a homonymous noun signifying that organ which is the source of life to all beings possessing a heart. Compare, and thrust them through the heart of Absalom. 1 Samuel 18:4. This organ being in the middle of the body, the word has been figuratively applied to express the middle part of a thing. Compare, unto the midst, leb, of heaven. Deuteronomy 4:11. The midst, lebat, of fire. Exodus 3:2. It further denotes thought. Compare, Went not mine heart with thee? 2 Kings 5:26. Id est, I was with thee in my thought when a certain event happened. Similarly must be explained, and that ye seek not after your own heart. Numbers 15:39. Id est, after your own thoughts. Whose heart id est, whose thought turneth away this day. Deuteronomy 29:18. The word further signifies counsel. Compare. All the rest of Israel were of one heart, id est, had one plan, to make David king. 1 Chronicles 12:38. But fools die for want of heart, id est, of counsel. My heart, id est, my counsel, shall not turn away from this so long as I live. Job 27:6. For this sentence is preceded by the words, My righteousness I hold fast, and will not let it go. And then follows, My heart shall never turn away from this. As regards the expression, yecheraf, I think that it may be compared with the same verb in the form nechrefet, a handmaid betrothed, nechrefet, to a man, Leviticus 19:20, where nechrefet is similar in meaning to the Arabic monharifat, turning away, and signifies turning from the state of slavery to that of marriage. Leb, heart, denotes also will. Compare, and I shall give you pastors according to my will. Libbi, Jeremiah 3:15. Is thine heart right as my heart is? 2 Kings 10:15. Id est, is thy will right as my will is? In this sense, the word has been figuratively applied to God. Compare, that shall do according to that which is in mine heart and in my soul. 1 Samuel 2:35. Id est, according to my will, and mine eyes and mine heart. Id est, my providence and my will shall be there perpetually. 1 Kings 9:3. The word is also used in the sense of understanding. Compare, for vain man will be endowed with a heart. Job 11:12. Id est, will be wise. A wise man's heart is at his right hand. Ecclesiastes 10:2. Id est, his understanding is engaged in perfect thoughts, the highest problems. Instances of this kind are numerous. It is in this sense, namely, that of understanding, that the word is used whenever figuratively applied to God. But exceptionally, it is also used in the sense of will. It must in each passage be explained in accordance with the context. Also, in the following and similar passages, it signifies understanding. Consider it in thine heart, Deuteronomy 4:39, and none considereth in his heart, Isaiah 44:19. Thus also, yet the Lord hath not given you an heart to perceive, is identical in its meaning with, unto thee it was shown that thou mightest know. Deuteronomy 4:35. As to the passage, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, Ibid 6:5, I explain with all thine heart to mean with all the powers of thine heart, that is, with all the powers of the body, for they all have their origin in the heart, and the sense of the entire passage is, make the knowledge of God the aim of all thy actions, as we have stated in our commentary on the Mishnah, Abot, 8 chapters, 5, and in our Mishnah Torah, Yesodei HaTorah, chapter 2:2. End of chapter 39. Part 1, Chapter 40 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. Ruach is a homonym, signifying air, that is, one of the four elements. Compare, and the air of God moved. Genesis 1:2. It denotes also wind. Compare, and the east wind, Ruach, brought the locusts. Exodus 10:13. West wind, Ruach, Ibid 19. In this sense, the word occurs frequently. Next, it signifies breath. Compare a breath, ruach, that passed away and does not come again. Psalms 78:39. Wherein is the breath, ruach, of life? Genesis 7:15. It signifies also that which remains of man after his death, and is not subject to destruction. Compare, and the spirit, ruach, shall return unto God who gave it. Ecclesiastes 12:7. Another signification of this word is the divine inspiration of the prophets whereby they prophesy, as we shall explain when speaking on prophecy as far as it is opportune to discuss the subject in a treatise like this. Compare, and I will take of the Spirit, ruach, which is upon thee, and will put it upon them. Numbers 11:17. And it came to pass, when the Spirit, ruach, rested upon them, Ibid 25. The Spirit, ruach, of the Lord spake by me, 2 Samuel 13:2. The term is frequently used in this sense. The meaning of intention, will, is likewise contained in the word ruach. Compare, a fool uttereth all his spirit, ruach, Proverbs 29:11, id est, his intention and will. And the spirit, ruach, of Egypt shall fail in the midst thereof, and I will destroy the counsel thereof. Isaiah 19:3. Id est, her intentions will be frustrated, and her plans will be obscured. Who has comprehended the spirit, ruach, of the Lord, or who is familiar with his counsel, that he may tell us? Isaiah 40:13. Id est, who knows the order fixed by his will, or perceives the system of his providence in the existing world, that he may tell us, as we shall explain in the chapters in which we shall speak on providence. Thus the Hebrew ruach, when used in reference to God, has generally the fifth signification, sometimes, however, as explained above, the last signification, videlicet, will. The meaning of the word in each individual case is therefore to be determined by the context. End of chapter 40. Part 1, Chapter 41 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. The Hebrew nephesh, soul, is a homonymous noun signifying the vitality which is common to all living sentient beings, exempli gratia, wherein there is a living soul, nephesh, Genesis 1:30. It denotes also blood, as in, thou shalt not eat the blood, nephesh, with the meat, Deuteronomy 12:23. Another signification of the term is reason, that is, the distinguishing characteristic of man, as in, as the Lord liveth that made us this soul, Jeremiah 38:16. It denotes also the part of man that remains after his death, nephesh, soul. Compare, but the soul, nephesh, of my Lord shall be bound in the bundle of life, 1 Samuel 25:29. Lastly, it denotes will. Compare, to bind his princes at his will, be nafsho, Psalms 105:22. Thou wilt not deliver me unto the will, benephesh, of my enemies, Psalms 41:3. And according to my opinion, it has this meaning also in the following passages. If it be your will, nafshechem, that I should bury my dead, Genesis 23:8. Though Moses and Samuel stood before me, yet my will, nefshi, could not be toward this people, Jeremiah 15:1. That is, I had no pleasure in them, I did not wish to preserve them. When nephesh is used in reference to God, it has the meaning will, as we have already explained with reference to the passage, that shall do according to that which is in my will, be lebabi, and in mine intention, be nefshi, 1 Samuel 2:35. Similarly, we explain the phrase, and his will, nefsho, to trouble Israel ceased, Judges 10:16. Jonathan the son of Uzziel, in the Targum of the Prophets, did not translate this passage because he understood nefshi to have the first signification, and finding, therefore, in these words sensation ascribed to God, he omitted them from his translation. If, however, nephesh be here taken in the last signification, the sentence can well be explained, for in the passage which precedes it is stated that Providence abandoned the Israelites and left them on the brink of death. Then they cried and prayed for help, but in vain. When, however, they had thoroughly repented, when their misery had increased, and their enemy had had power over them, he showed mercy to them, and his will to continue their trouble and misery ceased. Note it well, for it is remarkable. The preposition ba in this passage has the force of the preposition min, from or of, and ba'amal is identical with ma'amal. Grammarians give many instances of this use of the preposition ba, and that which remaineth of ba, the flesh, and of ba, the bread, Leviticus 8:32. If there remains but few of ba, the years, Ibid 25:52. Of ba, the strangers, and of ba, those born in the land, Exodus 12:19. End of chapter 41. Part 1, Chapter 42 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. Hai, living, signifies a sentient organism, literally growing and having sensation. Compare, every moving thing that liveth, Genesis 9:3. It also denotes recovery from a severe illness, and was recovered, v'yachi, of his sickness, Isaiah 38:9, in the camp till they recovered, chayotam, Joshua 5:8, quick, raw, chai, flesh, Leviticus 13:10. Mavet signifies death and severe illness, as in, his heart died, v'yamut, within him, and he became as a stone, 1 Samuel 25:37. That is, his illness was severe. For this reason it is stated concerning the son of the woman of Zarephath, and his sickness was so sore that there was no breath left in him. 1 Kings 17:17. The simple expression v'yamut would have given the idea that he was very ill, near death, like Nabal, when he heard what had taken place. Some of the Andalusian authors say that his breath was suspended, so that no breathing could be perceived at all, as sometimes an invalid is seized with a fainting fit or an attack of asphyxia, and it cannot be discovered whether he is alive or dead. In this condition the patient may remain a day or two. The term chai has also been employed in reference to the acquisition of wisdom. Compare, so shall they be life, chayim, unto thy soul. Proverbs 3:22. For whoso findeth me findeth life. Ibid 8:35. For they are life, chayim, to those that find them. Ibid 4:22. Such instances are numerous. In accordance with this metaphor, true principles are called life, and corrupt principles death. Thus the Almighty says, See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil. Deuteronomy 30:15, showing that life and good, death and evil are identical, and then he explains these terms. In the same way I understand his words, that ye may live, Ibid 5:33, in accordance with the traditional interpretation of that it may be well with thee, scilicet, in the life to come, Ibid 22:7. In consequence of the frequent use of this figure in our language, our sages say, the righteous even in death are called living, while the wicked even in life are called dead. Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Barakot, page 78. Note this well. End of chapter 42. Part 1, Chapter 43 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43. The Hebrew kanaf is a homonym. Most of its meanings are metaphorical. Its primary signification is wing of a flying creature, exempli gratia, any winged kanaf, fowl that flieth in the air, Deuteronomy 4:17. The term was next applied figuratively to the wings or corners of garments. Compare, upon the four corners, kanfot, of thy vesture, Ibid 22:12. It was also used to denote the ends of the inhabited part of the earth, and the corners that are most distant from our habitation. Compare, that it might take hold of the ends, kanfot, of the earth, Job 38:13. From the uttermost part, kenaf, of the earth, have we heard songs, Isaiah 24:16. Ibn Ganah, in his Book of Hebrew Roots, says that kanaf is used in the sense of concealing in analogy with the Arabic, kanaftu shay'an, I have hidden something, and accordingly explains Isaiah 30:20, and thy teacher will no longer be hidden or concealed. It is a good explanation, and I think that kanaf has the same meaning in Deuteronomy 23:1. He shall not take away the cover, kanaf, of his father. Also in spread therefore thy cover, kanafika, over thine handmaid, Ruth 3:9. In this sense I think the word is figuratively applied to God and to angels, for angels are not corporeal, according to my opinion, as I shall explain. Ruth 2:12 must therefore be translated, under whose protection, kenafav, thou art come to trust. And wherever the word occurs in reference to angels, it means concealment. You have surely noticed the words of Isaiah 6:2, with twain he covered his face, and with twain he covered his feet. Their meaning is this: the cause of his angel's existence is hidden and concealed. This is meant by the covering of the face. The things of which he, the angel, is the cause, and which are called his feet, as I stated in speaking of the homonym regel, are likewise concealed. For the actions of the intelligences are not seen, and their ways are, except after long study, not understood on account of two reasons, the one of which is contained in their own properties, the other in ourselves. That is to say, because our perception is imperfect, and the ideals are difficult to be fully comprehended. As regards the phrase, and with twain he flieth, I shall explain in a special chapter, 49, why flight has been attributed to angels. End of chapter 43. Part 1, Chapter 44 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44. The Hebrew ayin is a homonym, signifying fountain, exempli gratia, by a fountain in of water, Genesis 16:7. It next denotes eye. Compare ayin, eye for eye, Exodus 21:24. Another meaning of the word is providence, as it is said concerning Jeremiah, take him and direct thine attention, Eneka, to him, Jeremiah 39:12. In this figurative sense, it is to be understood when used in reference to God, exempli gratia, and my providence and my pleasure shall be there perpetually, 1 Kings 9:3, as we have already explained, page 140. The eyes, ene, id est the providence of the Lord thy God, are always upon it, Deuteronomy 11:12. They are the eyes, ene, of the Lord, which run to and fro through the whole earth, Zechariah 4:10. Id est, his providence is extended over everything that is on earth, as will be explained in the chapters in which we shall treat of providence. When, however, the word eye is connected with the verb to see, rah or chazah, as in open thine eyes and see, 1 Kings 19:16, his eyes behold, Psalms 11:4, the phrase denotes perception of the mind, not that of the senses. For every sensation is a passive state, as is well known to you, and God is active, never passive, as will be explained by me. End of chapter 44. Part 1, Chapter 45 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. Shama is used homonymously. It signifies to hear and also to obey. As regards the first signification, compare, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth, Exodus 13:13, and the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, Genesis 45:16. Instances of this kind are numerous. Equally frequent are the instances of this verb being used in the sense of to obey. And they hearkened, Shema'u, not unto Moses. Exodus 6:9. If they obey, Yishme'u, and serve him. Job 36:11. Shall we then hearken, Nishma, unto you? Nehemiah 13:27. Whosoever will not hearken, Yishma, unto thy words. Joshua 1:18. The verb also signifies to know, to understand. Compare, a nation whose tongue id est, its language. Thou shalt not understand. Tishma, Deuteronomy 28:49. The verb shama, used in reference to God, must be taken in the sense of perceiving, which is part of the third signification, whenever, according to the literal interpretation of the passage, it appears to have the first meaning. Compare. And the Lord heard, Numbers 11:1, for that he heareth your murmurings, Exodus 16:7. In all such passages, mental perception is meant. When, however, according to the literal interpretation, the verb appears to have the second signification, it implies that God responded to the prayer of man and fulfilled his wish, or did not respond and did not fulfill his wish. I will surely hear his cry. Exodus 22:23. I will hear, for I am gracious. Ibid 27. Bow down thine ear and hear. 2 Kings 19:16. But the Lord would not hearken to your voice, nor give ear unto you. Deuteronomy 1:45. Yea, when ye make many prayers, I will not hear. Isaiah 1:15. For I will not hear thee. Jeremiah 7:16. There are many instances in which Shama has this sense. Remarks will now be presented to you on these metaphors and similes, which will quench your thirst and explain to you all their meanings without leaving a doubt. End of chapter 45. Part 1, Chapter 46 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46. We have already stated in one of the chapters of this treatise that there is a great difference between bringing to view the existence of a thing and demonstrating its true essence. We can lead others to notice the existence of an object by pointing to its accidents, actions, or even most remote relations to other objects. Exempli gratia. If you wish to describe the king of a country to one of his subjects, who does not know him, you can give a description and an account of his existence in many ways. You will either say to him, the tall man with a fair complexion and gray hair is the king, thus describing him by his accidents. Or you will say the king is the person round whom are seen a great multitude of men on horses and on foot, and soldiers with drawn swords, over whose head banners are waving, and before whom trumpets are sounded. Or it is the person living in the palace in a particular region of a certain country. Or it is the person who ordered the building of that wall, or the construction of that bridge, or by some other similar acts and things relating to him. His existence can be demonstrated in a still more indirect way, exempli gratia. If you are asked whether this land has a king, you will undoubtedly answer in the affirmative. What proof have you? The fact that this banker here, a weak and little person, stands before this large mass of gold pieces, and the poor man, tall and strong, who stands before him asking in vain for alms of the weight of a carob grain, is rebuked and is compelled to go away by the mere force of words, for had he not feared the king, he would, without hesitation, have killed the banker, or pushed him away and taken as much of the money as he could. Consequently, this is a proof that this country has a ruler, and his existence is proved by the well-regulated affairs of the country, on account of which the king is respected, and the punishments decreed by him are feared. In this whole example, nothing is mentioned that indicated his characteristics and his essential properties, by virtue of which he is king. The same is the case with the information concerning the Creator given to the ordinary classes of men in all prophetical books and in the law. For it was found necessary to teach all of them that God exists, and that he is in every respect the most perfect being, that is to say, he exists not only in the sense in which the earth and the heavens exist, but he exists and possesses life, wisdom, power, activity, and all other properties which our belief in his existence must include, as will be shown below. That God exists was therefore shown to ordinary men by means of similes taken from physical bodies, that he is living by a simile taken from motion, because ordinary men consider only the body as fully, truly, and undoubtedly existing. That which is connected with a body, but is itself not a body, although believed to exist, has a lower degree of existence on account of its dependence on the body for existence. That, however, which is neither itself a body nor a force within a body, is not existent according to man's first notions, and is above all excluded from the range of imagination. In the same manner, motion is considered by the ordinary man as identical with life. What cannot move voluntarily from place to place has no life, although motion is not part of the definition of life, but an accident connected with it. The perception by the senses, especially by hearing and seeing, is best known to us. We have no idea or notion of any other mode of communication between the soul of one person and that of another than by means of speaking, id est, by the sound produced by lips, tongue, and the other organs of speech. When, therefore, we are to be informed that God has a knowledge of things, and that communication is made by him to the prophets, who convey it to us, they represent him to us as seeing and hearing, id est, as perceiving and knowing those things which can be seen and heard. They represent him to us as speaking, id est, that communications from him reach the prophets, that is to be understood by the term prophecy, as will be fully explained. God is described as working because we do not know any other mode of producing a thing except by direct touch. He is said to have a soul in the sense that he is living, because all living beings are generally supposed to have a soul, although the term soul is, as has been shown, a homonym. Again, since we perform all these actions only by means of corporeal organs, we figuratively ascribe to God the organs of locomotion as feet and their souls, organs of hearing, seeing, and smelling as ear, eye, and nose, organs and substance of speech as mouth, tongue, and sound, organs for the performance of work as hand, its fingers, its palm, and the arm. In short, these organs of the body are figuratively ascribed to God, who is above all imperfection, to express that he performs certain acts, and these acts are figuratively ascribed to him to express that he possesses certain perfections different from those acts themselves. Exempli gratia, we say that he has eyes, ears, hands, a mouth, a tongue, to express that he sees, hears, acts, and speaks. But seeing and hearing are attributed to him to indicate simply that he perceives. You thus find in Hebrew instances in which the perception of the one sense is named instead of the other. Thus, see the word of the Lord, Jeremiah 2:31, in the same meaning as hear the word of the Lord, for the sense of the phrase is perceive what he says. Similarly, the phrase, see the smell of my son, Genesis 27:27, has the same meaning as smell the smell of my son, for it relates to the perception of the smell. In the same way are used the words, and all the people saw the thunders and the lightnings, Exodus 20:15. Although the passage also contains the description of a prophetical vision, as is well known and understood among our people. Action and speech are likewise figuratively applied to God, to express that a certain influence has emanated from him, as will be explained chapter 65 and chapter 66. The physical organs which are attributed to God in the writings of the prophets are either organs of locomotion, indicating life, organs of sensation, indicating perception, organs of touch, indicating action, or organs of speech, indicating the divine inspiration of the prophets, as will be explained. The object of all these indications is to establish in our minds the notion of the existence of a living being, the maker of everything, who also possesses a knowledge of the things which he has made. We shall explain when we come to speak of the inadmissibility of divine attributes that all these various attributes convey but one notion, videlicet, that of the essence of God. The sole object of this chapter is to explain in what sense physical organs are ascribed to the most perfect being, namely, that they are mere indications of the actions generally performed by means of these organs. Such actions, being perfections respecting ourselves, are predicated of God, because we wish to express that he is most perfect in every respect, as we remarked above in explaining the rabbinical phrase, the language of the Torah is like the language of man. Instances of organs of locomotion being applied to the Creator occur as follows. My footstool, Isaiah 66:1, the place of the soles of my feet, Ezekiel 43:7. For examples of organs of touch applied to God, compare the hand of the Lord, Exodus 9:3, with the finger of God, Ibid 31:18, the work of thy fingers, Psalms 8:4, and thou hast laid thine hand upon me, Ibid 139:5, the arm of the Lord, Isaiah 53:1, thy right hand, O Lord, Exodus 15:6. In instances like the following, organs of speech are attributed to God. The mouth of the Lord has spoken, Isaiah 1:20, and he would open his lips against thee, Job 11:5. The voice of the Lord is powerful, Psalms 29:4, and his tongue as a devouring fire, Isaiah 30:27. Organs of sensation are attributed to God in instances like the following. His eyes behold, his eyelids try, Psalms 11:4. The eyes of the Lord which run to and fro, Zechariah 4:10. Bow down thine ear unto me and hear, 2 Kings 19:16. You have kindled a fire in my nostril, Jeremiah 18:5. Of the inner parts of the human body, only the heart is figuratively applied to God, because heart is a homonym and denotes also intellect. It is besides the source of animal life. In phrases like, my bowels are troubled for him, Jeremiah 31:20, the sounding of thy bowels, Isaiah 63:15, the term bowels is used in the sense of heart, for the term bowels is used both in a general and in a specific meaning. It denotes specifically bowels, but more generally it can be used as the name of any inner organ, including heart. The correctness of this argument can be proved by the phrase, and thy law is within my bowels, Psalms 40:9, which is identical with, and thy law is within my heart. For that reason, the prophet employed in this verse the phrase, "My bowels are troubled," and "the sounding of thy bowels." The verb hamma is in fact used more frequently in connection with heart than with any other organ. Compare, "My heart maketh a noise," home, in me, Jeremiah 4:19. Similarly, the shoulder is never used as a figure in reference to God because it is known as a mere instrument of transport and also comes into close contact with the thing which it carries. With far greater reason, the organs of nutrition are never attributed to God. They are at once recognized as signs of imperfection. In fact, all organs, both the external and the internal, are employed in the various actions of the soul. Some, as exempli gratia, all inner organs, are the means of preserving the individual for a certain time. Others, as the organs of generation, are the means of preserving the species. Others are the means of improving the condition of man and bringing his actions to perfection, as the hands, the feet, and the eyes, all of which tend to render motion, action, and perception more perfect. Animate beings require motion in order to be able to approach that which is conducive to their welfare, and to move away from the opposite. They require the senses in order to be able to discern what is injurious to them and what is beneficial. In addition, man requires various kinds of handiwork to prepare his food, clothing, and dwelling, and he is compelled by his physical constitution to perform such work, namely, to prepare what is good for him. And he is compelled by his physical constitution to perform such work, namely, to prepare what is good for him. Some kinds of work also occur among certain animals, as far as such work is required by those animals. I do not believe that any man can doubt the correctness of the assertion that the Creator is not in need of anything for the continuance of his existence or for the improvement of his condition. Therefore, God has no organs, or, what is the same, he is not corporeal. His actions are accomplished by his essence, not by any organ, and as undoubtedly physical forces are connected with the organs, he does not possess any such forces. That is to say, he has, besides his essence, nothing that could be the cause of his action, his knowledge, or his will, for attributes are nothing but forces under a different name. It is not my intention to discuss the question in this chapter. Our sages laid down a general principle by which the literal sense of the physical attributes of God mentioned by the prophets is rejected, a principle which evidently shows that our sages were far from the belief in the corporeality of God, and that they did not think any person capable of misunderstanding it or entertaining any doubt about it. For that reason they employ in the Talmud and in the Midrashim phrases similar to those contained in the prophecies, without any circumlocution. They knew that there could not be any doubt about their metaphorical character, or any danger whatever of their being misunderstood, and that all such expressions would be understood as figurative language, employed to communicate to the intellect the notion of his existence. Now it was well known that in figurative language God is compared to a king who commands, cautions, punishes, and rewards his subjects, and whose servants and attendants publish his orders so that they might be acted upon, and they also execute whatever he wishes. Thus the sages adopted that figure, used it frequently, and introduced such speech, consent, and refusal of a king, and other usual acts of kings, as became necessary by that figure. In all these instances they were sure that no doubt or confusion would arise from it. The general principle alluded to above is contained in the following saying of our sages mentioned in Bereshit Rabbah, chapter 28. Great was the power of the prophets. They compared the creature to its creator. Compare, and over the resemblance of the throne was a resemblance like the appearance of man. Ezekiel 1:26. They have thus plainly stated that all those images which the prophets perceived, id est, in prophetic visions, are images created by God. This is perfectly correct, for every image in our imagination has been created. How pregnant is the expression, "Great is their boldness." They indicated by it that they themselves found it very remarkable, for whenever they perceived a word or act difficult to explain or apparently objectionable, they used that phrase, exempli gratia, a certain rabbi has performed the act of chali'ah with a slipper, alone, and by night. Another rabbi thereupon exclaimed, how great is his boldness to have followed the opinion of the minority. The Chaldee phrase rab gubre in the original of the latter quotation, and the Hebrew gado koho in that of the former quotation, have the same meaning. Vide licet, great is the power of, or the boldness of. Hence, in the preceding quotation, the sense is, how remarkable is the language which the prophets were obliged to use when they speak of God the Creator in terms signifying properties of beings created by Him. This deserves attention. Our sages have thus stated in distinct and plain terms that they are far from believing in the corporeality of God, and in the figures and forms seen in a prophetical vision, though belonging to created beings. The prophets, to use the words of our sages, compared the creature to its creator. If, however, after these explanations anyone wishes out of malice to cavil at them and to find fault with them, though their method is neither comprehended nor understood by him, the sages of blessed memory will sustain no injury by it. End of chapter 46. Part 1, Chapter 47 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47. We have already stated several times that the prophetic books never attribute to God anything which ordinary men consider a defect, of which they cannot, in their imagination, combine with the idea of the Almighty, although such terms may not otherwise be different from those which were employed as metaphors in relation to God. Indeed, all things which are attributed to God are considered in some way to be perfection, or can at least be imagined as appertaining to Him. We must now show why, according to this principle, the senses of hearing, sight, and smell are attributed to God, but not those of taste and touch. He is equally elevated above the use of all the five senses. They are all defective as regards perception, even for those who have no other source of knowledge, because they are passive, receive impressions from without, and are subject to interruptions and sufferings, as much as the other organs of the body. By saying that God sees, we mean to state that He perceives visible things. He hears is identical with saying He perceives audible things. In the same way, we might say He tastes and He touches, in the sense of He perceives objects which man perceives by means of taste and touch. For, as regards perception, the senses are identical. If we deny the existence of one sensation in God, we must deny that of all other sensations, i.e. the perceptions of the five senses. And if we attribute the existence of one sensation to Him, i.e. the perception appertaining to one of the senses, we must attribute all the five sensations. Nevertheless, we find in Holy Writ, and God saw, Genesis 6:5, and God heard, Numbers 11:1, and God smelt, Genesis 8:21. But we do not meet with the expressions, and God tasted, and God touched. According to our opinion, the reason of this is to be found in the idea, which is a firm hold in the mind of all men, that God does not come into contact with a body in the same manner as one body comes into contact with another, since He is not even seen by the eye. While these two senses, namely taste and touch, only act when in close contact with the object, by sight, hearing, and smell, even distant objects are perceived. These, therefore, were considered by the multitude appropriate expressions to be figuratively applied to God. Besides, the object in figuratively applying the sensations to Him could only have been to express that He perceives our actions. But hearing and sight are sufficient for that, namely, for the perception of what a man does or says. Thus our sages, among other admonitions, gave the following advice and warning. Know what is above thee, a seeing eye and a hearing ear. Mishnah Abot 2:1. You, however, know that, strictly speaking, the condition of all the sensations is the same, that the same argument which is employed against the existence of touch and taste in God may be used against sight, hearing, and smell, for they all are material perceptions and impressions which are subject to change. There is only this difference, that the former, touch and taste, are at once recognized as deficiencies, while the others are considered as perfections. In a similar manner, the defect of imagination is easily seen, less easily that of thinking and reasoning. Imagination, ra'yon, therefore, was never employed as a figure in speaking of God, while thought and reason are figuratively ascribed to him. Compare the thoughts which the Lord thought, Jeremiah 49:20. And with his understanding he stretched out the heavens, Ibid 10:12. The inner senses were thus treated in the same way as the external. Some are figuratively applied to God, some not. All this is according to the language of man. He ascribes to God what he considers a perfection, and does not ascribe to him what he considers a defect. In truth, however, no real attribute implying an addition to his essence can be applied to him, as will be proved. End of chapter 47. Part 1, Chapter 48 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 48. Whenever in the Pentateuch the term to hear is applied to God, Onkelos, the proselyte, does not translate it literally, but paraphrases it, merely expressing that a certain speech reached him, id est, he perceived it, or that he accepted it, or did not accept, when it refers to supplication and prayer as its object. The words God heard are therefore paraphrased by him regularly either it was heard before the Lord, or he accepted. When employed in reference to supplication and prayer, exempli gratia, I will surely accept, literally, I will surely hear, Exodus 22:22. This principle is followed by Onkelos in his translation of the Pentateuch without any exception, but as regards the verb to see, ra, his renderings vary in a remarkable manner, and I was unable to discern his principle or method. In some instances he translates literally, and God saw. In others he paraphrases, it was revealed before the Lord. The use of the phrase Vachaza Adonai by Onkelos is sufficient evidence that the term chaza in Chaldee is homonymous, and that it denotes mental perception as well as the sensation of sight. This being the case, I am surprised that in some instances, avoiding the literal rendering, he substituted for it, and it was revealed before the Lord. When I, however, examined the various readings in the version of Onkelos, which I either saw myself or heard from others during the time of my studies, I found that the term to see, when connected with wrong, injury, or violence, was paraphrased, it was manifest before the Lord. There is no doubt that the term chaza in Chaldee denotes complete apprehension and reception of the object in the state in which it has been perceived. When Onkelos, therefore, found the verb to see connected with the object wrong, he did not render it literally, but paraphrased it, it was revealed before the Lord. Now, I notice that in all instances of the Pentateuch where seeing is ascribed to God, he translated it literally, except those instances which I will mention to you. For my affliction was revealed before the Lord, Genesis 29:32. For all that Laban doeth unto thee is revealed before me, Ibid 31:12. Although the first person in the sentence refers to the angel and not to God, onkelos does not ascribe to him that perception which implies complete comprehension of the object, because the object is iniquity. The oppression of the children of Israel was known to the Lord. Exodus 2:25. The oppression of my people was surely known to me. Ibid 3:7. The affliction is known to me. Ibid 9. Their oppression is known to me. Ibid 4:31. This people is known to me. Ibid 32:9. Id est, the rebellion is known to me. Compare the Targum of the passage, and God saw the children of Israel. Ibid 2:25, which is equal to, he saw their affliction and their trouble. And it was known to the Lord, and he abhorred them. Deuteronomy 32:19. It was known to him that their power was gone. Ibid 36. In this instance, the object of the perception is likewise the wrong done to the Israelites and the increasing power of the enemy. In all these examples, onkelos is consistent, following the maxim expressed in the words, "Thou canst not look on iniquity." Habakkuk 1:13. Wherefore he renders the verb to see when referring to oppression or rebellion, "It is revealed before him," etc. This appropriate and satisfactory explanation, the correctness of which I do not doubt, is weakened by three passages in which, according to this view, I expected to find the verb to see, paraphrased, to be revealed before him, but found instead the literal rendering to see in the various copies of the Targum. The following are the three passages. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great upon the earth. Genesis 6:6. And the Lord saw the earth, and behold, it was corrupt. Ibid 6:12. And God saw that Leah was hated. Ibid 30:31. It appears to me that in these passages there is a mistake which has crept into the copies of the Targum, since we do not possess the Targum in the original manuscript of onkelos, for in that case we should have assumed that he had a satisfactory explanation of it. In rendering Genesis 22:8, the lamb is known to the Lord, he either wished to indicate that the Lord was not expected to seek and to bring it, or he considered it inappropriate in Chaldee to connect the divine perception with one of the lower animals. However, the various copies of the Targum must be carefully examined with regard to this point, and if you still find those passages the same as I quoted them, I cannot explain what he meant. End of chapter 48. Part 1, Chapter 49 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 49. The angels are likewise incorporeal. They are intelligences without matter, but they are nevertheless created beings, and God created them, as will be explained below. In Bereshit Rabbah, on Genesis 3:24, we read the following remark of our sages. The angel is called the flame of the sword, which turned every way, Genesis 3:24, in accordance with the words, his ministers a flaming fire, Psalms 104:4. The attribute, which turned every way, is added because angels are changeable in form. They appear at one time as males, at another as females, now as spirits, now as angels. By this remark, they clearly stated that angels are incorporeal, and have no permanent bodily form independent of the mind of him who perceives them. They exist entirely in prophetic vision and depend on the action of the imaginative power, as will be explained when speaking on the true meaning of prophecy. As to the words, at another time as females, which imply that the prophets in prophetical vision perceived angels also in the form of women, they refer to the vision of Zechariah, verse 9, and behold, there came out 2 women, and the wind was in their wings. You know very well how difficult it is for men to form a notion of anything immaterial and entirely devoid of corporeality, except after considerable training. It is especially difficult for those who do not distinguish between objects of the intellect and objects of the imagination, and depend mostly on the mere imaginative power. They believe that all imagined things exist, or at least have the possibility of existing. But that which cannot be imagined does not exist, and cannot exist. For persons of this class, and the majority of thinkers belong to it, cannot arrive at the true solution of any question or at the explanation of anything doubtful. On account of this difficulty, the prophetic books contain expressions which, taken literally, imply that angels are corporeal, moving about, endowed with human form, receiving commands of God, obeying His word, and performing whatever He wishes according to His command. All this only serves to lead to the belief that angels exist and are alive and perfect in the same way as we have explained in reference to God. If the figurative representation of angels were limited to this, their true essence would be believed to be the same as the essence of God, since, in reference to the Creator, expressions are likewise employed, which literally imply that He is corporeal, living, moving, and endowed with human form. In order, therefore, to give to the mind of men the idea that the existence of angels is lower than the existence of God, certain forms of lower animals were introduced in the description of angels. It was thereby shown that the existence of God is more perfect than that of angels, as much as man is more perfect than the lower animals. Nevertheless, no organ of the brute creation was attributed to the angels except wings. Without wings, the act of flying appears as impossible as that of walking without legs. For these two modes of motion can only be imagined in connection with these organs. The motion of flying has been chosen as a symbol to represent that angels possess life, because it is the most perfect and most sublime movement of the brute creation. Men consider this motion a perfection to such an extent that they themselves wish to be able to fly, in order to escape easily what is injurious, and to obtain quickly what is useful, though it be at a distance. For this reason, this motion has been attributed to the angels. There is besides another reason. The bird in its flight is sometimes visible, sometimes withdrawn from our sight, one moment near to us and in the next far off, and these are exactly the circumstances which we must associate with the idea of angels, as will be explained below. This imaginary perfection, the motion of flight, being the exclusive property of the brute creation, has never been attributed to God. You must not be misled by the passage, "And he rode upon a cherub, and he did fly," Psalms 18:10, for it is the cherub that did fly, and the simile only serves to denote the rapid arrival of that which is referred to in that passage. Compare, "Behold, the Lord rideth upon a swift cloud, and shall come into Egypt," Isaiah 19:1. That is, the punishment alluded to will come down quickly upon Egypt. Nor should expressions like "the face of an ox," "the face of a lion," "the face of an eagle," "the sole of the foot of a calf," found in the prophecies of Ezekiel 1:10 and 7, mislead you. For all these are explained in a different manner, as you will learn later, and besides, the prophet only describes the animals, chayot. The subject will be explained, Part 3, Chapter 1, though by mere hints, as far as necessary, for directing your attention to the true interpretation. The motion of flying, frequently mentioned in the Bible, necessitates, according to our imagination, the existence of wings. Wings are therefore given to the angels as symbols expressive of their existence, not of their true essence. You must also bear in mind that whenever a thing moves very quickly, it is said to fly, as that term implies great velocity of motion. Compare, as the eagle flieth, Deuteronomy 28:49. The eagle flies and moves with greater velocity than any other bird, and therefore it is introduced in this simile. Furthermore, the wings are the organs, literally causes, of flight. Hence, the number of the wings of angels in the prophetic vision corresponds to the number of the causes which set a thing in motion. But this does not belong to the theme of this chapter. Compare Part 2, Chapter 4 and 10. End of Chapter 49. Part 1, Chapter 50 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 50. When reading my present treatise, bear in mind that by faith we do not understand merely that which is uttered with the lips, but also that which is apprehended by the soul, the conviction that the object of belief is exactly as it is apprehended. If, as regards real or supposed truths, you content yourself with giving utterance to them in words without apprehending them or believing in them, especially if you do not seek real truth, you have a very easy task, as, in fact, you will find many ignorant people professing articles of faith without connecting any idea with them. If, however, you have a desire to rise to a higher state, vide licet that of reflection, and truly to hold the conviction that God is one and possesses true unity, without admitting plurality or divisibility in any sense whatever, you must understand that God has no essential attribute in any form or in any sense whatever, and that the rejection of corporeality implies the rejection of essential attributes. Those who believe that God is one, and that he has many attributes, declare the unity with their lips, and assume plurality in their thoughts. This is like the doctrine of the Christians, who say that he is one and he is three, and that the three are one. Of the same character is the doctrine of those who say that God is one, but that he has many attributes, and that he, with his attributes, is one, although they deny corporeality and affirm his most absolute freedom from matter, as if our object were to seek forms of expression, not subjects of belief. For belief is only possible after the apprehension of a thing. It consists in the conviction that the thing apprehended has its existence beyond the mind in reality exactly as it is conceived in the mind. If, in addition to this, we are convinced that the thing cannot be different in any way from what we believe it to be, and that no reasonable argument can be found for the rejection of the belief or for the admission of any deviation from it, then the belief is true. Renounce desires and habits, follow your reason, and study what I am going to say in the chapters which follow on the rejection of the attributes. You will then be fully convinced of what we have said. You will be of those who truly conceive the unity of God, not of those who utter it with their lips without thought, like men of whom it has been said, Thou art near in their mouth and far from their reins. Jeremiah 12:2. It is right that a man should belong to that class of men who have a conception of truth and understand it, though they do not speak of it. Thus the pious are advised and addressed. Commune with your own heart upon your bed and be still. Selah. Psalms 4:5. End of chapter 50. Part 1, Chapter 51 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. There are many things whose existence is manifest and obvious. Some of these are innate notions or objects of sensation, others are nearly so, and in fact they would require no proof if man had been left in his primitive state. Such are the existence of motion, of man's free will, of phases of production and destruction, and of the natural properties perceived by the senses, exempli gratia, the heat of fire, the coldness of water, and many other similar things. False notions, however, may be spread either by a person laboring under error or by one who has some particular end in view, and who establishes theories contrary to the real nature of things by denying the existence of things perceived by the senses, or by affirming the existence of what does not exist. Philosophers are thus required to establish by proof things which are self-evident, and to disprove the existence of things which only exist in man's imagination. Thus Aristotle gives a proof for the existence of motion because it had been denied. He disproves the reality of atoms because it had been asserted. To the same class belongs the rejection of essential attributes in reference to God. For it is a self-evident truth that the attribute is not inherent in the object to which it is ascribed, but it is superadded to its essence, and is consequently an accident. If the attribute denoted the essence, to ten enai, of the object, it would be either mere tautology, as if, exempli gratia, one would say, man is man, or the explanation of a name, as, exempli gratia, man is a speaking animal. For the words speaking animal include the true essence of man, and there is no third element besides life and speech in the definition of man. When he therefore is described by the attributes of life and speech, these are nothing but an explanation of the name man. That is to say, that the thing which is called man consists of life and speech. It will now be clear that the attribute must be one of two things, either the essence of the object described, in that case it is a mere explanation of a name, and on that account we might admit the attribute in reference to God, but we reject it from another cause, as will be shown, or the attribute is something different from the object described, some extraneous superadded element. In that case, the attribute would be an accident, and he who merely rejects the appellation accidents in reference to the attributes of God does not thereby alter their character. For everything superadded to the essence of an object joins it without forming part of its essential properties, and that constitutes an accident. Add to this the logical consequence of admitting many attributes, vide licet, the existence of many eternal beings. There cannot be any belief in the unity of God except by admitting that he is one simple substance without any composition or plurality of elements, one from whatever side you view it, and by whatever test you examine it, not divisible into two parts in any way and by any cause, nor capable of any form of plurality either objectively or subjectively, as will be proved in this treatise. Some thinkers have gone so far as to say that the attributes of God are neither his essence nor anything extraneous to his essence. This is like the assertion of some theorists that the ideals, id est, the universalia, are neither existing nor non-existent, and like the views of others that the atom does not fill a definite place, but keeps an atom of space occupied, that man has no freedom of action at all, but has acquirement. Such things are only said, they exist only in words, not in thought, much less in reality. But as you know, and as all know who do not delude themselves, these theories are preserved by a multitude of words, by misleading similes, sustained by declamation and invective, and by numerous methods borrowed both from dialectics and sophistry. If, after uttering them and supporting them by such words, a man were to examine for himself his own belief on this subject, he would see nothing but confusion and stupidity in an endeavor to prove the existence of things which do not exist, or to find a mean between two opposites that have no mean. Or is there a mean between existence and non-existence, or between the identity and non-identity of two things? But, as we said, to such absurdities men were forced by the great license given to the imagination, and by the fact that every existing material thing is necessarily imagined as a certain substance possessing several attributes, for nothing has ever been found that consists of one simple substance without any attribute. Guided by such imaginations, men thought that God was also composed of many different elements, vide licet of his essence and of the attributes superadded to his essence. Following up this comparison, some believed that God was corporeal and that he possessed attributes. Others, abandoning this theory, denied the corporeality but retained the attributes. The adherence to the literal sense of the text of Holy Writ is the source of all this error, as I shall show in some of the chapters devoted to this theme. End of chapter 51. Part 1, Chapter 52 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 52. Every description of an object by an affirmative attribute which includes the assertion that an object is of a certain kind must be made in one of the following 5 ways. First, the object is described by its definition as exempli gratia. Man is described as a being that lives and has reason. Such a description, containing the true essence of the object, is, as we have already shown, nothing else but the explanation of a name. All agree that this kind of description cannot be given of God, for there are no previous causes to his existence by which he could be defined. And on that account it is a well-known principle, received by all the philosophers who are precise in their statements, that no definition can be given of God. Secondly, an object is described by part of its definition, as when, exempli gratia, man is described as a living being or as a rational being. This kind of description includes the necessary connection of the two ideas. For when we say that every man is rational, we mean by it that every being which has the characteristics of man must also have reason. All agree that this kind of description is inappropriate in reference to God, for if we were to speak of a portion of his essence, we should consider his essence to be a compound. The inappropriateness of this kind of description in reference to God is the same as that of the preceding kind. Thirdly, an object is described by something different from its true essence, by something that does not complement or establish the essence of the object. The description, therefore, relates to a quality, but quality, in its most general sense, is an accident. If God could be described in this way, he would be the substratum of accidents, a sufficient reason for rejecting the idea that he possesses quality, since it diverges from the true conception of his essence. It is surprising how those who admit the application of attributes to God can reject, in reference to him, comparison and qualification. For when they say he cannot be qualified, they can only mean that he possesses no quality, and yet every positive essential attribute of an object either constitutes its essence, and in that case it is identical with the essence, or it contains a quality of the object. There are, as you know, 4 kinds of quality. I will give you instances of attributes of each kind in order to show you that this class of attributes cannot possibly be applied to God. A man described by any of his intellectual or moral qualities, or by any of the dispositions appertaining to him as an animate being. When, exempli gratia, we speak of a person who is a carpenter, or who shrinks from sin, or who is ill. It makes no difference whether we say a carpenter, or a sage, or a physician. By all these we represent certain physical dispositions, nor does it make any difference whether we say sin-fearing or merciful. Every trade, every profession, and every settled habit of man are certain physical dispositions. All this is clear to those who have occupied themselves with the study of logic. B. A thing is described by some physical quality it possesses, or by the absence of the same, exempli gratia, as being soft or hard. It makes no difference whether we say soft or hard, or strong or weak. In both cases we speak of physical conditions. C. A man is described by his passive qualities, or by his emotions. We speak, exempli gratia, of a person who is passionate, irritable, timid, merciful, without implying that these conditions have become permanent. The description of a thing by its color, taste, heat, cold, dryness, and moisture belong also to this class of attributes. D. A thing is described by any of its qualities resulting from quantity as such. We speak, exempli gratia, of a thing which is long, short, curved, straight, etc. Consider all these and similar attributes, and you will find that they cannot be employed in reference to God. He is not a magnitude that any quality resulting from quantity as such could be possessed by him. He is not affected by external influences, and therefore does not possess any quality resulting from emotion. He is not subject to physical conditions, and therefore does not possess strength or similar qualities. He is not an animate being, that he should have a certain disposition of the soul, or acquire certain properties, as meekness, modesty, etc., or be in a state to which animate beings as such are subject, as exempli gratia, in that of health or of illness. Hence it follows that no attribute coming under the head of quality in its widest sense can be predicated of God. Consequently, these 3 classes of attributes describing the essence of a thing, or part of the essence, or a quality of it, are clearly inadmissible in reference to God, for they imply composition, which, as we shall prove, is out of the question as regards the Creator. We say with regard to this latter point that he is absolutely one. Fourthly, a thing is described by its relation to another thing, exempli gratia, to time, to space, or to a different individual. Thus we say Zayd, the father of A, or the partner of B, or who dwells at a certain place, or who lived at a stated time. This kind of attribute does not necessarily imply plurality or change in the essence of the object described, for the same Zayd to whom reference is made is the partner of Amru, the father of Bekr, the master of Khalid, the friend of Zayd, dwells in a certain house, and was born in a certain year. Such relations are not the essence of a thing, nor are they so intimately connected with it as qualities. At first thought, it would seem that they may be employed in reference to God, but after careful and thorough consideration we are convinced of their inadmissibility. It is quite clear that there is no relation between God and time or space, for time is an accident connected with motion, insofar as the latter includes the relation of anteriority and posteriority, and is expressed by number, as is explained in books devoted to this subject. And since motion is one of the conditions to which only material bodies are subject, and God is immaterial, there can be no relation between him and time. Similarly, there is no relation between him and space. But what we have to investigate and to examine is this: whether some real relation exists between God and any of the substances created by him by which he could be described. That there is no correlation between him and any of his creatures can easily be seen, for the characteristic of the two objects correlative to each other is the equality of their reciprocal relation. Now, as God has absolute existence, while all other beings have only possible existence, as we shall show, there consequently cannot be any correlation between God and his creatures. That a certain kind of relation does exist between them is by some considered possible, but wrongly. It is impossible to imagine a relation between intellect and sight, although, as we believe, the same kind of existence is common to both. How then could a relation be imagined between any creature and God who has nothing in common with any other being? For even the term existence is applied to him and other things, according to our opinion, only by way of pure homonymity. Consequently, there is no relation whatever between him and any other being. For whenever we speak of a relation between two things, these belong to the same kind. But when two things belong to different kinds, though of the same class, there is no relation between them. We therefore do not say, this red compared with that green is more or less or equally intense, although both belong to the same class, color. When they belong to two different classes, there does not appear to exist any relation between them, not even to a man of ordinary intellect, although the two things belong to the same category. Exempli gratia, between 100 cubits and the heat of pepper, there is no relation, the one being a quality, the other a quantity, or between wisdom and sweetness, between meekness and bitterness. Although all these come under the head of quality in its more general signification. How then could there be any relation between God and his creatures, considering the important difference between them in respect to true existence, the greatest of all differences? Besides, if any relation existed between them, God would be subject to the accident of relation, and although that would not be an accident to the essence of God, it would still be, to some extent, a kind of accident. You would therefore be wrong if you applied affirmative attributes in their literal sense to God, though they contained only relations. These, however, are the more appropriate of all attributes to be employed, in a less strict sense, in reference to God, because they do not imply that a plurality of eternal things exists, or that any change takes place in the essence of God, when those things change to which God is in relation. Fifthly, a thing is described by its actions. I do not mean by its actions the inherent capacity for a certain work as is expressed in carpenter, painter, or smith, for these belong to the class of qualities which have been mentioned above. But I mean the action the latter has performed. We speak, exempli gratia, of Zayd, who made this door, built that wall, wove that garment. This kind of attributes is separate from the essences of the thing described, and therefore appropriate to be employed in describing the Creator, especially since we know that these different actions do not imply that different elements must be contained in the substance of the agent by which the different actions are produced, as will be explained. On the contrary, all the actions of God emanate from his essence, not from any extraneous thing superadded to his essence, as we have shown. What we have explained in the present chapter is this, that God is one in every respect, containing no plurality or any element superadded to his essence, and that the many attributes of different significations applied in Scripture to God originate in the multitude of his actions, not in a plurality existing in his essence, and are partly employed with the object of conveying to us some notion of his perfection in accordance with what we consider perfection, as has been explained by us. The possibility of one simple substance excluding plurality, though accomplishing different actions, will be illustrated by examples in the next chapter. End of chapter 52. Part 1, Chapter 53 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 53. The circumstances which caused men to believe in the existence of divine attributes is similar to that which caused others to believe in the corporeality of God. The latter have not arrived at that belief by speculation, but by following the literal sense of certain passages in the Bible. The same is the case with the attributes. When in the books of the prophets and of the law, God is described by attributes, such passages are taken in their literal sense, and it is then believed that God possesses attributes, as if he were to be exalted above corporeality and not above things connected with corporeality. Id est, the accidents, I mean physical dispositions, all of which are qualities and connected with corporeality. Every attribute which the followers of this doctrine assume to be essential to the Creator you will find to express, although they do not distinctly say so, a quality similar to those which they are accustomed to notice in the bodies of all living beings. We apply to all such passages the principle, the Torah speaketh in the language of man, and say that the object of all these terms is to describe God as the most perfect being, not as possessing those qualities which are only perfections in relation to created living beings. Many of the attributes express different acts of God, but that difference does not necessitate any difference as regards him from whom the acts proceed. This fact vide licet, that from one agency different effects may result, although that agency has not free will, and much more so if it has free will, I will illustrate by an instance taken from our own sphere. Fire melts certain things and makes others hard. It boils and burns. It bleaches and blackens. If we described the fire as bleaching, blackening, burning, boiling, hardening, and melting, we should be correct. And yet, he who does not know the nature of fire would think that it included 6 different elements, one by which it blackens, another by which it bleaches, a third by which it boils, a fourth by which it consumes, a fifth by which it melts, a sixth by which it hardens things. Actions which are opposed to one another, and of which each has its peculiar property. He, however, who knows the nature of fire will know that by virtue of one quality in action, namely by heat, it produces all these effects. If this is the case with that which is done by nature, how much more is it in the case with regard to beings that act by free will, and still more with regard to God, who is above all description? If we therefore perceive in God certain relations of various kinds, for wisdom in us is different from power, and power from will, it does by no means follow that different elements are really contained in him, that he contains one element by which he knows, another by which he wills, and another by which he exercises power, as is in fact the signification of the attributes of God, according to the attributists. Some of them express it plainly, and enumerate the attributes as elements added to the essence. Others, however, are more reserved with regard to this matter, but indicate their opinion, though they do not express it in distinct and intelligible words. Thus, exempli gratia, some of them say, God is omnipotent by his essence, wise by his essence, living by his essence, and endowed with a will by his essence. I will mention to you as an instance man's reason, which being one faculty and implying no plurality, enables him to know many arts and sciences. By the same faculty man is able to sew, to do carpenter's work, to weave, to build, to study, to acquire a knowledge of geometry, and to govern a state. These various acts, resulting from one simple faculty, which involves no plurality, are very numerous. Their number, that is, the number of the actions originating in man's reason, is almost infinite. It is therefore intelligible how in reference to God, those different actions can be caused by one simple substance that does not include any plurality or any additional element. The attributes found in Holy Scripture are either qualifications of his actions without any reference to his essence, or indicate absolute perfection, but do not imply that the essence of God is a compound of various elements. For in not admitting the term compound, they do not reject the idea of a compound when they admit a substance with attributes. There still remains one difficulty which led them to that error, and which I am now going to mention. Those who assert the existence of the attributes do not found their opinion on the variety of God's actions. They say that it is true that one substance can be the source of various effects, but his essential attributes cannot be qualifications of his actions, because it is impossible to imagine that the Creator created himself. They vary with regard to the so-called essential attributes, I mean as regards their number, according to the text of the Scripture which each of them follows. I will enumerate those on which all agree, and the knowledge of which they believe that they have derived from reasoning, not from some words of the prophets, namely the following four: life, power, wisdom, and will. They believe that these are four different things, and such perfections as cannot possibly be absent from the Creator, and that these cannot be qualifications of his actions. This is their opinion, but you must know that wisdom and life in reference to God are not different from each other. For in every being that is conscious of itself, life and wisdom are the same thing. That is to say, if by wisdom we understand the consciousness of self. Besides, the subject and the object of that consciousness are undoubtedly identical, as regards God. For according to our opinion, he is not composed of an element that apprehends and another that does not apprehend. He is not like man, who is a combination of a conscious soul and an unconscious body. If, therefore, by wisdom we mean the faculty of self-consciousness, wisdom and life are one and the same thing. They, however, do not speak of wisdom in this sense, but of his power to apprehend his creatures. There is also no doubt that power and will do not exist in God in reference to himself, for he cannot have power or will as regards himself. We cannot imagine such a thing. They take these attributes as different relations between God and his creatures, signifying that he has power in creating things, will in giving things existence as he desires, and wisdom in knowing that he created. Consequently, these attributes do not refer to the essence of God, but express relations between him and his creatures. Therefore we, who truly believe in the unity of God, declare that as we do not believe that some element is included in his essence by which he created the heavens, another by which he created the four elements, a third by which he created the ideals, in the same way we reject the idea that his essence contains an element by which he has power, another element by which he has will, and a third by which he has a knowledge of his creatures. On the contrary, he is a simple essence, without any additional element whatever. He created the universe and knows it, but not by any extraneous force. There is no difference whether these various attributes refer to his actions or to relations between him and his works. In fact, these relations, as we have also shown, exist only in the thoughts of men. This is what we must believe concerning the attributes occurring in the books of the prophets. Some may also be taken as expressive of the perfection of God by way of comparison with what we consider as perfections in us, as we shall explain. End of chapter 53. Part 1, Chapter 54 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 54. The wisest man, our teacher Moses, asked two things of God, and received a reply respecting both. The one thing he asked was, that God should let him know his true essence. The other, which in fact he asked first, that God should let him know his attributes. In answer to both these petitions, God promised that he would let him know all his attributes, and that these were nothing but his actions. He also told him that his true essence could not be perceived, and pointed out a method by which he could obtain the utmost knowledge of God possible for man to acquire. The knowledge obtained by Moses has not been possessed by any human being before him or after him. His petition to know the attributes of God is contained in the following words: "Show me now thy way, that I may know thee, that I may find grace in thy sight." Exodus 33:13. Consider how many excellent ideas found expression in the words, "Show me thy way, that I may know thee." We learn from them that God is known by his attributes, for Moses believed that he knew him when he was shown the way of God. The words, "that I may find grace in thy sight," imply that he who knows God finds grace in his eyes. Not only is he acceptable and welcome to God who fasts and prays, but everyone who knows him. Not only is he acceptable and welcome to God who fasts and prays, but everyone who knows him. He who has no knowledge of God is the object of his wrath and displeasure. The pleasure and displeasure of God, the approach to him and the withdrawal from him, are proportional to the amount of man's knowledge or ignorance concerning the Creator. We have already gone too far away from our subject. Let us now return to it. Moses prayed to God to grant him knowledge of his attributes and also pardon for his people. When the latter had been granted, he continued to pray for the knowledge of God's essence in the words, "Show me thy glory," Ibid 18, and then received, respecting his first request, "Show me thy way," the following favorable reply, "I will make all my goodness to pass before thee," Ibid 19. As regards the second request, however, he was told, "Thou canst not see my face," Ibid 20. The words, "all my goodness," imply that God promised to show him the whole creation, concerning which it has been stated, "And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good." Genesis 1:31. When I say to show him the whole creation, I mean to imply that God promised to make him comprehend the nature of all things, their relation to each other, and the way they are governed by God both in reference to the universe as a whole and to each creature in particular. This knowledge is referred to when we are told of Moses, "He is firmly established in all mine house." Numbers 12:7. That is, his knowledge of all the creatures in my universe is correct and firmly established, for false opinions are not firmly established. Consequently, the knowledge of the works of God is the knowledge of his attributes, by which he can be known. The fact that God promised Moses to give him a knowledge of his works may be inferred from the circumstance that God taught him such attributes as refer exclusively to his works. Videlicet, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in goodness, etc. Exodus 34:6. It is therefore clear that the ways which Moses wished to know and which God taught him are the actions emanating from God. Our sages call them midot, qualities, and speak of the 13 midot of God. Babylonian Talmud, Tractate Rosh Hashanah, page 17b. They used the term also in reference to man. Compare. There are 4 different midot, characters, among those who go to the house of learning. There are 4 different midot, characters, among those who give charity. Mishnah Abot 5:13 and 14. They do not mean to say that God really possesses midot, qualities, but that he performs actions similar to such of our actions as originate in certain qualities, id est, in certain psychical dispositions, not that God has really such dispositions. Although Moses was shown all his goodness, id est, all his works, only the 13 midot are mentioned because they include those acts of God which refer to the creation and government of mankind, and to know these acts was the principal object of the prayer of Moses. This is shown by the conclusion of his prayer, "that I may know thee, that I may find grace in thy sight, and consider that this nation is thy people." Exodus 33:16. That is to say, the people whom I have to rule by certain acts in the performance of which I must be guided by thy own acts in governing them. We have thus shown that the ways used in the Bible and midot used in the Mishnah are identical, denoting the acts emanating from God in reference to the universe. Whenever any one of his actions is perceived by us, we ascribe to God that emotion which is the source of the act when performed by ourselves, and call him by an epithet which is formed from the verb expressing that emotion. We see, exempli gratia, how well he provides for the life of the embryo of living beings, how he endows with certain faculties both the embryo itself and those who have to rear it after its birth, in order that it may be protected from death and destruction, guarded against all harm, and assisted in the performance of all that is required for its development. Similar acts, when performed by us, are due to a certain emotion and tenderness called mercy and pity. God is, therefore, said to be merciful, exempli gratia, like as a father is merciful to his children, so the Lord is merciful to them that fear him. Psalms 103:13. And I will spare them as a man spareth Yachamol, his own son that serveth him. Malachi 3:17. Such instances do not imply that God is influenced by a feeling of mercy, but that acts similar to those which a father performs for his son out of pity, mercy, and real affection emanate from God solely for the benefit of his pious men, and are by no means the result of any impression or change produced in God. When we give something to a person who has no claim upon us, we perform an act of grace, exempli gratia, grant them graciously unto us. Judges 21:22. The same term is used in reference to God, exempli gratia, which God hath graciously given. Genesis 33:5. Because God hath dealt graciously with me. Ibid 11. Instances of this kind are numerous. God creates and guides beings who have no claim upon him to be created and guided by him. He is therefore called gracious, chanun. His actions towards mankind also include great calamities which overtake individuals and bring death to them, or affect whole families and even entire regions, spread death, destroy generation after generation, and spare nothing whatsoever. Hence, there occur inundations, earthquakes, destructive storms, expeditions of one nation against the other for the sake of destroying it with the sword and blotting out its memory, and many other evils of the same kind. Whenever such evils are caused by us to any person, they originate in great anger, violent jealousy, or a desire for revenge. God is therefore called, because of these acts, jealous, revengeful, wrathful, and keeping anger. Nahum 1:2. That is to say, he performs acts similar to those which, when performed by us, originate in certain psychical dispositions, in jealousy, desire for retaliation, revenge, or anger. They are in accordance with the guilt of those who are to be punished, and not the result of any emotion, for he is above all defect. The same is the case with all divine acts. Though resembling those acts which emanate from our passions and psychical dispositions, they are not due to anything superadded to his essence. The governor of a country, if he is a prophet, should conform to these attributes. Acts of punishment must be performed by him moderately and in accordance with justice, not merely as an outlet of his passion. He must not let loose his anger, nor allow his passion to overcome him. For all passions are bad, and they must be guarded against as far as it lies in man's power. At times and towards some persons he must be merciful and gracious, not only from motives of mercy and compassion, but according to their merits. At other times and towards other persons, he must evince anger, revenge, and wrath in proportion to their guilt, but not from motives of passion. He must be able to condemn a person to death by fire without anger, passion, or loathing against him, and must exclusively be guided by what he perceives of the guilt of the person, and by a sense of the great benefit which a large number will derive from such a sentence. You have no doubt noticed in the Torah how the commandment to annihilate the 7 nations and to save alive nothing that breatheth, Deuteronomy 20:16, is followed immediately by the words, that they teach you not to do after all their abominations, which they have done unto their gods. So should you sin against the Lord your God. Ibid 18. That is to say, you shall not think that this commandment implies an act of cruelty or of retaliation. It is an act demanded by the tendency of man to remove everything that might turn him away from the right path, and to clear away all obstacles in the road to perfection, that is, to the knowledge of God. Nevertheless, acts of mercy, pardon, pity, and grace should more frequently be performed by the governor of a country than acts of punishment, seeing that all the 13 midot of God are attributes of mercy, with only one exception, namely, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. Exodus 34:7. For the meaning of the preceding attribute in the original, vanake lo yinake, is, and he will not utterly destroy, and not, he will by no means clear the guilty. Compare, and she will be utterly destroyed. Vindicata, she shall sit upon the ground. Isaiah 3:26. When it is said that God is visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, this refers exclusively to the sin of idolatry, and to no other sin. That this is the case may be inferred from what is said in the 10 Commandments, upon the 3rd and 4th generation of my enemies. Exodus 20:5. None except idolaters being called enemy. Compare also every abomination to the Lord which he hateth. Deuteronomy 12:31. It was, however, considered sufficient to extend the punishment to the 4th generation, because the 4th generation is the utmost a man can see of his posterity. And when therefore the idolaters of a place are destroyed, the old man worshipping idols is killed, his son, his grandson, and his great-grandson, that is the 4th generation. By the mention of this attribute we are, as it were, told that his commandments, undoubtedly in harmony with his acts, include the death even of the little children of idolaters because of the sin of their fathers and grandfathers. This principle we find frequently applied in the law. As exempli gratia, we read concerning the city that has been led astray to idolatry, destroy it utterly, and all that is therein. Deuteronomy 13:15. All this has been ordained in order that every vestige of that which would lead to great injury should be blotted out, as we have explained. We have gone too far away from the subject of this chapter, but we have shown why it has been considered sufficient to mention only these 13 out of all his acts, namely because they are required for the good government of a country. For the chief aim of man should be to make himself, as far as possible, similar to God, that is to say, to make his acts similar to the acts of God, or as our sages express it in explaining the verse, ye shall be holy, Leviticus 21:2, he is gracious, so be you also gracious. He is merciful, so be you also merciful. The principal object of this chapter was to show that all attributes ascribed to God are attributes of his acts, and do not imply that God has inequalities. End of chapter 54. Part 1, Chapter 55 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 55. We have already on several occasions shown in this treatise that everything that implies corporeality or passiveness is to be negatived in reference to God, for all passiveness implies change, and the agent producing the state is undoubtedly different from the object affected by it, and if God could be affected in any way whatever, another being beside him would act on him and cause change in him. All kinds of non-existence must likewise be negatived in reference to him. No perfection whatever can therefore be imagined to be at one time absent from him and at another time present in him. For if this were the case, he would at a certain time only be potentially perfect. Potentiality always implies non-existence, and when anything has to pass from potentiality into reality, another thing that exists in reality is required to effect that transition. Hence it follows that all perfections must really exist in God, and none of them must in any way be a mere potentiality. Another thing likewise to be denied in reference to God is similarity to any existing being. This has been generally accepted, and is also mentioned in the books of the prophets, exempli gratia, to whom then will you liken me? Isaiah 40:25. To whom then will you liken God? Ibid 18. There is none like unto thee. Jeremiah 10:6. Instances of this kind are frequent. In short, it is necessary to demonstrate by proof that nothing can be predicated of God that implies any of the following four things: corporeality, emotion or change, non-existence. Exempli gratia, that something would be potential at one time and real at another, and similarity with any of his creatures. In this respect, our knowledge of God is aided by the study of natural science. For he who is ignorant of the latter cannot understand the defect implied in emotions, the difference between potentiality and reality, the non-existence implied in all potentiality, the inferiority of a thing that exists in potentia to that which moves in order to cause its transition from potentiality into reality, and the inferiority of that which moves for this purpose compared with its condition when the transition has been effected. He who knows these things, but without their proofs, does not know the details which logically result from these general propositions, and therefore he cannot prove that God exists, or that the four things mentioned above are inadmissible in reference to God. Having premised these remarks, I shall explain in the next chapter the error of those who believe that God has essential attributes. Those who have some knowledge of logic and natural science will understand it. End of chapter 55. Part 1, Chapter 56 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 56. Similarity is based on a certain relation between two things. If between two things no relation can be found, there can be no similarity between them, and there is no relation between two things that have no similarity to each other. Exempli gratia, we do not say this heat is similar to that color, or this voice is similar to that sweetness. This is self-evident. Since the existence of a relation between God and man, or between him and other beings, has been denied, similarity must likewise be denied. You must know that two things of the same kind, id est, whose essential properties are the same, and which are distinguished from each other by greatness and smallness, strength and weakness, etc., are necessarily similar, though different in this one way. Exempli gratia, a grain of mustard and the sphere of the fixed stars are similar as regards the three dimensions. Although the one is exceedingly great, the other exceedingly small, the property of having three dimensions is the same in both. Or the heat of wax melted by the sun and the heat of the element of fire are similar as regards heat. Although the heat is exceedingly great in the one case and exceedingly small in the other, the existence of that quality, heat, is the same in both. Thus, those who believe in the presence of essential attributes in God, vide licet, existence, life, power, wisdom, and will, should know that these attributes, when applied to God, have not the same meaning as when applied to us, and that the difference does not only consist of magnitude or in the degree of perfection, stability, and durability. It cannot be said, as they practically believe, that his existence is only more stable, his life more permanent, his power greater, his wisdom more perfect, and his will more general than ours, and that the same definition applies to both. This is in no way admissible, for the expression more than is used in comparing two things as regards a certain attribute predicated of both of them in exactly the same sense, and consequently implies similarity between God and his creatures. When they ascribe to God essential attributes, these so-called essential attributes should not have any similarity to the attributes of other things, and should, according to their own opinion, not be included in one of the same definition, just as there is no similarity between the essence of God and that of other beings. They do not follow this principle, for they hold that one definition may include them, and that, nevertheless, there is no similarity between them. Those who are familiar with the meaning of similarity will certainly understand that the term existence, when applied to God and to other beings, is perfectly homonymous. In like manner, the terms wisdom, power, will, and life are applied to God and to other beings by way of perfect homonymity, admitting of no comparison whatever. Nor must you think that these attributes are employed as hybrid terms, for hybrid terms are such as are applied to two things which have a similarity to each other in respect to a certain property which is in both of them an accident, not an essential constituent element. The attributes of God, however, are not considered as accidental by any intelligent person, while all attributes applied to man are accidents, according to the mutakallimim. I am therefore at a loss to see how they can find any similarity between the attributes of God and those of man, how their definitions can be identical and their significations the same. This is a decisive proof that there is in no way or sense anything common to the attributes predicated of God and those used in reference to ourselves. They have only the same names, and nothing else is common to them. Such being the case, it is not proper to believe, on account of the use of the same attributes, that there is in God something additional to his essence, in the same way as attributes are joined to our essence. This is most important for those who understand it. Keep it in memory and study it thoroughly in order to be well prepared for that which I am going to explain to you. End of chapter 56. Part 1, Chapter 57 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 57. On Attributes, remarks more recondite than the preceding. It is known that existence is an accident appertaining to all things, and therefore an element superadded to their essence. This must evidently be the case as regards everything the existence of which is due to some cause. Its existence is an element superadded to its essence. But as regards a being whose existence is not due to any cause, God alone is that being, for his existence, as we have said, is absolute. Existence and essence are perfectly identical. He is not a substance to which existence is joined as an accident, as an additional element. His existence is always absolute, and has never been a new element or an accident in him. Consequently, God exists without possessing the attribute of existence. Similarly, he lives without possessing the attribute of life, knows without possessing the attribute of knowledge, is omnipotent without possessing the attribute of omnipotence, is wise without possessing the attribute of wisdom. All this reduces itself to one and the same entity. There is no plurality in him, as will be shown. It is further necessary to consider that unity and plurality are accidents supervening to an object according as it consists of many elements or of one. This is fully explained in the book called Metaphysics. In the same way as number is not the substance of the things numbered, so is unity not the substance of the thing which has the attribute of unity. For unity and plurality are accidents belonging to the category of discrete quantity and supervening to such objects as are capable of receiving them. To that being, however, which has truly simple absolute existence, and in which composition is inconceivable, the accident of unity is as inadmissible as the accident of plurality. That is to say, God's unity is not an element superadded, but he is one without possessing the attribute of unity. The investigation of this subject, which is almost too subtle for our understanding, must not be based on current expressions employed in describing it, for these are the great source of error. It would be extremely difficult for us to find, in any language whatsoever, words adequate to this subject, and we can only employ inadequate language. In our endeavor to show that God does not include a plurality, we can only say he is one, although one and many are both terms which serve to distinguish quantity. We therefore make the subject clearer and show to the understanding the way of truth by saying he is one but does not possess the attribute of unity. The same is the case when we say God is the first, kadmon, to express that he has not been created. The term first is decidedly inaccurate, for it can in its true sense only be applied to a being that is subject to the relation of time. The latter, however, is an accident to motion, which again is connected with a body. Besides, the attribute first is a relative term, being in regard to time the same as the terms long and short are in regard to a line. Both expressions, first and created, are equally inadmissible in reference to any being to which the attribute of time is not applicable, just as we do not say crooked or straight in reference to taste, salted or insipid in reference to the voice. These subjects are not unknown to those who have accustomed themselves to seek a true understanding of the things, and to establish their properties in accordance with the abstract notions which the mind has formed of them, and who are not misled by the inaccuracy of the words employed. All attributes, such as the first, the last, occurring in the Scriptures in reference to God, are as metaphorical as the expressions ear and eye. They simply signify that God is not subject to any change or innovation whatever. They do not imply that God can be described by time, or that there is any comparison between him and any other being as regards time, and that he is called on that account the first and the last. In short, all similar expressions are borrowed from the language commonly used among the people. In the same way, we use one in reference to God to express that there is nothing similar to him, but we do not mean to say that an attribute of unity is added to his essence. End of chapter 57. Part 1, Chapter 58 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 58. This chapter is even more recondite than the preceding. Know that the negative attributes of God are the true attributes. They do not include any incorrect notions or any deficiency whatever in reference to God, while positive attributes imply polytheism and are inadequate, as we have already shown. It is now necessary to explain how negative expressions can, in a certain sense, be employed as attributes, and how they are distinguished from positive attributes. Then I shall show that we cannot describe the Creator by any means except by negative attributes. An attribute does not exclusively belong to the one object to which it is related. While qualifying one thing, it can also be employed to qualify other things, and is, in that case, not peculiar to that one thing. Exempli gratia. If you see an object from a distance, and on inquiring what it is, are told that it is a living being, you have certainly learnt an attribute of the object seen, and although that attribute does not exclusively belong to the object perceived, it expresses that the object is not a plant or a mineral. Again, if a man is in a certain house, and you know that something is in the house, but not exactly what, you ask, what is in that house? And you are told, not a plant nor a mineral. You have thereby obtained some special knowledge of the thing. You have learnt that it is a living being, although you do not yet know what kind of a living being it is. The negative attributes have this in common with the positive, that they necessarily circumscribe the object to some extent, although such circumscription consists only in the exclusion of what otherwise would not be excluded. In the following point, however, the negative attributes are distinguished from the positive. The positive attributes, although not peculiar to one thing, describe a portion of what we desire to know, either some part of its essence or some of its accidents. The negative attributes, on the other hand, do not, as regards the essence of the thing which we desire to know, in any way tell us what it is, except it be indirectly, as has been shown in the instance given by us. After this introduction, I would observe that, as has already been shown, God's existence is absolute, that it includes no composition, as will be proved, and that we comprehend only the fact that he exists, not his essence. Consequently, it is a false assumption to hold that he has any positive attribute, for he does not possess existence in addition to his essence. It therefore cannot be said that the one may be described as an attribute of the other. Much less has he, in addition to his existence, a compound essence consisting of two constituent elements to which the attribute could refer. Still less has he accidents which could be described by an attribute. Hence it is clear that he has no positive attribute whatever. The negative attributes, however, are those which are necessary to direct the mind to the truths which we must believe concerning God. For on the one hand, they do not imply any plurality, and on the other, they convey to man the highest possible knowledge of God, exempli gratia, it has been established by proof that some being must exist besides those things which can be perceived by the senses or apprehended by the mind. When we say of this being that it exists, we mean that its non-existence is impossible. We then perceive that such a being is not, for instance, like the four elements, which are inanimate, and we therefore say that it is living, expressing thereby that it is not dead. We call such a being incorporeal, because we notice that it is unlike the heavens, which are living but material. Seeing that it is also different from the intellect, which, though incorporeal and living, owes its existence to some cause, we say it is the first, expressing thereby that its existence is not due to any cause. We further notice that the existence, that is the essence, of this being is not limited to its own existence. Many existences emanate from it, and its influence is not like that of the fire in producing heat, or that of the sun in sending forth light, but consists in constantly giving them stability and order by well-established rule, as we shall show. We say on that account it has power, wisdom, and will. Id-est, it is not feeble, or ignorant, or hasty, and does not abandon its creatures. When we say that it is not feeble, we mean that its existence is capable of producing the existence of many other things. By saying that it is not ignorant, we mean it perceives, or it lives, for everything that perceives is living. By saying it is not hasty and does not abandon its creatures, we mean that all these creatures preserve a certain order and arrangement. They are not left to themselves. They are not produced aimlessly, but whatever condition they receive from that being is given with design and intention. We thus learn that there is no other being like unto God, and we say that he is one. Id-est, there are not more gods than one. It has thus been shown that every attribute predicated of God either denotes the quality of an action, or, when the attribute is intended to convey some idea of the divine being itself, and not of his actions, the negation of the opposite. Even these negative attributes must not be formed and applied to God, except in the way in which, as you know, sometimes an attribute is negatived in reference to a thing, although that attribute can naturally never be applied to it in the same way, as, exempli gratia, we say, this wall does not see. Those who read the present work are aware that, notwithstanding all the efforts of the mind, we can obtain no knowledge of the essence of the heavens, a revolving substance which has been measured by us in spans and cubits, and examined even as regards the proportions of the several spheres to each other, and respecting most of their motions, although we know that they must consist of matter and form. But the matter not being the same as sublunary matter, we can only describe the heavens in terms expressing negative properties, but not in terms denoting positive qualities. Thus we say that the heavens are not light, not heavy, not passive, and therefore not subject to impressions, and that they do not possess the sensations of taste and smell, or we use similar negative attributes. All this we do because we do not know their substance. What, then, can be the result of our efforts when we try to obtain a knowledge of a being that is free from substance, that is most simple, whose existence is absolute and not due to any cause, to whose perfect essence nothing can be superadded, and whose perfection consists, as we have shown, in the absence of all defects? All we understand is the fact that he exists, that he is a being to whom none of his creatures is similar, who has nothing in common with them, who does not include plurality, who is never too feeble to produce other beings, and whose relation to the universe is that of a steersman to a boat. And even this is not a real relation, a real simile, but serves only to convey to us the idea that God rules the universe. That is, that he gives it duration and preserves its necessary arrangement. This subject will be treated more fully. Praised be he, in the contemplation of his essence, our comprehension and knowledge prove insufficient. In the examination of his works, how they necessarily result from his will, our knowledge proves to be ignorance, and in the endeavor to extol him in words, all our efforts in speech are mere weakness and failure. End of chapter 58. Part 1, Chapter 59 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 59. The following question might perhaps be asked. Since there is no possibility of obtaining a knowledge of the true essence of God, and since it has also been proved that the only thing that man can apprehend of him is the fact that he exists, and that all positive attributes are inadmissible, as has been shown, what is the difference among those who have obtained a knowledge of God? Must not the knowledge obtained by our teacher Moses and by Solomon be the same as that obtained by any of the lowest class of philosophers, since there can be no addition to this knowledge? But on the other hand, it is generally accepted among theologians and also among philosophers that there can be a great difference between two persons as regards the knowledge of God obtained by them. Know that this is really the case, that those who have obtained a knowledge of God differ greatly from each other. For in the same way as by each additional attribute an object is more specified and is brought near to the true apprehension of the observer, so by each additional negative attribute you advance toward the knowledge of God, and you are nearer to it than he who does not negative in reference to God those qualities which you are convinced by proof must be negatived. There may thus be a man who, after having earnestly devoted many years to the pursuit of one science, and to the true understanding of its principles, till he is fully convinced of its truths, has obtained as the sole result of this study the conviction that a certain quality must be negatived in reference to God, and the capacity of demonstrating that it is impossible to apply it to him. Superficial thinkers will have no proof for this, will doubtfully ask, is that thing existing in the Creator or not? And those who are deprived of sight will positively ascribe it to God, although it has been clearly shown that he does not possess it. Exempli gratia, while I show that God is incorporeal, another doubts and is not certain whether he is corporeal or incorporeal. Others even positively declare that he is corporeal, and appear before the Lord with that belief. Now see how great the difference is between these three men. The first is undoubtedly nearest to the Almighty, the second is remote, and the third still more distant from him. If there be a fourth person who holds himself convinced by proof that emotions are impossible in God, while the first who rejects the corporeality is not convinced of that impossibility, that fourth person is undoubtedly nearer the knowledge of God than the first, and so on, so that a person who, convinced by proof, negatives a number of things in reference to God, which according to our belief may possibly be in him or emanate from him, is undoubtedly a more perfect man than we are, and would surpass us still more if we positively believed these things to be properties of God. It will now be clear to you that every time you establish by proof the negation of a thing in reference to God, you become more perfect, while with every additional positive assertion, you follow your imagination and recede from the true knowledge of God. Only by such ways must we approach the knowledge of God, and by such researches and studies as would show us the inapplicability of what is inadmissible as regards the Creator, not by such methods as would prove the necessity of ascribing to him anything extraneous to his essence, or asserting that he has a certain perfection when we find it to be a perfection in relation to us. The perfections are all to some extent acquired properties, and a property which must be acquired does not exist in everything capable of making such acquisition. You must bear in mind that by affirming anything of God, you are removed from him in two respects. First, whatever you affirm is only a perfection in relation to us. Secondly, he does not possess anything superadded to this essence. His essence includes all his perfections as we have shown. Since it is a well-known fact that even that knowledge of God which is accessible to man cannot be attained except by negations, and that negations do not convey a true idea of the being to which they refer, all people, both of past and present generations, declared that God cannot be the object of human comprehension, that none but himself comprehends what he is, and that our knowledge consists in knowing that we are unable truly to comprehend him. All philosophers say he has overpowered us by his grace, and is invisible to us through the intensity of his light, like the sun, which cannot be perceived by eyes, which are too weak to bear its rays. Much more has been said on this topic, but it is useless to repeat it here. The idea is best expressed in the book of Psalms, "Silence is praise to thee," 65:2. It is a very expressive remark on this subject, for whatever we utter with the intention of extolling and of praising him contains something that cannot be applied to God, and includes derogatory expressions. It is therefore more becoming to be silent, and to be content with intellectual reflection, as has been recommended by men of the highest culture, in the words, "Commune with your own heart upon your bed, and be still." Psalms 4:4. You must surely know the following celebrated passage in the Talmud. Would that all passages in the Talmud were like that! Although it is known to you, I quote it literally as I wish to point out to you the ideas contained in it. A certain person reading prayers in the presence of Rabbi Hanina said, "God the great, the valiant, and the tremendous, the powerful, the strong, and the mighty." The rabbi said to him, "Have you finished all the praises of your master?" The three epithets, God, the great, the valiant, and the tremendous, we should not have applied to God, had Moses not mentioned them in the law, and had not the men of the great synagogue come forward subsequently and established their use in the prayer. And you say all this. Let this be illustrated by a parable. There was once an earthly king possessing millions of gold coin. He was praised for owning millions of silver coin. Was this not really dispraise to him? Thus far the opinion of the pious rabbi. Consider first how repulsive and annoying the accumulation of all these positive attributes was to him. Next, how he showed that, if we had only to follow our reason, we should never have composed these prayers, and we should not have uttered any of them. It has, however, become necessary to address men in words that should leave some idea in their minds, and, in accordance with the saying of our sages, the Torah speaks in the language of men. The Creator has been described to us in terms of our own perfections. But we should not on that account have uttered any other than the three above-mentioned attributes, and we should not have used them as names of God except when meeting with them in reading the law. Subsequently, the men of the great synagogue, who were prophets, introduced these expressions also into the prayer, but we should not on that account use in our prayers any other attributes of God. The principal lesson to be derived from this passage is that there are two reasons for our employing those phrases in our prayers. First, they occur in the Pentateuch. Secondly, the prophets introduced them into the prayer. Were it not for the first reason, we should never have uttered them, and were it not for the second reason, we should not have copied them from the Pentateuch to recite them in our prayers. How, then, could we approve of the use of those numerous attributes? You also learn from this that we ought not to mention and employ in our prayers all the attributes we find applied to God in the books of the prophets. For he does not say, were it not that Moses our teacher said them, we should not have been able to use them, but he adds another condition. And had not the men of the great synagogue come forward and established their use in the prayer, because only for that reason are we allowed to use them in our prayers. We cannot approve of what those foolish persons do who are extravagant in praise, fluent and prolix in the prayers they compose, and in the hymns they make in the desire to approach the Creator. They describe God in attributes which would be an offense if applied to a human being. For those persons have no knowledge of these great and important principles, which are not accessible to the ordinary intelligence of man. Treating the Creator as a familiar object, they describe him and speak of him in any expressions they think proper. They eloquently continue to praise him in that manner, and believe that they can thereby influence him and produce an effect on him. If they find some phrase suited to their object in the words of the prophets, they are still more inclined to consider that they are free to make use of such texts, which should at least be explained, to employ them in their literal sense, to derive new expressions from them, to form from them numerous variations, and to found whole compositions on them. This license is frequently met with in the compositions of the singers, preachers, and others who imagine themselves to be able to compose a poem. Such authors write things which partly are real heresy, partly contain such folly and absurdity that they naturally cause those who hear them to laugh, but also to feel grieved at the thought that such things can be uttered in reference to God. Were it not that I pitied the authors for their defects, and did not wish to injure them, I should have cited some passages to show you their mistakes. Besides, the fault of their compositions is obvious to all intelligent persons. You must consider it and think thus. If slander and libel is a great sin, how much greater is the sin of those who speak with looseness of tongue in reference to God, and describe him by attributes which are far below him. And I declare that they not only commit an ordinary sin, but unconsciously at least incur the guilt of profanity and blasphemy. This applies both to the multitude that listens to such prayers and to the foolish man that recites them. Men, however, who understand the fault of such compositions and nevertheless recite them may be classed, according to my opinion, among those to whom the following words are applied. And the children of Israel used words that were not right against the Lord their God. 2 Kings 17:9. And utter error against the Lord. Isaiah 32:6. If you are of those who regard the honor of their Creator, do not listen in any way to them, much less utter what they say, and still less compose such prayers, knowing how great is the offense of one who hurls aspersions against the Supreme Being. There is no necessity at all for you to use positive attributes of God with the view of magnifying him in your thoughts, or to go beyond the limits which the men of the great synagogue have introduced in the prayers and in the blessings, for this is sufficient for all purposes, and even more than sufficient, as Rabbi Hanina said. Other attributes, such as occur in the books of the prophets, may be uttered when we meet with them in reading those books, but we must bear in mind what has already been explained, that they are either attributes of God's actions or expressions implying the negation of the opposite. This likewise should not be divulged to the multitude. But a reflection of this kind is fitted for the few only who believe that the glorification of God does not consist in uttering that which is not to be uttered, but in reflecting on that on which man should reflect. We will now conclude our exposition of the wise words of Rabbi Hanina. He does not employ any such simile as a king who possesses millions of gold denarii and is praised as having hundreds, for this would imply that God's perfections, although more perfect than those ascribed to man, are still of the same kind. But this is not the case, as has been proved. The excellence of the simile consists in the words, who possesses golden denarii and is praised as having silver denarii. This implies that these attributes, though perfections as regards ourselves, are not such as regards God. In reference to him, they would all be defects, as is distinctly suggested in the remark, "Is this not an offense to him?" I have already told you that all these attributes, whatever perfection they may denote according to your idea, imply defects in reference to God, if applied to him in the same sense as they are used in reference to ourselves. Solomon has already given us sufficient instruction on this subject by saying, "For God is in heaven, and thou upon earth, therefore let thy words be few." Ecclesiastes 5:2. End of chapter 59. Part 1, Chapter 60 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 60. I will give you in this chapter some illustrations in order that you may better understand the propriety of forming as many negative attributes as possible and the impropriety of ascribing to God any positive attributes. A person may know for certain that a ship is in existence, but he may not know to what object that name is applied, whether to a substance or to an accident. A second person then learns that the ship is not an accident, a third, that it is not a mineral, a fourth, that it is not a plant growing in the earth, a fifth, that it is not a body whose parts are joined together by nature, a sixth, that it is not a flat object like boards or doors, a seventh, that it is not a sphere, an eighth, that it is not pointed, a ninth, that it is not round-shaped nor equilateral, a tenth, that it is not solid. It is clear that this 10th person has almost arrived at the correct notion of a ship by the foregoing negative attributes, as if he had exactly the same notion as those have who imagine it to be a wooden substance which is hollow, long, and composed of many pieces of wood, that is to say, who know it by positive attributes. Of the other persons in our illustration, each one is more remote from the correct notion of a ship than the next mentioned, so that the first knows nothing about it but the name. In the same manner you will come near to the knowledge and comprehension of God by the negative attributes. But you must be careful in what you negative, to negative by proof, not by mere words. For each time you ascertain by proof that a certain thing believed to exist in the Creator must be negatived, you have undoubtedly come one step nearer to the knowledge of God. It is in this sense that some men come very near to God, and others remain exceedingly remote from him. not in the sense of those who are deprived of vision and believe that God occupies a place which man can physically approach or from which he can recede. Examine this well, know it, and be content with it. The way which will bring you near to God has been clearly shown to you. Walk in it, if you have the desire. On the other hand, there is a great danger in applying positive attributes to God, for it has been shown that every perfection we could imagine, even if existing in God in accordance with the opinion of those who assert the existence of attributes, would in reality not be of the same kind as that imagined by us, but would only be called by the same name. According to our explanation, it would in fact amount to a negation. Suppose exempli gratia you say he has knowledge, and that knowledge, which admits of no change and of no plurality, embraces many changeable things. His knowledge remains unaltered, while new things are constantly formed, and his knowledge of a thing before it exists, while it exists, and when it has ceased to exist, is the same without the least change. You would thereby declare that his knowledge is not like ours, and similarly that his existence is not like ours. You thus necessarily arrive at some negation, without obtaining a true conception of an essential attribute. On the contrary, you are led to assume that there is a plurality in God, and to believe that he, though one essence, has several unknown attributes. For if you intend to affirm them, you cannot compare them with those attributes known by us, and they are consequently not of the same kind. You are, as it were, brought by the belief in the reality of the attributes to say that God is one subject of which several things are predicated, though the subject is not like ordinary subjects, and the predicates are not like ordinary predicates. This belief would ultimately lead us to associate other things with God, and not to believe that he is one. For of every subject certain things can undoubtedly be predicated, and although in reality subject and predicate are combined in one thing, by the actual definition they consist of two elements, the notion contained in the subject not being the same as that contained in the predicate. In the course of this treatise, it will be proved to you that God cannot be a compound, and that he is simple in the strictest sense of the word. I do not merely declare that he who affirms attributes of God has not sufficient knowledge concerning the Creator, admits some association with God, or conceives him to be different from what he is, but I say that he unconsciously loses his belief in God. For he whose knowledge concerning a thing is insufficient understands one part of it, while he is ignorant of the other, as, exempli gratia, a person who knows that man possesses life, but does not know that man possesses understanding. But in reference to God, in whose real existence there is no plurality, it is impossible that one thing should be known and another unknown. Similarly, he who associates an object with the properties of another object conceives a true and correct notion of the one object and applies that notion also to the other, while those who admit the attributes of God do not consider them as identical with his essence, but as extraneous elements. Again, he who conceives an incorrect notion of an object must necessarily have a correct idea of the object to some extent. He, however, who says that taste belongs to the category of quantity has not, according to my opinion, an incorrect notion of taste, but is entirely ignorant of its nature, for he does not know to what object the term taste is to be applied. This is a very difficult subject. Consider it well. According to this explanation, you will understand that those who do not recognize in reference to God the negation of things which others negative by clear proof are deficient in the knowledge of God and are remote from comprehending him. Consequently, the smaller the number of things in which a person can negative in relation to God, the less he knows of him, as has been explained in the beginning of this chapter. But the man who affirms an attribute of God knows nothing but the same, for the object to which in his imagination he applies the name does not exist. It is a mere fiction and invention, as if he applied that name to a non-existing being. For there is in reality no such object. Exempli gratia, someone has heard of the elephant and knows that it is an animal, and wishes to know its form and nature. A person who is either misled or misleading tells him it is an animal with 1 leg, 3 wings, lives in the depth of the sea, has a transparent body, its face is wide, like that of a man, has the same form and shape, speaks like a man, flies sometimes in the air, and sometimes swims like a fish. I should not say that he described the elephant incorrectly, or that he has insufficient knowledge of the elephant, but I would say that the thing thus described is an invention and fiction, and that, in reality, there exists nothing like it. It is a non-existing being, called by the name of a really existing being, and, like the griffin, the centaur, and similar imaginary combinations for which simple and compound names have been borrowed from real things. The present case is analogous, namely, God, praised be his name, exists, and his existence has been proved to be absolute and perfectly simple, as I shall explain. If such a simple, absolutely existing essence were said to have attributes, as has been contended, and were combined with extraneous elements, it would in no way be an existing thing, as has been proved by us. And when we say that that essence, which is called God, is a substance with many properties by which it can be described, we apply that name to an object which does not at all exist. Consider, therefore, what are the consequences of affirming attributes to God. As to those attributes of God which occur in the Pentateuch or in the books of the prophets, we must assume that they are exclusively employed, as has been stated by us, to convey to us some notion of the perfections of the Creator, or to express qualities of actions emanating from him. End of chapter 60. Part 1, Chapter 61 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 61. It is well known that all the names of God occurring in Scripture are derived from his actions, except one, namely the Tetragrammaton, which consists of the letters Yod, Ha, Vav, and He. This name is applied exclusively to God, and is on that account called Shem Ha-Meforash, the nomen proprium. It is the distinct and exclusive designation of the divine being, whilst his other names are common nouns and are derived from actions, to which some of our own are similar, as we have already explained. Even the name Adonai, Lord, which has been substituted for the Tetragrammaton, is derived from the appellative Lord. Compare, the man who is the Lord, Adonai, of the land spake roughly to us. Genesis 43:30. The difference between Adonai, my Lord, with Hirak under the Nun, or Adonai with Kametz, is similar to the difference between Sari, my prince, and Sarai, Abraham's wife, Ibid 16:1, the latter form denoting majesty and distinction. An angel is also addressed as Adonai, exempli gratia. Adonai, my Lord, pass not away, I pray thee. Ibid 18:3. I have restricted my explanation to the term Adonai, the substitute for the Tetragrammaton, because it is more commonly applied to God than any of the other names which are in frequent use, like Dayan, Judge, Shaddai, Almighty, Tzaddik, Righteous, Hanun, Gracious, Rahum, Merciful, and Elohim, Chief. All these terms are unquestionably appellations and derivatives. The derivation of the name consisting of Yod, He, Vav, and He is not positively known, the word having no additional signification. This sacred name, which, as you know, was not pronounced except in the sanctuary by appointed priests when they gave the sacerdotal blessing, and by the high priest on the Day of Atonement, undoubtedly denotes something which is peculiar to God, and is not found in any other being. It is possible that in the Hebrew language, of which we have now but a slight knowledge, the tetragrammaton, in the way it was pronounced, conveyed the meaning of absolute existence. In short, the majesty of the name and the great dread of uttering it are connected with the fact that it denotes God himself, without including in its meaning any names of the things created by him. Thus our sages say, "My name," Numbers 6:27, means the name which is peculiar to me. All other names of God have reference to qualities and do not signify a simple substance, but a substance with attributes, they being derivatives. On that account, it is believed that they imply the presence of a plurality in God. I mean to say the presence of attributes, that is, of some extraneous element superadded to his essence. Such is the meaning of all derivative names. They imply the presence of some attribute and its substratum, though this be not distinctly named. As, however, it has been proved that God is not a substratum capable of attributes, we are convinced that those appellatives, when employed as names of God, only indicate the relation of certain actions to him, or they convey to us some notion of his perfection. Hence Rabbi Hanina would have objected to the expression, the great, the mighty, and the tremendous, had it not been for the two reasons mentioned by him, because such expressions lead men to think that attributes are essential, id est, they are perfections actually present in God. The frequent use of names of God derived from actions led to the belief that he had as many essential attributes as there were actions from which the names were derived. The following promise was therefore made, implying that mankind will at a certain future time understand this subject and be free from the error it involves. In that day will the Lord be one, and his name one. Zechariah 14:9. The meaning of this prophecy is this: he being one will then be called by one name, which will indicate the essence of God, but it does not mean that his sole name will be a derivative, videlicet one. In the Pirkei Rabbi Eliezer, chapter 3, occurs the following passage: "Before the universe was created, there was only the Almighty and his name." Observe how clearly the author states that all these appellatives employed as names of God came into existence after the creation. This is true, for they all refer to actions manifested in the universe. If, however, you consider his essence as separate and as abstracted from all actions, you will not describe it by an appellative, but by a proper noun, which exclusively indicates that essence. Every other name of God is a derivative. Only the tetragrammaton is a real nomen proprium, and must not be considered from any other point of view. You must be aware of sharing the error of those who write amulets, kamiot. Whatever you hear from them or read in their works, especially in reference to the names which they form by combination, is utterly senseless. They call these combinations shemot, names, and believe that their pronunciation demands sanctification and purification, and that by using them they are enabled to work miracles. Rational persons ought not to listen to such men, nor in any way believe their assertions. No other name is called Shem ha-Meforash, except this tetragrammaton, which is written but is not pronounced according to its letters. The words, "Thus shall ye bless the children of Israel," Numbers 6:23, are interpreted in Sifri as follows: thus in the holy language, again thus, with the Shem ha-Meforash. The following remark is also found there: in the sanctuary the name of God is pronounced as it is spelt, but elsewhere by its substitutes. In the Talmud the following passage occurs: Thus, id est, with the Shem ha-Mepharash, you say that the priests, when blessing the people, had to pronounce the Shem ha-Mepharash. This was perhaps not the case, and they may have used other names instead. We infer it from the words, and they shall put my name, Numbers 6:27, id est, my name which is peculiar to me. It has thus been shown that the Shem ha-Mepharash, the proper name of God, is the Tetragrammaton, and that this is the only name which indicates nothing but his essence. And therefore our sages, in referring to this sacred term, said, my name means the one which is peculiar to me alone. In the next chapter I will explain the circumstances which brought men to a belief in the power of Shemot, names of God. I will point out the main subject of discussion and lay open to you its mystery, and then not any doubt will be left in your mind, unless you prefer to be misguided. End of chapter 61. Part 1, Chapter 62 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 62. We were commanded that in the sacerdotal blessing, the name of the Lord should be pronounced as it is written in the form of the Tetragrammaton, the Shem ha-Mepharash. It was not known to everyone how the name was to be pronounced, what vowels were to be given to each consonant, and whether some of the letters capable of reduplication should receive a dagesh. Wise men successively transmitted the pronunciation of the name. It occurred only once in 7 years that the pronunciation was communicated to a distinguished disciple. I must, however, add that the statement, the wise men communicated the Tetragrammaton to their children and their disciples once in 7 years, does not only refer to the pronunciation, but also to its meaning, because of which the Tetragrammaton was made a nomen proprium of God, and which includes certain metaphysical principles. Our sages knew, in addition, a name of God which consisted of 12 letters, inferior in sanctity to the Tetragrammaton. I believe that this was not a single noun, but consisted of 2 or 3 words, the sum of their letters being 12, and that these words were used by our sages as a substitute for the Tetragrammaton whenever they met with it in the course of their reading the Scriptures, in the same manner as we at present substitute for it Aleph, Daleth, etc. Id est Adonai, the Lord. There is no doubt that this name, also consisting of 12 letters, was in this sense more distinctive than the name Adonai. It was never withheld from any of the students. Whoever wished to learn it had the opportunity given to him without any reserve. Not so the Tetragrammaton. Those who knew it did not communicate it except to a son or disciple once in 7 years. When, however, unprincipled men had become acquainted with that name which consists of 12 letters, and in consequence had become corrupt in faith, as is sometimes the case when persons with imperfect knowledge become aware that a thing is not such as they had imagined, the sages concealed also that name, and only communicated it to the worthiest among the priests, that they should pronounce it when they blessed the people in the temple, for the Tetragrammaton was then no longer uttered in the sanctuary on account of the corruption of the people. There is a tradition that with the death of Simeon the Just, his brother priests discontinued the pronunciation of the Tetragrammaton in the blessing. They used instead this name of 12 letters. It is further stated that at first the name of 12 letters was communicated to every man, but when the number of impious men increased, it was only entrusted to the worthiest among the priests, whose voice in pronouncing it was drowned amid the singing of their brother priests. Rabbi Tarfon said, "Once I followed my grandfather to the dais, where the blessing was pronounced. I inclined my ear to listen to a priest who pronounced the name, and noticed that his voice was drowned amid the singing of his brother priests. There was also a name of 42 letters known among them. Every intelligent person knows that one word of 42 letters is impossible, but it was a phrase of several words which had together 42 letters. There is no doubt that the words had such a meaning as to convey a correct notion of the essence of God in the way we have stated. This phrase of so many letters is called a name because, like other proper nouns, they represent one single object, and several words have been employed in order to explain more clearly the idea which the name represents. For an idea can more easily be comprehended if expressed in many words. Mark this and observe now that the instruction in regard to the names of God extended to the signification of each of those names, and did not confine itself to the pronunciation of the single letters which, in themselves, are destitute of an idea. Shem ha-Mepharash applied neither to the name of 42 letters nor to that of 12, but only to the Tetragrammaton, the proper name of God, as we have explained. Those two names must have included some metaphysical ideas. It can be proved that one of them conveyed profound knowledge from the following rule laid down by our sages. The name of 42 letters is exceedingly holy. It can only be entrusted to him who is modest, in the midway of life, not easily provoked to anger, temperate, gentle, and who speaks kindly to his fellow men. He who understands it is cautious with it, and keeps it in purity, is loved above and is liked here below. He is respected by his fellow men. His learning remaineth with him, and he enjoys both this world and the world to come. So far in the Talmud. How grievously has this passage been misunderstood! Many believe that the 42 letters are merely to be pronounced mechanically, that by knowledge of these, without any further interpretation, they can attain to these exalted ends, although it is stated that he who desires to obtain a knowledge of that name must be trained in the virtues named before, and go through all the great preparations which are mentioned in that passage. On the contrary, it is evident that all this preparation aims at a knowledge of metaphysics, and includes ideas which constitute the secrets of the law, as we have explained, chapter 35. In works on metaphysics it has been shown that such knowledge, i.e., the perception of the active intellect, can never be forgotten, and this is meant by the phrase, "his learning remaineth with him." When bad and foolish men were reading such passages, they considered them to be a support of their false pretensions and of their assertion that they could, by means of an arbitrary combination of letters, form a Shem, a name, which would act and operate miraculously when written or spoken in a certain particular way. Such fictions, originally invented by foolish men, were in the course of time committed to writing, and came into the hands of good but weak-minded and ignorant persons who were unable to discriminate between truth and falsehood, and made a secret of these Shemot. When after the death of such persons those writings were discovered among their papers, it was believed that they contained truths, for the simple believeth every word. Proverbs 14:15. We have already gone too far away from our interesting subject in recondite inquiry, endeavoring to refute a perverse notion, the absurdity of which every one must perceive who gives a thought to the subject. We have, however, been compelled to mention it in treating of the divine names, their meanings, and the opinions commonly held concerning them. We shall now return to our theme. Having shown that all names of God, with the exception of the Tetragrammaton, Shem ha-Mepharash, are appellatives, we must now, in a separate chapter, speak on the phrase Eya Asher Eya, Exodus 3:14, because it is connected with the difficult subject under discussion, namely, the inadmissibility of divine attributes. End of chapter 62. Part 1, Chapter 63 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 63. Before approaching the subject of this chapter, we will first consider the words of Moses. And they shall say unto me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? Exodus 3:13. How far was this question, anticipated by Moses, appropriate, and how far was he justified in seeking to be prepared with the answer? Moses was correct in declaring, But behold, they will not believe me, for they will say the Lord hath not appeared unto thee. Ibid 4:1. For any man claiming the authority of a prophet must expect to meet with such an objection, so long as he is not given a proof of his mission. Again, if the question, as appears at first sight, referred only to the name as a mere utterance of the lips, the following dilemma would present itself. Either the Israelites knew the name, or they had never heard it. If the name was known to them, they would perceive in it no argument in favor of the mission of Moses, his knowledge and their knowledge of the divine name being the same. If, on the other hand, they had never heard it mentioned, and if the knowledge of it was to prove the mission of Moses, what evidence would they have that this was really the name of God? Moreover, after God had made known that name to Moses, and had told him, Go and gather the elders of Israel, and they shall hearken to thy voice. Ibid 16:18, he replied, Behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, although God had told him, And they will hearken to thy voice. Whereupon God answered, What is that in thine hand? And he said, A rod. Ibid 4:2. In order to obviate this dilemma, you must understand what I am about to tell you. You know how widespread were in those days the opinions of the Sabians. All men, except a few individuals, were idolaters. That is to say, they believed in spirits, in man's power to direct the influences of the heavenly bodies, and in the effect of talismans. Anyone who in those days laid claim to authority based it either, like Abraham, on the fact that, by reasoning and by proof, he had been convinced of the existence of a being who rules the whole universe, or that some spiritual power was conferred upon him by a star, by an angel, or by a similar agency. But no one could establish his claim on prophecy, that is to say, on the fact that God had spoken to him or had entrusted a mission to him. Before the days of Moses, no such assertion had ever been made. You must not be misled by the statements that God spoke to the patriarchs, or that he had appeared to them, for you do not find any mention of a prophecy which appealed to others, or which directed them. Abraham, Isaac, or Jacob, or any other person before them, did not tell the people, God said unto me, you shall do this thing, or you shall not do that thing, or God has sent me to you. Far from it, for God spoke to them on nothing but of what especially concerned them. I.e., he communicated to them things relating to their perfection, directed them in what they should do, and foretold them what the condition of their descendants would be. Nothing beyond this. They guided their fellow men by means of argument and instruction, as is implied according to the interpretation generally received amongst us in the words, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. Genesis 12:5. When God appeared to our teacher Moses and commanded him to address the people and to bring them the message, Moses replied that he might first be asked to prove the existence of God in the universe, and that only after doing so he would be able to announce to them that God had sent him. For all men, with few exceptions, were ignorant of the existence of God. Their highest thoughts did not extend beyond the heavenly sphere, its forms, or its influences. They could not yet emancipate themselves from sensation, and had not yet attained to any intellectual perfection. Then God taught Moses how to teach them, and how to establish amongst them the belief in the existence of himself, namely by saying, Ehyeh asher ehyeh, a name derived from the verb hayah, in the sense of existing, for the verb hayah denotes to be, and in Hebrew no difference is made between the verb to be and to exist. The principal point in this phrase is that the same word which denotes existence is repeated as an attribute. The word asher, that, corresponds to the Arabic alethi and aleti, and is an incomplete noun that must be completed by another noun. It may be considered as the subject of the predicate which follows. The first noun which is to be described as ehyeh, the second, by which the first is described, is likewise ehyeh, the identical word, as if to show that the object which is to be described and the attribute by which it is described are in this case necessarily identical. This is, therefore, the expression of the idea that God exists, but not in the ordinary sense of the term. Or, in other words, he is the existing being which is the existing being. That is to say, the being whose existence is absolute. The proof which he was to give consisted in demonstrating that there is a being of absolute existence that has never been and never will be without existence. This I will clearly prove. Part 2, Introduction, Proposition 20, and Chapter 1. God thus showed Moses the proofs by which his existence would be firmly established among the wise men of his people. Therefore the explanation of the name is followed by the words, Go, gather the elders of Israel, and by the assurance that the elders would understand what God had shown to him, and would accept it, as is stated in the words, and they will hearken to thy voice. Then Moses replied as follows, They will accept the doctrine that God exists, convinced by these intelligible proofs. But, said Moses, by what means shall I be able to show that this existing God has sent me? Thereupon God gave him the sign. We have thus shown that the question, What is his name, means who is that being, which according to thy belief has sent thee? The sentence, What is his name, instead of Who is he, has here been used as a tribute of praise and homage, as though it had been said, Nobody can be ignorant of thy essence and of thy real existence. If nevertheless I ask, What is thy name? I mean, what idea is to be expressed by the name? Moses considered it inappropriate to say to God that any person was ignorant of God's existence, and therefore described the Israelites as ignorant of God's name, not as ignorant of him who was called by that name. The name Yah likewise implies eternal existence. Shaddai, however, is derived from Dai, enough. Compare, for the stuff they had was sufficient. Dayam, Exodus 36:7. The Sheen is equal to Asher, which, as in Shekabar, which already, Ecclesiastes 2:16. The same Shaddai, therefore, signifies he who is sufficient. That is to say, he does not require any other being for effecting the existence of what he created, or its conservation. His existence is sufficient for that. In a similar manner, the name Chasson implies strength. Compare, he was strong, Chasson, as the oaks, Amos 2:9. The same is the case with rock, which is a homonym, as we have explained, chapter 16. It is therefore clear that all these names of God are appellatives, or are applied to God by way of homonymy, like Zur and others, the only exception being the tetragrammaton, the Shem ha-Meforash, the nomen proprium of God, which is not appellative. It does not denote any attribute of God, nor does it imply anything except his existence. Absolute existence includes the idea of eternity, id est, the necessity of existence, Note well the result at which we have arrived in this chapter. End of chapter 63. Part 1, Chapter 64 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 64. Know that in some instances by the phrase, the name of the Lord, nothing but the name alone is to be understood. Compare, thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Exodus 27. And he that blasphemeth the name of the Lord. Leviticus 24:16. This occurs in numerous other passages. In other instances, it means the essence and reality of God himself, as in the phrase, they shall say to me, what is his name? Sometimes it stands for the Word of God, so that the name of God, the Word of God, and the command of God are identical phrases. Compare, for my name is in him. Exodus 23:21. That is, my word or my command is in him. Id est, he is the instrument of my desire and will. I shall explain this fully in treating of the homonymity of the term angel, Part 2, Chapters 6 and 34. The same is the case with the glory of the Lord. The phrase sometimes signifies the material light which God caused to rest on a certain place in order to show the distinction of that place. Exempli gratia, and the glory of the Lord, Kabod Adonai, abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it. Exodus 24:16. And the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. Ibid 40:35. Sometimes the essence, the reality of God is meant by the expression, as in the words of Moses, show me thy glory, Ibid 33:18, to which the reply was given, for no man shall see me and live, Ibid 20. This shows that the glory of the Lord in this instance is the same as he himself, and that thy glory has been substituted for thyself as a tribute of homage, an explanation which we also gave of the words, and they shall say unto me, what is his name? Sometimes the term glory denotes the glorification of the Lord by man or by any other being. For the true glorification of the Lord consists in the comprehension of his greatness, and all who comprehend his greatness and perfection glorify him according to their capacity, with this difference, that man alone magnifies God in words expressive of what he has received in his mind and what he desires to communicate to others. Things not endowed with comprehension, as exempli gratia minerals, may also be considered as glorifying the Lord, for by their natural properties they testify to the omnipotence and wisdom of their Creator, and cause him who examines them to praise God by means of speech or without the use of words, if the power of speech be wanting. In Hebrew, this license has been extended still further, and the use of the verb to speak has been admitted as applicable in such a case. Things which have no comprehension are therefore said to give utterance to praise, exempli gratia, all my bones shall say, Lord, who is like unto thee? Psalms 35:10. Because a consideration of the properties of the bones leads to the discovery of that truth, and it is through them that it became known, they are represented as having uttered the divine praise. And since this cause of God's praise is itself called praise, it has been said, the fullness of the whole earth is his praise. Isaiah 6:3. In the same sense as the earth is full of his praise. Habakkuk 3:3. As to kabod being employed in the sense of praise, compare, give praise, kabod, to the Lord your God, Jeremiah 13:16. Also, and in his temple does every one speak of his praise, kabod, Psalms 29:9, etc. Consider well the homonymity of this term, and explain it in each instance in accordance with the context. You will thus escape great embarrassment. End of chapter 64. Part 1, Chapter 65 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 65. After you have advanced thus far, and truly comprehended that God exists without having the attribute of existence, and that he is one without having the attribute of unity, I do not think that I need explain to you the inadmissibility of the attribute of speech in reference to God, especially since our people generally believe that the law, id est, the word ascribed to him, was created. Speech is attributed to him insofar as the word which Moses heard was produced and brought to existence by God in the same manner as he produced all his other works and creations. As we shall have to speak more fully on prophecy, we shall here merely show that speech is attributed to God in the same way as all other actions which are similar to our own. When we are told that God addressed the prophets and spoke to them, our minds are merely to receive a notion that there is a divine knowledge to which the prophets attain. We are to be impressed with the idea that the things which the prophets communicate to us come from the Lord and are not altogether the products of their own conceptions and ideas. This subject, which we have already mentioned above, will receive further explanation. It is the object of this chapter to show that the words speaking and saying are synonymous terms denoting A, speech, as exempli gratia, Moses shall speak, yedabbar, Exodus 19:19, and Pharaoh said, va'yomer, Ibid 5:5, B, thought, as formed in the mind without being expressed in words, exempli gratia, and I thought, va'amarti, in my heart, Ecclesiastes 2:15, and I thought, va'debarti, in my heart, Ibid, and thy heart will imagine, yedabbar, Proverbs 23:33, concerning thee my heart thought, Amar, Psalms 27:8. And Esau thought, va'yomer, in his heart, Genesis 27:41. Examples of this kind are numerous. C, will, exempli gratia, and he said, va'yomer, to slay David, 2 Samuel 21:16. That is to say, he wished or he intended to slay him. Dost thou desire, Omer, to slay me? Exodus 2:14. And the whole congregation intended, va'yomeru, to stone them. Numbers 14:10. Instances of this kind are likewise numerous. The two terms, when applied to God, can only have one of the two last mentioned significations. Videlicet, he wills, and he desires, or he thinks, and there is no difference whether the divine thought became known to man by means of an actual voice, or by one of those kinds of inspiration which I shall explain further on. Part 2, Chapter 38. We must not suppose that in speaking God employed voice or sound, or that he has a soul in which the thoughts reside, and that these thoughts are things superadded to his essence. But we ascribe and attribute to him thoughts in the same manner as we ascribe to him any other attributes. The use of these words in the sense of will and desire is based, as I have explained, on the homonymity of these terms. In addition, they are figures borrowed from our common practices, as has been already pointed out. For we cannot, at a first glance, see how anything can be produced by a mere desire. We think that he who wishes to produce a thing must perform a certain act or command someone else to perform it. Therefore, the command is figuratively ascribed to God when that takes place which he wishes, and we then say that he commanded that a certain thing should be accomplished. All this has its origin in our comparing the acts of God to our own acts, and also in the use of the term amar in the sense of he desired, as we have already explained. The words, "and he said," occurring in the account of the creation, signify he wished or he desired. This has already been stated by other authors, and is well known. A proof for this, namely that the phrase God said in the first chapter of Genesis must be taken in a figurative sense, he willed, and not in its literal meaning, is found in the circumstance that a command can only be given to a being which exists and is capable of receiving the command. Compare, "By the word of the Lord were the heavens made, and all the host of them by the breath of his mouth." Psalms 33:6. His mouth and the breath of his mouth are undoubtedly figurative expressions, and the same is the case with his word and his speech. The meaning of the verse is therefore that they, the heavens and all their host, exist through his will and desire. All our eminent authorities are cognizant of this, and I need not explain that in Hebrew, amar and dibber have the same meaning, as is proved by the passage, "For it has heard all the words, Imra, of the Lord which he spake, dibber, unto us." Joshua 24:27. End of chapter 65. Part 1, Chapter 66 of The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 66. And the tables were the work of God. Exodus 32:16. That is to say, they were the products of nature, not of art. For all natural things are called the work of the Lord, exempli gratia. These see the works of the Lord. Psalms 107:24. And the description of the several things in nature, as plants, animals, wind, rain, etc., is followed by the exclamation, "O Lord, how manifold are thy works!" Psalms 104:24. Still more striking is the relation between God and his creatures, as expressed in the phrase, "the cedars of Lebanon, which he hath planted." Ibid 16. The cedars, being the product of nature, and not of art, are described as having been planted by the Lord. Similarly, we explain, "and the writing was the writing of God." Exodus 32:16. The relation in which the writing stood to God has already been defined in the words, "written with the finger of God." Ibid 31:18. And the meaning of this phrase is the same as that of "the work of thy fingers." Psalms 8:4. This being said of the heavens. Of the latter it has been stated distinctly that they were made by a word. Compare, "By the word of the Lord were the heavens made." Ibid 33:6. Hence you learn that in the Bible, the creation of a thing is figuratively expressed by terms denoting word and speech. The same thing which according to one passage has been made by the word is represented in another passage as made by the finger of God. The phrase "written by the finger of God" is therefore identical with "written by the word of God," and if the latter phrase had been used, it would have been equal to "written by the will and desire of God." Onkelos adopted in this place a strange explanation, and rendered the words literally, "written by the finger of the Lord." He thought that the finger was a certain thing ascribed to God, so that the finger of the Lord is to be interpreted in the same way as the mountain of God, Exodus 3:1, the rod of God, Ibid 4:20, that is, as being an instrument created by him, which by his will engraved the writing on the tables. I cannot see why Onkelos preferred this explanation. It would have been more reasonable to say, written by the word of the Lord, in imitation of the verse, by the word of the Lord the heavens were made. Or was the creation of the writing on the tables more difficult than the creation of the stars and the spheres? As the latter were made by the direct will of God, not by means of an instrument, the writing may also have been produced by his direct will, not by means of an instrument. You know that the Mishnah says, 10 things were created on Friday in the twilight of the evening, and the writing is one of the 10 things. This shows how generally it was assumed by our forefathers that the writing of the tables was produced in the same manner as the rest of the creation, as we have shown in our commentary on the Mishnah, Abot 5:6. End of chapter 66. Part 1, Chapter 67 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 67. Since the verb to say has been figuratively used to express the will of the Creator, and the phrase, "and he said," has repeatedly been employed in the account of all the things created in the 6 days of the beginning, the expression to rest has likewise been figuratively applied to God in reference to the Sabbath day, on which there was no creation. It is therefore said, "And he rested, vayushbot, on the 7th day," Genesis 2:2. For to leave off speaking is, in Hebrew, likewise expressed by the same verb, as exempli gratia, so these 3 men ceased, vayishbetu, to answer Job. Job 32:1. Also by Nuach, as in, they spake to Nabal, according to all those words in the name of David, and he ceased. Vayanuchu, 1 Samuel 25:9. In my opinion, vayanuchu means they ceased to speak and waited for the answer, for no allusion to exertion whatever having previously been mentioned, the words "and they rested" in its primary signification would have been entirely out of place in that narrative, even if the young men who spoke had really used some exertion. The author relates that having delivered that whole speech, which, as you find, consisted of gentle expressions, they were silent, that is to say, they did not add any word or act by which the reply of Nabal could be justified, it being the object of the entire passage to represent Nabal's conduct as extremely reprehensible. In that sense, vide licet, to cease or to leave off, the verb nuach is used in the phrase, "and he left off," vayanach, on the 7th day. Our sages and some of the commentators took, however, nuach in its primary sense, to rest, but as a transitive form, hifil, explaining the phrase thus, "and he gave rest to the world on the 7th day." Id est, no further act of creation took place on that day. It is possible that the word vayanach is derived either from yanach, a verb of the class period, or nacha, a verb of the class lamed he, and has this meaning: he established or he governed the universe in accordance with the properties it possessed on the 7th day. That is to say, while on each of the 6 days events took place contrary to the natural laws now in operation throughout the universe, on the 7th day the universe was merely upheld and left in the condition in which it continues to exist. Our explanation is not impaired by the fact that the form of the word deviates from the rules of verbs of these two classes, for there are frequent exceptions to the rules of conjugations, and especially of the weak verbs, and any interpretation which removes such a source of error must not be abandoned because of certain grammatical rules. We know that we are ignorant of the sacred language, and that grammatical rules only apply to the majority of cases. The same root is also found as a verb einverv in the sense to place and to set, as exemple gratia, and it shall be established, and she shall be placed, verhunicha, there upon her own base. Zechariah 5:11, and she suffered neither the birds of the air to settle, le nuach, on them. 2 Samuel 21:10. According to my opinion, the verb has the same signification in Habakkuk 3:16, that I might remain firm, anuach, in the day of trouble. The word v'nefesh is a verb derived from nefesh, the homonymity of which we have already explained, chapter 41, namely, that it has the signification of intention or will. V'nefesh accordingly means that which he desired was accomplished, and what he wished had come into existence. End of chapter 67. Part 1, Chapter 68 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 68. You are acquainted with the well-known principle of the philosophers that God is the intellectus, the ens intelligens, and the ens intelligibile. These three things are in God one and the same, and do not in any way constitute a plurality. We have also mentioned in our larger work, Mishneh Torah, and we have explained there that it is a fundamental principle of our religion, namely, that he is absolutely one, that nothing combines with him, that is to say, there is no eternal thing besides him. On that account, we say, Chai Adonai, the Lord liveth, Ruth 3:13, and not Che Adonai, the life of the Lord, for his life is not a thing distinct from his essence, as we have explained in treating of the inadmissibility of the attributes. There is no doubt that he who has not studied any works on mental philosophy, who has not comprehended the nature of the mind, who has no knowledge of its essence, and considers it in no other way than he would consider the nature of whiteness and of blackness, will find this subject extremely difficult. And to him our principle that the intellectus, the intelligens, and the intelligibile are in God one and the same thing will appear as unintelligible as if we said that the whiteness, the whitening substance, and the material which is whitened are one and the same thing. And indeed, many ignorant people refute at once our principle by using such comparisons. Even amongst those who imagine that they are wise, many find this subject difficult, and are of opinion that it is impossible for the mind to grasp the truth of this proposition, although it is a demonstrated truth, as has been shown by metaphysicians. I will tell you now what has been proved. Man, before comprehending a thing, comprehends it in potentia, duname. When, however, he comprehends a thing, exemple gratia, the form of a certain tree which is pointed out to him, when he abstracts its form from its substance and reproduces the abstract form, an act performed by the intellect, he comprehends in reality, energeia, and the intellect, which he has acquired in actuality, is the abstract form of the tree in man's mind. For in such a case the intellect is not a thing distinct from the thing comprehended. It is therefore clear to you that the thing comprehended is the abstract form of the tree, and at the same time it is the intellect in action, and that the intellect and the abstract form of the tree are not two different things, for the intellect in action is nothing but the thing comprehended, and the agent by which the form of the tree has been turned into an intellectual and abstract object, namely that which comprehends, is undoubtedly the intellect in action. All intellect is identical with its action. The intellect in action is not a thing different from its action, for the true nature and essence of the intellect is comprehension, and you must not think that the intellect in action is a thing existing by itself, separate from comprehension, and that comprehension is a different thing connected with it, for the very essence of the intellect is comprehension. In assuming an intellect in action, you assume the comprehension of the thing comprehended. This is quite clear to all who have made themselves familiar with the figurative language common to this discipline. You therefore accept it as proved that the intellect consists in its action, which is its true nature and essence. Consequently, the very thing by which the form of that tree has been made abstract and intelligible, vide licet, the intellect, is at the same time the intelligens, for the intellect is itself the agens, which abstracts the form and comprehends it, and that is the action on account of which it is called the intelligens. But itself and its actions are identical, and that which is called intellect in action consists, in the above-mentioned instance, of nothing else but of the form of the tree. It must now be obvious to you that whenever the intellect is found in action, the intellect and the thing comprehended are one and the same thing, and also that the function of all intellect, namely the act of comprehending, is its essence. The intellect, that which comprehends and that which is comprehended, are therefore the same whenever a real comprehension takes place. But when we speak of the power of comprehension, we necessarily distinguish between two things, the power itself and the thing which can be comprehended. Exemple gratia, the hylic intellect of Zaid is the power of comprehension, and this tree is in like manner a thing which is capable of being comprehended. These undoubtedly are two different things. When, however, the potential is replaced by the actual, and when the form of the tree has really been comprehended, the form comprehended is the intellect, and it is by that same intellect, by the intellect in action, that the tree has been converted into an abstract idea and has been comprehended. For everything in which a real action takes place exists in reality. On the other hand, the power of comprehension and the object capable of comprehension are two things, but that which is only potential cannot be imagined otherwise than in connection with an object possessing that capacity, as exemple gratia, man, and thus we have three things: the man who possesses the power and is capable of comprehending, that power itself, namely the power of comprehension, and the object which presents itself as an object of comprehension, and is capable of being comprehended. To use the foregoing example, the man, the hylic intellect, and the abstract form of the tree are three different things. They become one and the same thing when the intellect is in action, and you will never find the intellect different from the comprehensible object unless the power of comprehending and the power of being comprehended be referred to. Now, it has been proved that God is an intellect which always is in action, and that, as has been stated and as will be proved hereafter, there is in him at no time a mere potentiality, that he does not comprehend at one time and is without comprehension at another time, but he comprehends constantly. Consequently, he and the things comprehended are one and the same thing, that is to say, his essence, and the act of comprehending because of which it is said that he comprehends is the intellect itself, which is likewise his essence. God is therefore always the intellectus, the intelligens, and the intelligibile. We have thus shown that the identity of the intellect, the intelligens, and the intelligibile is not only a fact as regards the Creator, but as regards all intellect when in action. There is, however, this difference, that from time to time our intellect passes over from mere potentiality to reality, and that the pure intellect, id est, the active intellect, finds sometimes obstacles, though not in itself, but accidentally in some external cause. It is not our present intention to explain this subject, but we will merely show that God alone, and none besides him, is an intellect constantly in action, and there is, neither in himself nor in anything beside him, any obstacle whereby his comprehension would be hindered. Therefore, he always includes the intelligens, the intellectus, and the intelligibile, and his essence is at the same time the intelligens, the intelligibile, and the intellectus, as is necessarily the case with all intellect in action. We have reiterated this idea in the present chapter because it is exceedingly abstruse, and I do not apprehend that the reader will confound intellectual comprehension with the representative faculty, with the reproduction of the material image in our imagination, since this work is designed only for those who have studied philosophy and who know what has already been said on the soul and its faculties. End of chapter 68. Part 1, Chapter 69 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 69. The philosophers, as you know, call God the first cause, in Hebrew, Illah and Sibba. But those who are known by the name of Mutakallimim are very much opposed to the use of that name, and call him Agens, believing that there is a great difference whether we say that God is the cause or that he is the Agens. They argue thus: if we say that God is the cause, the coexistence of the cause with that which was produced by the cause would necessarily be implied. This again would involve the belief that the universe was eternal, and that it was inseparable from God. When, however, we say that God is the agens, the coexistence of the agens with its product is not implied, for the agens can exist anterior to its product. We cannot even imagine how an agens can be in action unless it existed before its own production. This is an argument advanced by persons who do not distinguish between the potential and the actual. You, however, should know that in this case there is no difference whether you employ the term cause or agens. For if you take the term cause in the sense of a mere potentiality, it precedes its effect. But if you mean the cause in action, then the effect must necessarily coexist with the cause in action. The same is the case with the agens. Take it as an agens. In reality, the work must necessarily coexist with its agens. For the builder, before he builds the house, is not in reality a builder, but has the faculty for building a house, in the same way as the materials for the house before it is being built are merely in potentia. But when the house has been built, he is the builder in reality, and his product must likewise be in actual existence. Nothing is therefore gained by choosing the term agens and rejecting the term cause. My object here is to show that these two terms are equal, And in the same manner as we call God an agens, although the work does not yet exist, only because there is no hindrance or obstacle which might prevent him from doing it whenever he pleases, we may also call him the cause, although the effect may not yet be in existence. The reason why the philosophers called God the cause and did not call him the agens is not to be sought in their belief that the universe is eternal, but in other motives, which I will briefly describe to you. It has been shown in the science of physics that everything except the primal cause owes its origin to the following four causes: the substance, the form, the agens, the final cause. There are sometimes direct, sometimes indirect causes, but each by itself is called a cause. They also believe, and I do not differ from their opinion, that God himself is the agens, the form, and the end. Therefore they call God the cause in order to express that he unites in himself these three causes, vide licet, that he is the agens, the form, and the final cause of the universe. In the present chapter, I only wish to show you in what sense it may be said of God that he is the agens, the form, and also the final cause of the universe. You need not trouble yourself now with the question whether the universe has been created by God, or whether, as the philosophers have assumed, it is eternal, coexisting with him. You will find in the pages of this treatise full and instructive information on the subject. Here I wish to show that God is the cause of every event that takes place in the world, just as he is the creator of the whole universe as it now exists. It has already been explained in the science of physics that a cause must again be sought for each of the four divisions of causes. When we have found for any existing thing those four causes which are in immediate connection with it, we find for these again causes, and for these again other causes, and so on until we arrive at the first causes. Exempli gratia, a certain production has its agens. This agens again has its agens, and so on, until at last we arrive at a first agens, which is the true agens throughout all the intervening links. If the letter aleph be moved by bet, bet by gimel, gimel by dalet, and dalet by he, and as the series does not extend to infinity, let us stop at he, there is no doubt that the he moves the letters aleph, bet, gimel, and dalet, and we say correctly that the aleph is moved by he. In that sense, everything occurring in the universe, although directly produced by certain nearer causes, is ascribed to the Creator, as we shall explain. He is the agens, and he is therefore the ultimate cause. We shall also find, after careful examination, that every physical and transient form must be preceded by another such form, by which the substance has been fitted to receive the next form. The previous form again has been preceded by another, and we arrive at length at that form which is necessary for the existence of all intermediate forms, which are the causes of the present form. That form to which the forms of all existing things are traced is God. You must not imagine that when we say that God is the first form of all forms existing in the universe, we refer to that first form which Aristotle in the book of Metaphysics describes as being without beginning and without end, for he treats of a form which is a physical, not a purely intellectual one. When we call God the ultimate form of the universe, we do not use this term in the sense of form connected with substance, namely, as the form of that substance, as though God were the form of a material being. It is not in this sense that we use it, but in the following. Everything existing and endowed with a form is whatever it is through its form, and when that form is destroyed, its whole existence terminates and is obliterated. The same is the case as regards the relation between God and all distant causes of existing beings. It is through the existence of God that all things exist, and it is He who maintains their existence by that process which is called emanation, in Hebrew shefah, as will be explained in one of the chapters of the present work. If God did not exist, suppose this were possible, the universe would not exist, and there would be an end to the existence of the distant causes, the final effects, and the intermediate causes. Consequently, God maintains the same relation to the world as the form has to a thing endowed with a form. Through the form, it is what it is, and on it the reality and essence of the thing depends. In this sense, we may say that God is the ultimate form, that He is the form of all forms, that is to say, the existence and continuance of all forms in the last instance depend on Him. The forms are maintained by Him in the same way as all things endowed with forms retain their existence through their forms. On that account, God is called in the sacred language ha-olamim, the life of the universe, as will be explained chapter 72. The same argument holds good in reference to all final causes. If you assign to a thing a certain purpose, you can find for that purpose another purpose. We mention, exempli gratia, a wooden chair. Its substance is wood, the joiner is its agens, the square its form, and its purpose is that one should sit upon it. You may then ask, for what purpose does one sit upon it? The answer will be that he who is sitting upon it desires to be high above the ground. If again you ask, for what purpose does he desire to be high above the ground? You will receive the answer that he wishes to appear high in the eyes of those who see him. For what purpose does he wish to appear higher in the eyes of those who see him? That the people may respect and fear him. What is the good of his being feared? His commands will be respected. For what purpose are his commands to be respected? That people shall refrain from injuring each other. What is the object of this precaution? To maintain order amongst the people. In this way, one purpose necessitates the pre-existence of another, except the final purpose, which is the execution of the will of God, according to one of the opinions which have been propounded, as will be explained, Part 3, chapters 13 and 17. And the final answer will be, it is the will of God. According to the view of others, which will likewise be explained, the final purpose is the execution of the decree of His wisdom, and the final answer will be, it has been decreed by His wisdom. According to either opinion, the series of successive purposes terminates as has been shown in God's will or wisdom, which, in our opinion, are identical with His essence and are not anything separate from Himself or different from His essence. Consequently, God is the final purpose of everything. Again, it is the aim of everything to become, according to its faculties, similar to God in perfection. This is meant by the expression, His will which is identical with His essence, as will be shown below, Ibid. In this sense, God is called the end of all ends. I have thus explained to you in what sense God is said to be the agens, the form, and the end. This is the reason why the philosophers not only call him the maker, but also the cause. Some of the scholars belonging to the Mutakallimim, Mohammedan theologians, went so far in their folly and in their vainglory as to say that the non-existence of the Creator, if that were possible, would not necessarily imply the non-existence of the things created by him, i.e., the universe. For a production need not necessarily cease to exist when the producer, after having produced it, has ceased to exist. They would be right if God were only the maker of the universe, and if its permanent existence were not dependent on him. The storehouse does not cease to exist at the death of the builder, for he does not give permanent existence to the building. God, however, is himself the form of the universe, as we have already shown, and it is he who causes its continuance and permanency. It is therefore wrong to say that a thing can remain durable and permanent after the being that makes it durable and permanent has ceased to exist, since that thing can possess no more durability and permanency than it has received from that being. Now you understand the greatness of the error into which they have fallen through their assumption that God is only the agens and not the end or the form. End of chapter 69. Part 1, Chapter 70 of the Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 70. The term rakab, to ride, is a synonym. In its primary signification, it is applied to man's riding on an animal in the usual way. Exempli gratia, now he was riding, rokab, upon his ass. Numbers 22:22. It has then been figuratively used to denote dominion over a thing, because the rider governs and rules the animal he rides upon. Exempli gratia, he made him ride, yarkibahu, on the high places of the earth. Deuteronomy 32:13. And I will cause thee to ride, vaherkabtika, upon the high places of the earth. Isaiah 58:14. That is, you shall have dominion over the highest people on earth. I will make Ephraim to ride, Arkib, Hosea 10:11. Id est, I shall give him rule and dominion. In this same sense it is said of God, who rideth, Rokab, upon the heaven in thy help. Deuteronomy 33:26. That is, who rules the heavens. And him that rideth, la rokeb, upon the arabot. Psalms 68:4. Id est, who rules the arabot, the uttermost, all-encompassing sphere. It has also been repeatedly stated by our sages that there are 7 rekeim, firmaments, heavens, and that the uppermost of them, the all-surrounding, is called arabot. Do not object to the number 7 given by them, although there are more rekeim, for there are spheres which contain several circles, gilgalim, and are counted as one. This is clear to those who have studied that subject, and I shall also explain it. Here I wish merely to point out that our sages always assumed that arabot is the uppermost sphere. The arabot is also referred to in the words, who rideth upon the heavens in thy help. Thus we read in Babylonian Talmud Haggiga, page 12, the high and exalted dwelleth on arabot, as it is said, extol him that rideth upon arabot. Psalms 68:4. How is it proved that heaven and arabot are identical? The one passage has who rideth on arabot, the other who rideth upon the heaven. Hence it is clear that in all these passages reference is made to the same all-surrounding sphere, concerning which you will hereafter, Part 2, Chapter 24, receive more information. Consider well that the expression dwelling over it is used by them and not dwelling in it. The latter expression would have implied that God occupies a place or is a power in the sphere, as was in fact believed by the Sabians, who held that God was the soul of the sphere. By saying dwelling over it, they indicated that God was separate from the sphere and was not a power in it. Know also that the term riding upon the heavens has figuratively been applied to God in order to show the following excellent comparison. The rider is better than the animal upon which he rides. The comparative is only used for the sake of convenience, for the rider is not of the same class as the animal upon which he rides. Furthermore, the rider moves the animal and leads it as he likes. It is, as it were, his instrument, which he uses according to his will. He is separate from it, apart from it, not connected with it. In like manner, the uppermost sphere, by the rotation of which everything movable is set in motion, is moved by God, who is separate from the sphere and is not a power in it. In Bereshit Rabbah, we read that in commenting on the divine words, the eternal God is a refuge, literally a dwelling, Deuteronomy 33:27, our sages said, He is the dwelling of his world, the world is not his dwelling. This explanation is then followed by the remark, the horse is secondary to the rider is not subservient to the horse. This is meant by thou wilt ride upon thy horses, Habakkuk 3:8. Consider and learn how they described the relation of God to the sphere, asserting that the latter is his instrument by means of which he rules the universe. For whenever you find our sages saying that in a certain heaven are certain things, they do not mean to say that in the heavens there are any extraneous things, but that from a certain heaven the force emanates which is required for the production of certain things, and for their continuing in proper order. The proof for my statement you may find in the following sayings of our sages. The Arabot, in which there are justice, charity, right, treasures of life and peace, treasures of blessing, of the souls of the righteous, of the souls and the spirits of those to be born, and of the dew, by which God will at some future time revive the dead, etc. It is clear that the things enumerated here are not material, and do not occupy a place, for dew is not to be taken in its literal sense. Consider also that here the phrase in which, meaning in the Arabot, is used, and not over which, as if to say that all the things existing in the universe derive their existence from powers emanating from the Arabot, which God made to be the origin and the place of these powers. They are said to include the treasures of life, a perfectly true and correct assertion, for all existing life originates in that treasure of life, as will be mentioned below, chapter 72 and part 2, chapter 10. Reflect on the fact that the souls of the righteous as well as the souls and the spirits of those to be born are mentioned here. How sublime is this idea to him who understands it! For the soul that remains after the death of man is not the soul that lives in a man when he is born. The latter is a mere faculty, while that which has a separate existence after death is a reality. Again, the soul and the spirit of man during his life are two different things. Therefore, the souls and the spirits are both named as existing in man, but separate from the body, only one of them exists. We have already explained the homonymity of Ruach, spirit, in this work, and also at the end of Safar ha-Mada'ah, Mishnah Torah, Hillel Teshubah 8:3-4, we treated of the homonymity of these expressions. Consider how these excellent and true ideas, comprehended only by the greatest philosophers, are found scattered in the Midrashim. When a student who disavows truth reads them, he will at first sight deride them, as being contrary to the real state of things. The cause of this is the circumstance that our sages spoke of these subjects in metaphors. They are too difficult for the common understanding of the people, as has been noticed by us several times. I will now return to the subject which I commenced to explain in order to bring it to a conclusion. our sages commenced to adduce proofs from Scripture for their assertion that the things enumerated above are contained in the Arabot. As to justice and right, they quote, "Justice and judgment are the habitation of thy throne." Psalms 89:18. In the same way, they prove their assertion concerning all things enumerated by them by showing that they are described as being related to God, as being near him. Note this. In the Pirkei Rabbi Eliezer it is said, God created 7 Rekeim, heavens, and out of all of them he selected the Arabot for his royal throne. Compare, exalt him who rideth upon the Arabot, Psalms 68:4. These are his, Rabbi Eliezer's words. Note them likewise. You must know that in Hebrew, the collective noun denoting animals used for riding is merkabah. Instances of this noun are not rare. And Joseph made ready his chariot, merkabto, Genesis 46:29. In the second chariot, bemerkebet, Ibid 41:43. Pharaoh's chariots, merkebot, Exodus 15:4. The following passage especially proves that the Hebrew merkabah denotes a collection of animals, and a merkabah came up and went out of Egypt for 600 shekels of silver, and a horse for 150. 1 Kings 10:21. Hence we may learn that merkabah denotes here 4 horses. Therefore I think that when it was stated according to the literal sense of the words that 4 chayot, beasts, carry the throne of glory, our sages called this merkabah on account of its similarity with the merkabah consisting of 4 single animals. So far has the theme of this chapter carried us, and we shall be compelled to make many further remarks on this subject. Here, however, it is our object and the aim of all we have said to show that who rideth upon heaven, Deuteronomy 33:26, means who sets the all-surrounding sphere in motion and turns it by his power and will. The same sense is contained in the conclusion of that verse, and in his excellency the spheres. Id est, who in his excellency moves the spheres, shechakim. In reference to the first sphere, the arabot, the verb to ride is used. In reference to the rest, the noun excellency, because through the motion of the uppermost sphere in its daily circuit, all the spheres move, participating as parts in the motion of the whole, and this being that great power that sets everything in motion, it is called excellency. Let this subject constantly remain in your memory when you study what I am going to say, for id est, the motion of the uppermost sphere, is the greatest proof for the existence of God, as I shall demonstrate. Note this. End of chapter 70.
Part 1, Chapter 71 of The Guide for the Perplexed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides, translated by Michael Friedlander. The Chalam. Know that many branches of science relating to the correct solution of these problems were once cultivated by our forefathers, but were in the course of time neglected, especially in consequence of the tyranny which barbarous nations exercised over us. Besides, speculative studies were not open to all men, as we have already stated. Introduction, page 2, and Part 1, Chapter 31. Only the subjects taught in the Scriptures were accessible to all. Even the traditional law, as you're well aware, was not originally committed to writing, in conformity with the rule to which our nation generally adhered. Quote, "Things which I have communicated to you orally, you must not communicate to others in writing." End quote. With reference to the law, this rule was very opportune, for while it remained in force, it averted the evils which happened subsequently. Vide licet, great diversity of opinion, doubts as to the meaning of written words, slips of the pen, dissensions among the people, formation of new sects, and confused notions about practical subjects. The traditional teaching was in fact, according to the words of the law, entrusted to the great tribunal, as we have already stated in our works on the Talmud, Introduction to Mishneh Torah, and Introduction to Commentary on the Mishnah. Care having been taken, for the sake of obviating injurious influences, that the oral law should not be recorded in a form accessible to all, it was but natural that no portion of the secrets of the law, that is, metaphysical problems, would be permitted to be written down or divulged for the use of all men. These secrets, as has been explained, were orally communicated by a few able men to others who were equally distinguished. Hence the principle applied by our teachers, "The secrets of the law can only be entrusted to him who is a counselor, a cunning artificer, etc." The natural effect of this practice was that our nation lost the knowledge of those important disciplines. Nothing but a few remarks and allusions are to be found in the Talmud and the Midrashim, like a few kernels enveloped in such a quantity of husk that the reader is generally occupied with the husk and forgets that it encloses a kernel. In addition, you will find that in the few works composed by the Goyim and the Karaites on the unity of God and on such matter as is connected with this doctrine, they follow the lead of the Mohammedan mutakalimim, and what they wrote is insignificant in comparison with the kindred works of the Mohammedans. It also happened that at the time when the Mohammedans adopted this method of the kalam, there arose among them a certain sect called Mu'tazila, that is, separatists. In certain things our scholars followed the theory and the method of those Mu'tazila, although another sect, the Ash'ariya, with their own peculiar views, was subsequently established among the Mohammedans. You will not find any of these views in the writings of our authors, not because our authors preferred the opinions of the first-named sect to those of the latter, but because they chanced first to become acquainted with the theory of the Mu'tazila, which they adopted and treated as demonstrated truth. On the other hand, our Andalusian scholars followed the teachings of the philosophers, from whom they accepted those opinions which were not opposed to our religious principles. You will find that they did not adopt any of the methods of the Mutakalimim. In many respects they approached the view expressed in the present treatise, as may be noticed in the few works which were recently written by authors of that school. You should also know that whatever the Mohammedans, that is, the Mu'tazila and the Ash'ariya, said on those subjects consists in nothing but theories founded on propositions which are taken from the works of those Greek and Syrian scholars who attempted to oppose the system of the philosophers and to refute their arguments. The following was the cause of the opposition. At the time when the Christian Church brought the Greeks and Syrians into its fold and promulgated its well-known dogmas, the opinions of the philosophers were current amongst those nations, and whilst philosophy flourished, kings became defenders of the Christian faith. The learned Greek and Syrian Christians of the age, seeing that their dogmas were unquestionably exposed to severe attacks from the existing philosophical systems, laid the foundation for this science of dogmatics. They commenced by putting forth such propositions as would support their doctrines, and be useful for the refutation of opinions opposed to the fundamental principles of the Christian religion. When the Mohammedans caused Arabic translations of the writings of the philosophers to be made, those criticisms were likewise translated. When the opinions of John the Grammarian, of Ibn Adi, and of kindred authors on those subjects were made accessible to them, they adopted them, and imagined that they had arrived at the solution of important problems. Moreover, they selected from the opinions of the ancient philosophers whatever seemed serviceable to their purposes, although later critics had proved that those theories were false, as, for example, the theories of atoms and of a vacuum. They believed that the discussions of those authors were of a general character and contained propositions useful for the defense of positive religion. At a subsequent period, the same theories were more fully developed and presented an aspect unknown to those theologians of the Greeks and other nations who were the immediate successors of the philosophers. At a later time, when the Mohammedans adopted certain peculiar theological theories, they were naturally obliged to defend them, and when their new theories again became the subject of controversy among them, each party laid down such propositions as suited their special doctrine. Their arguments undoubtedly involved certain principles which concerned the three communities, Jews, Christians, and Mohammedans, such as the creatio ex nihilo, which afforded support to the belief in miracles and to various other doctrines. There are, however, other subjects of belief which the Christians and Mohammedans have undertaken to defend, such as the doctrine of the Trinity in the theological works of the former, and the Word in the works of some Mohammedan sects. In order to prove the dogmas which they thus desired to establish, they were compelled to resort to certain hypotheses. It is not our object to criticize things which are peculiar to either creed, or books which were written exclusively in the interest of the one community or the other. We merely maintain that the earlier theologians, both of the Greek Christians and of the Mohammedans, when they laid down their propositions, did not investigate the real properties of things. First of all, they considered what must be the properties of the things which should yield proof for or against a certain creed. And when this was found, they asserted that the thing must be endowed with those properties. Then they employed the same assertion as a proof for the identical arguments which had led to the assertion, and by which they either supported or refuted a certain opinion. This course was followed by able men who originated this method and adopted it in their writings. They professed to be free from preconceived opinions and to have been led to a stated result by actual research. Therefore, when philosophers of a subsequent date studied the same writings, they did not perceive the true character of the arguments. On the contrary, they found in the ancient works strong proofs and a valuable support for the acceptance or rejection of certain opinions, and thus thought that so far as religious principles were concerned, there was no necessity whatever to prove or refute any of their propositions, and that the first mutakallimim had discussed those subjects with the sole object of defeating certain views of the philosophers and demonstrating the insufficiency of their proofs. Persons who hold this opinion do not suspect how much they are mistaken, for the first mutakallimim tried to prove a proposition when it was expedient to demonstrate its truth, and to disprove it when its rejection was desirable, and when it was contrary to the opinion which they wished to uphold, although the contradiction might only become obvious after the application of 100 successive propositions. In this manner the earlier mutakallimim effected a radical cure of the malady. I tell you, however, as a general rule, that Themistius was right in saying that the properties of things cannot adapt themselves to our opinions, but our opinions must be adapted to the existing properties. Having studied the works of these mutakallimim as far as I had an opportunity, just as I had studied the writings of the philosophers according to the best of my ability, I found that the method of all mutakallimim was the same in its general characteristics, namely, they assume that the really existing form of things proves nothing at all, because it is merely one of various phases of the things, the opposite of which is equally admissible to our minds. In many instances, these theologians were guided by their imagination, and thought that they were following the dictates of the intellect. They set forth the propositions which I shall describe to you, and demonstrated by their peculiar mode of arguing that the universe had a beginning. The theory of the creatio ex nihilo being thus established, they asserted, as a logical consequence, that undoubtedly there must be a maker who created the universe. Next, they showed that this maker is one, and from the unity of the creator they deduced his incorporeality. This method was adopted by every Mohammedan mutakallim in the discussion of this subject, and by those of our co-religionists who imitated them and walked in their footsteps. Although the mutakallimim disagree in the methods of their proofs and employ different propositions in demonstrating the act of creation or in rejecting the eternity of the universe, they invariably begin with proving the creatio ex nihilo, and establish on that proof the existence of God. I have examined this method and find it most objectionable. It must be rejected, because all the proofs for the creation have weak points, and cannot be considered as convincing except by those who do not know the difference between a proof, a dialectical argument, and a sophism. Those who understand the force of the different methods will clearly see that all the proofs for the creation are questionable, because propositions have been employed which have never been proved. I think that the utmost that can be effected by believers in the truth of revelation is to expose the shortcomings in the proofs of philosophers who hold that the universe is eternal, and if forsooth a man has effected this, he has accomplished a great deed. For it is well known to all clear and correct thinkers who do not wish to deceive themselves that this question, namely, whether the universe has been created or is eternal, cannot be answered with mathematical certainty. Here human intellect must pause. We shall have occasion to speak more fully on this subject, but for the present it may suffice to say that the philosophers have for the last 3,000 years been continually divided on that subject, as far as we can learn from their works and the record of their opinions. Such being the nature of this theory, how can we employ it as an axiom and establish on it the existence of the Creator? In that case, the existence of God would be uncertain. If the universe had a beginning, God does exist. If it be eternal, God does not exist. The existence of God would therefore remain either an open question, or we should have to declare that the creation had been proved, and compel others by mere force to accept this doctrine, in order thus to be enabled to declare that we have proved the existence of God. Such a process is utterly inadmissible. The true method, which is based on a logical and indubitable proof, consists, according to my opinion, in demonstrating the existence of God, his unity, and his incorporeality by such philosophical arguments as are founded on the theory of the eternity of the universe. I do not propose this method as though I believed in the eternity of the universe, for I do not follow the philosophers on this point, but because by the aid of this method these three principles, viz., the existence of God, his unity, and his incorporeality, can be fully proved and verified, irrespectively of the question whether the universe had a beginning or not. After firmly establishing these three principles by an exact proof, we shall treat of the problem of creation and discuss it as fully as possible. You are at liberty to content yourself with the declaration of the Mūtakalimim, and to believe that the act of creation has been demonstrated by proof, nor can there be any harm, if you consider it unproven, that the universe had a beginning, and accept this theory as supported by the authority of the prophets. Before you learn our opinion on prophecy, which will be given in the present work, do not ask how could the belief in prophecy be justified if it were assumed that the universe was eternal. We will not now expatiate on that subject. You should, however, know that some of the propositions started and proved by the radicals, that is, the Mūtakalimim, in order to prove the act of creation, imply an order of things contrary to that which really exists, and involve a complete change in the laws of nature. This fact will be pointed out to you, for it will be necessary to mention their propositions and their argumentation. My method, as far as I can now explain it, in general terms, is as follows. The universe is either eternal or has had a beginning. If it had a beginning, there must necessarily exist a being which caused the beginning. This is clear to common sense. For a thing that has had a beginning cannot be the cause of its own beginning. Another must have caused it. The universe was, therefore, created by God. If, on the other hand, the universe were eternal, it could in various ways be proved that apart from the things which constitute the universe, there exists a being which is neither body nor a force in a body, and which is one, eternal, not preceded by any cause, and immutable. That being is God. You see that the proofs for the existence, the unity, and the incorporeality of God must vary according to the propositions admitted by us. Only in this way can we succeed in obtaining a perfect proof, whether we assume the eternity or the creation of the universe. For this reason, you will find in my works on the Talmud, whenever I have to speak of the fundamental principles of our religion or to prove the existence of God, that I employ arguments which imply the eternity of the universe. I do not believe in that eternity, but I wish to establish the principle of the existence of God by an indisputable proof, and should not like to see this most important principle founded on a basis which everyone could shake or attempt to demolish, and which others might consider as not being established at all, especially when I see that the proofs of the philosophers are based on those visible properties of things which can only be ignored by persons possessing certain preconceived notions, while the Mūtakalimim establish their arguments on propositions which are to such an extent contrary to the actual state of things as to compel these arguers to deny altogether the existence of the laws of nature. When I shall have to treat of the creation, I shall in a special chapter prove my opinion to some extent, and shall attain the same end which every one of the Mutakalimim had in view. Yet I shall not contradict the laws of nature, or reject any such part of the Aristotelian theory as has been proved to be correct. Even the most cogent of the proofs offered by the Mutakalimim respecting the act of creation has only been obtained by reversing the whole order of things and by rejecting everything fully demonstrated by the philosophers. I, however, shall be able to give a similar proof without ignoring the laws of nature and without being forced to contradict facts which have been clearly perceived. I find it necessary to mention to you the general propositions of the Mutakalimim by which they prove the act of creation, the existence of God, his unity, and his incorporeality. I intend to explain their method and also to point out the inferences which are to be drawn from each proposition. After this, I shall describe those theories of the philosophers which are closely connected with our subject, and I shall then explain their method. Do not ask me to prove in this work the propositions of the philosophers, which I shall briefly mention to you. They form the principal part of physics and metaphysics, nor must you expect that I should repeat the arguments of the Mutakalimim in support of their propositions, with which they wasted their time, with which the time of future generations will likewise be wasted, and on which numerous books have been written. Their propositions, with few exceptions, are contradicted by the visible properties of things, and beset with numerous objections. For this reason they were obliged to write many books and controversial works in defense of their theories, for the refutation of objections, and for the reconciliation of all apparent contradictions, although in reality this object cannot be attained by any sophistical contrivance. As to the propositions of the philosophers, which I shall briefly explain, and which are indispensable for the demonstration of the three principles, the existence, the unity, and the incorporeality of God, they will for the greater part be admitted by you as soon as you shall hear them and understand their meaning, whilst in the discussion of other parts reference must be made for their proofs to works on physics and metaphysics. And if you direct your attention to such passages as will be pointed out to you, you will find everything verified that requires verification. I have already told you that nothing exists except God and this universe, and that there is no other evidence for his existence but this universe in its entirety and in its several parts. Consequently, the universe must be examined as it is. The propositions must be derived from those properties of the universe which are clearly perceived, and hence you must know its visible form and its nature. Then only will you find in the universe evidence for the existence of a being not included therein. I have considered it, therefore, necessary to discuss first in a merely colloquial manner, in the next chapter, the totality of existing things, and to confine our remarks to such as have been fully proved and established beyond all doubt. In subsequent chapters I shall treat of the propositions of the Mutakalimim, and describe the method by which they explain the four fundamental principles. In the chapters which will follow, I propose to expound the propositions of the philosophers, and the methods applied by them in verifying those principles. In the last place, I shall explain to you the method applied by me in proving those four principles as I have stated to you. End of chapter 71. Read by Sandra.
Part 1, Chapter 72 of God for the Perplexed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides, translated by Michael Friedlander. Chapter 72. Know that this universe, in its entirety, is nothing else but one individual being. That is to say, the outermost heavenly sphere, together with all included therein, is as regards individuality beyond all question a single being, like Set and Omar. The variety of its substances, I mean the substances of that sphere and all its component parts, is like the variety of the substances of a human being. Just as, e.g., Set is one individual consisting of various solid substances, such as flesh, bones, sinews, of various humors, and of various spiritual elements. In like manner, the sphere in its totality is composed of the celestial orbs. The four elements and their combinations. There is no vacuum whatever therein, but the whole space is filled up with matter. Its center is occupied by the earth is surrounded by water, air encompasses the water, fire envelops the air, and this again is enveloped by the fifth substance, quintessence. These substances form numerous spheres, one being enclosed within another, so that no intermediate empty space, no vacuum, is left. One sphere surrounds and closely joins the other. All the spheres revolve with constant uniformity, without acceleration or retardation. That is to say, each sphere retains its individual nature as regards its velocity and the peculiarity of its motion. It does not move at one time quicker, at another slower. Compared with each other, however, some of the spheres move with less, others with greater velocity. The outermost, all-encompassing sphere revolves with the greatest speed. It completes its revolution in one day, and causes everything to participate in its motion, just as every particle of a thing moves when the entire body is in motion. For existing beings stand in the same relation to that sphere as a part of the thing stands to the whole. These spheres have not a common center. The centers of some of them are identical with the center of the universe, while those of the rest are different from it. Some of the spheres have a motion independent of that of the whole universe, constantly revolving from east to west, while other spheres move from west to east. The stars contained in those spheres are part of their respective orbits. They are fixed in them, and have no motion of their own, but participating in the motion of the sphere of which they are a part, they appear themselves to move. The entire substance of this revolving fifth element is unlike the substance of those bodies which consist of the other four elements, and are enclosed by the fifth element. The number of these spheres encompassing the universe cannot possibly be less than 18. It may even be larger, but this is a matter for further investigation. It also remains an open question whether there are spheres which, without moving round the center of the universe, have nevertheless a circular motion. Within that sphere which is nearest to us, a substance is contained which is different from the substance of the fifth element. It first received four primary forms, and then became in these four forms four kinds of matter: earth, water, air, fire. Each of these four elements occupies a certain position of its own assigned to it by nature. It is not found in another place. So long as no other but its own natural force acts upon it, it is a dead body. It has no life, no perception, no spontaneous motion, and remains at rest in its natural place. When moved from its place by some external force, it returns towards its natural place as soon as that force ceases to operate. For the elements have the property of moving back to their place in a straight line, but they have no properties which would cause them to remain where they are, or to move otherwise than in a straight line. The rectilinear motions of these four elements when returning to their original place are of two kinds, either centrifugal, viz., the motion of the air and the fire, or centripetal, viz., the motion of the earth and the water. And when the elements have reached their original place, they remain at rest. The spherical bodies, on the other hand, have life, possess a soul by which they move spontaneously. They have no properties by which they could at any time come to a state of rest. In their perpetual rotations they are not subject to any change, except that of position. The question whether they are endowed with an intellect, enabling them to comprehend, cannot be solved without deep research. Through the constant revolution of the fifth element, with all contained therein, the four elements are forced to move and to change their respective positions, so that fire and air are driven into the water, and again these three elements enter the depth of the earth. Thus are the elements mixed together, and when they return to their respective places, parts of the earth, in quitting their places, move together with the water, the air, and the fire. In this whole process the elements act and react upon each other. The elements intermixed are then combined and form at first various kinds of vapors, afterwards the several kinds of minerals, every species of plants, and many species of living beings, according to the relative proportion of the constituent parts. All transient beings have their origin in the elements, into which again they resolve when their existence comes to an end. The elements themselves are subject to being transformed from one into another, for although one substance is common to all, substance without form is in reality impossible, just as the physical form of these transient beings cannot exist without substance. The formation and the dissolution of the elements, together with the things composed of them, and resolving into them, follow each other in rotation. The changes of the finite substance, in successively receiving one form after the other, may therefore be compared to the revolution of the sphere in space, when each part of the sphere periodically reappears in the same position. As the human body consists both of principal organs and of other members which depend on them and cannot exist without the control of those organs, so does the universe consist both of principal parts, viz. The quintessence, which encompasses the four elements, and of other parts which are subordinated and require a leader, viz. The four elements and the things composed of them. Again, the principal part in the human body, namely the heart, is in constant motion, and is the source of every motion noticed in the body. It rules over the other members and communicates to them through its own pulsations the force required for their functions. The outermost sphere by its motion rules in a similar way over all other parts of the universe, and supplies all things with their special properties. Every motion in the universe has thus its origin in the motion of that sphere, and the soul of every animated being derives its origin from the soul of that same sphere. The forces which according to this explanation are communicated by the spheres to the sublunary world are four in number, viz. A. The force which affects the mixture and the composition of the elements, and which undoubtedly suffices to form the minerals. B. The force which supplies every growing thing with its vegetative functions. C. The force which gives to each living being its vitality. And D. The force which endows rational beings with intellect. All this is effected through the action of light and darkness, which are regulated by the position and the motion of the spheres around the earth. When, for one instant, the beating of the heart is interrupted, man dies, and all his motions and powers come to an end. In a like manner would the whole universe perish, and everything therein cease to exist if the spheres were to come to a standstill. The living being, as such, is one through the action of its heart, although some parts of the body are devoid of motion and sensation, as, e.g., the bones, the cartilage, and similar parts. The same is the case with the entire universe. Although it includes many beings without motion and without life, it is a single being living through the motion of the sphere, which may be compared to the heart of an animated being. You must therefore consider the entire globe as one individual being which is endowed with life, motion, and a soul. This mode of considering the universe is, as will be explained, indispensable. That is to say, it is very useful for demonstrating the unity of God. It also helps to elucidate the principle that he who is one has created only one being. Again, it is impossible that any of the members of a human body should exist by themselves, not connected with the body, and at the same time should actually be organic parts of the body. That is to say, that the liver should exist by itself, the heart by itself, or the flesh by itself. In like manner, it is impossible that one part of the universe should exist independently of the other parts in the existing order of things as here considered, viz., that the fire should exist without the coexistence of the earth, or the earth without the heaven, or the heaven without the earth. In man there is a certain force which unites members of the body, controls them, and gives to each of them what it requires for the conservation of its condition, and for the repulsion of injury the physicians distinctly call it the leading force in the body of the living being. Sometimes they call it nature. The universe likewise possesses a force which unites the several parts with each other, protects the species from destruction, maintains the individuals of each species as long as possible, and endows some individual beings with permanent existence. Whether this force operates through the medium of the sphere or otherwise remains an open question. Again, in the body of each individual there are parts which are intended for a certain purpose, as the organs of nutrition for the preservation of the individual, the organs of generation for the preservation of the species, the hands and eyes for administering to certain wants, as to food, etc. There are also parts which, in themselves, are not intended for any purpose, but are mere accessories and adjuncts to the constitution of the other parts. The peculiar constitution of the organs, indispensable for the conservation of their particular forms and for the performance of their primary functions, produces, whilst it serves its special purpose, according to the nature of the substance, other things, such as the hair and the complexion of the body. Being mere accessories, they are not formed according to a fixed rule. Some are altogether absent in many individuals, and vary considerably in others. This is not the case with the organs of the body. You never find that the liver of one person is 10 times larger than that of another person, but you may find a person without a beard, or without hair on certain parts of his body, or with a beard 10 times longer than that of another man. Instances of this phenomenon, viz., great variation as regards hair and color, are not rare. The same differences occur in the constitution of the universe. Some species exist as an integral part of the whole system. These are constant and follow a fixed law. Though they vary as far as their nature permits, this variation is insignificant in quantity and quality. Other species do not serve any purpose. They are the mere result of the general nature of transient things, as, e.g., the various insects which are generated in dunghills, the animals generated in rotten fruit or in fetid liquids, and worms generated in the intestines, etc. In short, everything devoid of the power of generation belongs to this class. You will therefore find that these things do not follow a fixed law, although their entire absence is just as impossible as the absence of different complexions and of different kinds of hair amongst human beings. In man there are substances the individual existence of which is permanent, and there are other substances which are only constant in the species, not the individuals, as, e.g., the 4 humors. The same is the case in the universe. There are substances which are constant in individuals, such as the 5th element, which is constant in all its formations, and other substances which are constant in the species, as, e.g., the 4 elements and all that is composed of them. The same forces which operate in the birth and the temporal existence of the human being operate also in his destruction and death. This truth holds good with regard to this whole transient world. The causes of production are at the same time the causes of destruction. This may be illustrated by the following example. If the 4 forces which are present in every being sustained by food, viz., attraction, retention, digestion, and secretion, were, like intelligent forces, able to combine themselves to what is necessary and to act at the proper time and within the proper limits, man would be exempt from those great sufferings and the numerous diseases to which he is exposed. Since, however, such is not the case, and since the forces perform their natural functions without thought and intelligence, without any consciousness of their action, they necessarily cause dangerous maladies and great pains, although they are the direct cause of the birth and the temporal existence of the human being. This fact is to be explained as follows. If the attractive force would absorb nothing but that which is absolutely beneficial, and nothing but the quantity which is required, man would be free from many such sufferings and disorders. But such is not the case. The attractive force absorbs any humor that comes within range of its action. Although such humor be ill-adapted in quality or in quantity, it is, therefore, natural that sometimes a humor is absorbed which is too warm, too cold, too thick, or too thin, or that too much humor is absorbed, and thus the veins are choked, obstruction and decay ensue. The quality of the humor is deteriorated, its quantities altered, diseases are originated, such as scurvy, leprosy, abscess, or a dangerous illness, such as cancer, elephantiasis, gangrene, and at last the organ or organs are destroyed. The same is the case with every one of the 4 forces, and with all existing beings. The same force that originates all things, and causes them to exist for a certain time, namely, the combination of the elements which are moved and penetrated by the forces of the heavenly spheres, that same cause becomes throughout the world a source of calamities, such as devastating rain, showers, snowstorms, hail, hurricanes, thunder, lightning, malaria, or other terrible catastrophes, by which a place or many places, or an entire country may be laid waste, such as landslips, earthquakes, meteoric showers, and floods issuing forth from the seas and from the interior of the earth. Bear in mind, however, that in all we have noticed about the similarity between the universe and the human being, nothing would warrant us to assert that man is a microcosm. For although the comparison in all its parts applies to the universe and any living being in its normal state, we never heard that any ancient author called the ass or the horse a microcosm. This attribute has been given to man alone on account of his peculiar faculty of thinking. I mean the intellect, viz., the hylic intellect, which appertains to no other living being. This may be explained as follows. An animal does not require for its sustenance any plan, thought, or scheme. Each animal moves and acts by its nature, eats as much as it can find of suitable things. It makes its resting place wherever it happens to be, cohabits with any mate it meets while in heat in the periods of its sexual excitement. In this manner does each individual conserve itself for a certain time, and perpetuates the existence of its species without requiring for its maintenance the assistance or support of any of its fellow creatures. For all the things to which it has to attend it performs by itself. With man it is different. If an individual had a solitary existence, and were, like an animal, left without guidance, he would soon perish. He would not endure even one day, unless it were by mere chance, unless he happened to find something upon which he might feed. For the food which man requires for his subsistence demands much work and preparation, which can only be accomplished by reflection and by plan. Many vessels must be used, and many individuals, each in his peculiar work, must be employed. It is therefore necessary that one person should organize the work and direct men in such a manner that they should properly cooperate, and that they should assist each other. The protection from heat in summer, and from cold in winter, and shelter from rain, snow, and wind, require in the same manner the preparation of many things, none of which can properly be done without design and thought. For this reason man has been endowed with intellectual faculties which enable him to think, consider, and act, and by various labors to prepare and procure for himself food, dwelling, and clothing, and to control every organ of his body, causing both the principal and the secondary organs to perform their respective functions. Consequently, if a man, being deprived of his intellectual faculties, only possessed vitality, he would in a short time be lost. The intellect is the highest of all faculties of living creatures. It is very difficult to comprehend, and its true character cannot be understood as easily as man's other faculties. There also exists in the universe a certain force which controls the whole, which sets in motion the chief and principal parts, and gives them the motive power for governing the rest. Without that force, the existence of this sphere, with its principal and secondary parts, would be impossible. It is the source of the existence of the universe in all its parts. That force is God. Blessed be his name. It is on account of this force that man is called microcosm, for he likewise possesses a certain principle which governs all the forces of the body, and on account of this comparison God is called the life of the universe. Comp. And he swore by the life of the universe. Dan. 12:7. You must understand that in the parallel which we have drawn between the whole universe on the one hand, and the individual man on the other, there is a complete harmony in all the points which we mentioned above. Only in the following 3 points a discrepancy may be noticed. First, the principal organ of any living being which has a heart derives a benefit from the organs under the control of the heart, and the benefits of the organs thus become the benefits of the heart. This is not the case in the constitution of the universe. That part which bestows authority or distributes power does not receive in return any benefit from the things under its control. Whatever it grants, it is granted in the manner of a generous benefactor, not from any selfish motive, but from a natural generosity and kindliness, only for the sake of imitating the ways of the Most High. Secondly, living creatures endowed with a heart have it within the body, and in the midst thereof. There it is surrounded by organs which it governs. Thus it derives a benefit from them, for they guard and protect it, and they do not allow that any injury from without should approach it. The reverse occurs in the case of the universe. The superior part encompasses the inferior parts, it being certain that it cannot be affected by the action of any other being. And even if it could be affected, there is nobody without it that could affect it. While it influences all that is contained within, it is not influenced by any act or force of any material being. There is, however, some similarity between the universe and man in this point. In the body of animals, the organs more distant from the principal organ are of less importance than those nearer to it. Also in the universe, the nearer the parts are to the center, the greater is their turbidness, their solidity, their inertness, their dimness and darkness, because they are further away from the loftiest element, from the source of light and brightness, which moves by itself and the substance of which is the most rarefied and simplest, from the outermost sphere. At the same ratio at which a body is nearer this sphere, it derives properties from it, and rises above the spheres below it. Thirdly, the faculty of thinking is a force inherent in the body, and is not separated from it. But God is not a force inherent in the body of the universe, but is separate from all its parts. How God rules the universe and provides for it is a complete mystery. Man is unable to solve it. For, on the one hand, it can be proved that God is separate from the universe, and in no contact whatever with it. But, on the other hand, his rule and providence can be proved to exist in all parts of the universe, even in the smallest. Praise be he whose perfection is above our comprehension. It is true, we might have compared the relation between God and the universe to the relation between the absolute acquired intellect and man. It is not a power inherent in the body, but a power which is absolutely separate from the body, and is from without brought into contact with the body. The rational faculty of man may be further compared to the intelligence of the spheres, which are, as it were, material bodies. But the intelligence of the spheres, purely spiritual beings, as well as man's absolute and acquired intellect, are subjects of deep study and research. The proof of their existence, though correct, is abstruse, which includes arguments which present doubts, are exposed to criticism, and can be easily attacked by objectors. We have, therefore, preferred to illustrate the relation of God to the universe by a simile which is clear, and which will not be contradicted in any of the points which have been laid down by us without any qualification. The opposition can only emanate either from an ignorant man, who contradicts truths even if they are perfectly obvious, just as a person unacquainted with geometry rejects elementary propositions which have been clearly demonstrated, or from the prejudiced man who deceives himself. Those, however, who wish to study the subject must persevere in their studies until they are convinced that all our observations are true, and until they understand that our account of this universe unquestionably agrees with the existing order of things. If a man is willing to accept this theory from one who understands how to prove things which can be proved, let him accept it, and let him establish on it his arguments and proofs. If, on the other hand, he refuses to accept without proof even the foregoing principles, let him inquire for himself, and ultimately he will find that they are correct. Lo this, we have searched it, so it is. Hear it, and know thou it for thy good. Job 5:27. After these preliminary remarks, we will treat of the subject which we promised to introduce and to explain. End of Part 1, Chapter 72.
Section 73 of the Guide for the Perplexed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides, translated by Michael Friedlander. Part 1, Chapter 73. The Chalam. There are 12 propositions common to all mutachalamim, however different their individual opinions and methods may be. The mutachalamim require them in order to establish their views on the 4 principles. I shall first enumerate these propositions and then discuss each separately, together with the inferences which may be drawn from it. Proposition 1. All things are composed of atoms. Proposition 2. There is a vacuum. Proposition 3. Time is composed of time atoms. Proposition 4. Substance cannot exist without numerous accidents. Proposition 5. Each atom is completely furnished with the accidents which I will describe, and cannot exist without them. Proposition 6. Accidents do not continue in existence during 2 time atoms. Proposition 7. Both positive and negative properties have a real existence, and are accidents which owe their existence to some causa efficiens. Proposition 8. All existing things, that is, all creatures, consist of substance and of accidents, and the physical form of a thing is likewise an accident. Proposition 9. No accident can form the substratum for another accident. Proposition 10. The test for the possibility of an imagined object does not consist in its conformity with the existing laws of nature. Proposition 11. The idea of the infinite is equally inadmissible, whether the infinite be actual, potential, or accidental. That is, there is no difference whether the infinite be formed by a number of coexisting things, or by a series of things, of which one part comes into existence when another has ceased to exist, in which case it is called accidental infinite. In both cases, the infinite is rejected by the Mutakalamim as fallacious. Proposition 12. The senses mislead and are in many cases inefficient. Their perceptions, therefore, cannot form the basis of any law or yield data for any proof. First proposition, quote, the universe, that is, everything contained in it, is composed of very small parts, atoms, which are indivisible on account of their smallness, and such an atom has no magnitude. But when several atoms combine, the sum has a magnitude, and thus forms a body. End quote. If therefore two atoms were joined together, each atom would become a body, and they would thus form two bodies, a theory which in fact has been proposed by some Mutakalamim. All these atoms are perfectly alike. They do not differ from each other in any point. The Mutakalamim further assert that it is impossible to find a body that is not composed of such equal atoms which are placed side by side. According to this view, genesis and composition are identical. Destruction is the same as decomposition. They do not use the term destruction, for they hold that genesis implies composition and decomposition, motion and rest. These atoms, they believe, are not, as was supposed by Epicurus and other atomists, numerically constant, but are created anew whenever it pleases the Creator. Their annihilation is therefore not impossible. Now I will explain to you their opinion concerning the vacuum. Second proposition, on the vacuum. The original Mutakalamim also believe that there is a vacuum, that is, one space, or several spaces which contain nothing, which are not occupied by anything whatsoever, and which are devoid of all substance. This proposition is to them an indispensable sequel to the first, for if the universe were full of such atoms, how could any of them move? For it is impossible to conceive that one atom should move into another, and yet the composition as well as the decomposition of things can only be effected by the motion of atoms. Thus the Mutakalamim are compelled to assume a vacuum, in order that the atoms may combine, separate, and move in that vacuum which does not contain anything or any atom. Third proposition, quote, time is composed of time atoms, end quote. That is, of many parts which on account of their short duration cannot be divided. This proposition also is a logical consequence of the first. The Mutakalamim undoubtedly saw how Aristotle proved that time, space, and locomotion are of the same nature. That is to say, they can be divided into parts which stand in the same proportion to each other. If one of them is divided, the other is divided in the same proportion. They therefore knew that if time were continuous and divisible, ad infinitum, their assumed atom of space would of necessity likewise be divisible. Similarly, if it were supposed that space is continuous, it would necessarily follow that the time element, which they considered to be indivisible, could also be divided. This has been shown by Aristotle in the treatise called Acroasis. Hence they concluded that space was not continuous, but was composed of elements that could not be divided, and that time could likewise be reduced to time elements which were indivisible. An hour is, for example, divided into 60 minutes, the minute into 60 seconds, the second into 60 parts, and so on. At last, after 10 or more successive divisions by 60, time elements are obtained which are not subjected to division, and in fact are indivisible, just as in the case with space. Time would thus be an object of position and order. The Mutakalamim did not at all understand the nature of time. This is a matter of course, for if the greatest philosophers became embarrassed when they investigated the nature of time, if some of them were altogether unable to comprehend what time really was, and if even Galenus declared time to be something divine and incomprehensible, what can be expected of those who do not regard the nature of things? Now, mark what conclusions were drawn from these three propositions and were accepted by the Mutakallimim as true. They held that locomotion consisted in the translation of each atom of a body from one point to the next one. Accordingly, the velocity of one body in motion cannot be greater than that of another body. When nevertheless two bodies are observed to move during the same time through different spaces, the cause of this difference is not attributed by them to the fact that the body which has moved through a larger distance had a greater velocity, but to the circumstance that motion, which in ordinary language is called slow, has been interrupted by more moments of rest, while the motion which ordinarily is called quick has been interrupted by fewer moments of rest. When it is shown that the motion of an arrow which is shot from a powerful bow is in contradiction to their theory, they declare that in this case too the motion is interrupted by moments of rest. They believe that it is the fault of man's senses if he believes that the arrow moves continuously, for there are many things which cannot be perceived by the senses, as they assert in the 12th proposition. But we ask them, quote, "Have you observed a complete revolution of a millstone? Each point in the extreme circumference of the stone describes a large circle in the very same time in which a point nearer the center describes a small circle. The velocity of the outer circle is therefore greater than that of the inner circle. You cannot say that the motion of the latter was interrupted by more moments of rest, for the whole moving body, that is the millstone, is one coherent body." End quote. They reply, quote, "During the circular motion, the parts of the millstone separate from each other, and the moments of rest interrupting the motion of the portions nearer the center are more than those which interrupt the motion of the outer portions." End quote. We ask again, quote, "How is it that the millstone, which we perceive as one body, and which cannot be easily broken, even with a hammer, resolves into its atoms when it moves, and becomes again one coherent body, returning to its previous state as soon as it comes to rest, while no one is able to notice the breaking up of the stone?" End quote. Again, their reply is based on the 12th proposition, which is to the effect that the perception of the senses cannot be trusted, and thus only the evidence of the intellect is admissible. Do not imagine that you have seen in the foregoing example the most absurd of the inferences which may be drawn from these three propositions. The proposition relating to the existence of a vacuum leads to more preposterous and extravagant conclusions. Nor must you suppose that the foregoing theory concerning motion is less irrational than the proposition resulting from this theory, that the diagonal of a square is equal to one of its sides. And some of the Mutakallimim go so far as to declare that the square is not a thing of real existence. In short, the adoption of the first proposition would be tantamount to the rejection of all that has been proved in geometry. The propositions in geometry would in this respect be divided into two classes. Some would be absolutely rejected, for example those which relate to properties of the incommensurability and the commensurability of lines and planes, to rational and irrational lines, and all other propositions contained in the 10th book of Euclid, and in similar works. Other propositions would appear to be only partially correct. For example, the solution of the problem to divide a line into two equal parts, if the line consists of an odd number of atoms. According to the theory of the Mutakallimim, such a line cannot be bisected. Furthermore, in the well-known Book of Problems by the sons of Shakir are contained more than 100 problems, all solved and practically demonstrated. But if there really were a vacuum, not one of these problems could be solved, and many of the waterworks described in that book could not have been constructed. The refutation of such propositions is a mere waste of time. I will now proceed to treat of the other propositions mentioned above. Fourth proposition, quote, "The accidents of things have real existence. They are elements superadded to the substance itself, and no material thing can be without them." End quote. Had this proposition been left by the Mutakallimim in this form, it would have been correct, simple, clear, and indisputable. They have, however, gone further, asserting that a substance which has not the attribute of life must necessarily have that of death, for it must always have one of two contrasting properties. According to their opinion, color, taste, motion or rest, combination or separation, etc., can be predicated of all substances, and if a substance have the attribute of life, it must at the same time possess such other kinds of accidents as wisdom or folly, free will or the reverse, power or weakness, perception or any of its opposites, and in short, the substance must have the one or the other of all correlative accidents appertaining to a living being. Fifth proposition. Quote, the atom is fully provided with all these foregoing accidents and cannot exist if any be wanting. End quote. The meaning of the proposition is this. The Mutakallimim say that each of the atoms created by God must have accidents such as color, smell, motion, or rest, except the accident of quantity. For according to their opinion, an atom has no magnitude, and they do not designate quantity as an accident, nor do they apply to it the laws of accidents. In accordance with this proposition, they do not say, when an accident is noticed in a body, that it is peculiar to the body as such, but that it exists in each of the atoms which form the constituent elements of that body. Exempli gratis. Take a heap of snow. The whiteness does not exist in that heap as a whole, but each atom of the snow is white, and therefore the aggregate of these atoms is likewise white. Similarly, they say that when a body moves, each atom of it moves, and thus the whole body is in motion. Life likewise exists, according to their view, in each atom of a living body. The same is the case, according to their opinion, with the senses. In each atom of the aggregate they notice the faculty of perception. Life, sensation, intellect, and wisdom are considered by them as accidents, like blackness and whiteness, as will be shown in the further discussion of their theory. Concerning the soul, they do not agree. The view most predominant among them is the following. The soul is an accident existing in one of the atoms, of which, for example, man is composed. The aggregate is called a being endowed with a soul, insofar as it includes that atom. Others are of opinion that the soul is composed of ethereal atoms, which have a peculiar faculty by virtue of which they constitute the soul, and that these atoms are mixed with the atoms of the body. Consequently, they maintain that the soul is an accident. As to the intellect, I found that all of them agree in considering it to be an accident joined to one of the atoms which constitute the whole of the intelligent being. But there is a confusion among them about knowledge. They are uncertain whether it is an accident to each of the atoms which form the knowing aggregate, or whether it belongs only to one atom. Both views can be disproved by a reductio ad absurdum when the following facts are pointed out to them. Generally, metals and stones have a peculiar color which is strongly pronounced, but disappears when they're pulverized. Vitriol, which is intensely green, becomes white dust when pounded. This shows that the accident exists only in the aggregate, not in the atoms. This fact is more striking in the following instance. When parts of a living being are cut off, they cease to live, a proof that the accident of life belongs to the aggregate of the living being, not to each atom. In order to meet this objection, they say that the accident is of no duration, but is constantly renewed. In discussing the next proposition, I shall explain their view on this subject. Sixth proposition. Quote, the accidents do not exist during two time atoms. End quote. The sense of the proposition is this. They believe that God creates a substance and simultaneously its accidents, that the Creator is incapable of creating a substance devoid of an accident, for that is impossible. That the essential characteristic of an accident is its incapability of enduring for two periods, for two time atoms, that immediately after its creation it is utterly destroyed, and another accident of the same kind is created. This again is destroyed, and a third accident of the same kind is created, and so on, as long as God is pleased to preserve in that substance this kind of accident. But he can, at his will, create in the same substance an accident of a different kind, and if he were to discontinue the creation and not produce a new accident, that substance would at once cease to exist. This is one of the opinions held by the Mutakallimim. It has been accepted by most of them, and it is the so-called theory of the creation of the accidents. Some of them, however, and they belong to the sect of Mu'tazila, say that there are accidents which endure for a certain period, and other accidents which do not endure for 2 atoms of time. They do not follow a fixed principle in deciding what class of accidents has and what class has not a certain duration. The object of this proposition is to oppose the theory that there exists a natural force from which each body derives its peculiar properties. They prefer to assume that God himself creates these properties without the intervention of a natural force or of any other agency, a theory which implies that no accident can have any duration. For suppose that certain accidents could endure for a certain period and then cease to exist. The question would naturally be asked, what is the cause of that non-existence? They would not be satisfied with the reply that God, by his will, brought about this non-existence, and non-existence does not at all require any agens whatever. For as soon as the agens leaves off acting, the product of the agens ceases likewise to exist. This is true to some extent. Having thus chosen to establish the theory that there does not exist any natural force upon which the existence or non-existence of a thing depends, they were compelled to assume that the properties of things were successively renewed. When God desires to deprive a thing of its existence, he, according to some of the Mutakallimim, discontinues the creation of its accidents, and eo ipso, the body ceases to exist. Others, however, say that if it pleased the Almighty to destroy the world, he would create the accident of destruction, which would be without any substratum. The destruction of the universe would be the correlative accident to that of existence. In accordance with this 6th proposition, they say that the cloth which, according to our belief, we dyed red, has not been dyed by us at all, but God created that color in the cloth when it came into contact with the red pigment. We believe that color to have penetrated into the cloth, but they assert that this is not the case. They say that God generally acts in such a way that, for example, the black color is not created unless the cloth is brought into contact with indigo, but this blackness which God creates in the instant when the cloth touches the black pigment is of no duration, and another creation of blackness then takes place. They further say that after the blackness is gone, he does not create a red or green color, but again a black color. According to this principle, the knowledge which we have of certain things today is not the same which we had of them yesterday. That knowledge is gone, and another like it has been created. They positively believe that this does take place, knowledge being an accident. In like manner, it would follow that the soul, according to those who believe that it is an accident, is renewed each moment in every animated being, say 100,000 times, for as you know, time is composed of time atoms. In accordance with this principle, they assert that when man is perceived to move a pen, it is not he who has really moved it. The motion produced in the pen is an accident which God has created in the pen. The apparent motion of the hand which moves the pen is likewise an accident which God has created in the moving hand. But the creative act of God is performed in such a manner that the motion of the hand and the motion of the pen follow each other closely, but the hand does not act, and is not the cause of the pen's motion. For as they say, an accident cannot pass from one thing to another. Some of the Mutakallimim accordingly contend that this white cloth, which is colored when put into the vessel filled with indigo, has not been blackened by the indigo, for blackness being an attribute of indigo does not pass from one object to another. There does not exist any thing to which an action could be ascribed. The real agens is God, and he has, in the foregoing instance, created the blackness in the substance of the cloth when it came into contact with the indigo, for this is the method adopted by him. In short, most of the Mutakallimim believe that it must never be said that one thing is the cause of another. Some of them who assumed causality were blamed for doing so. As regards, however, the acts of man, their opinions are divided. Most of them, especially the sect of the Ash'ariya, assume that when the pen is set in motion, God has created 4 accidents, none of which is the cause of any of the rest. They're only related to each other as regards the time of their coexistence, and have no other relation to each other. The first accident is man's will to move the pen. The second is man's power to do so. The third is the bodily motion itself, that is, the motion of the hand. And the fourth is the motion of the pen. They believe that when a man has the will to do a thing, and as he believes does it, the will has been created for him, then the power to conform to the will, and lastly, the act itself. The act is not accomplished by the power created in man, for in reality no act can be ascribed to that power. The Mu'tazila contend that man acts by virtue of the power which has been created in him. Some of the Ash'ariya assert that the power created in man participates in the act and is connected with it, an opinion which has been rejected by the majority of them. The will and the power created in man, according to the concurrent belief of the Mutakallimim, together with the act created in him, according to some of them, are accidents without duration. In the instance of the pen, God continually creates one motion after the other, so long as the pen is in motion. It only then ceases to move when God has created in it the accident of rest. And so long as the pen is at rest, God continually renews in it that accident. Consequently, in every one of these moments, that is, of the time atoms, God creates some accident in every existing individual. For example, in the angels, in the spheres, and in other things. This creation takes place continually and without interruption. Such is, according to their opinion, the right interpretation of the creed that God is the causa efficiens. But I, together with all rational persons, apply to these series the words, quote, "Will you mock at him as you mock at man?" End quote, for their words are indeed nothing but mockery. 7th proposition. Quote, "The absence of a property is itself a property that exists in the body, a something superadded to its substance, an actual accident, which is constantly renewed. As soon as it is destroyed, it is reproduced." End quote. The reason why they hold this opinion is this: they do not understand that rest is the absence of motion, death the absence of life, that blindness is the absence of sight, and that all similar negative properties are the absence of the positive correlatives. The relation between motion and rest is, according to their theory, the same as the relation between heat and cold, namely, as heat and cold are 2 accidents found in 2 objects which have the properties of heat and cold, so motion is an accident created in the thing which moves, and rest an accident created in the thing which rests. It does not remain in existence during 2 consecutive time atoms, as we've stated in treating of the previous proposition. Accordingly, when a body is at rest, God has created the rest in each atom of that body, and so long as the body remains at rest, God continually renews that property. The same, they believe, is the case with a man's wisdom and ignorance. The latter is considered by them as an actual accident, which is subject to the constant changes of destruction and creation, so long as there remains a thing of which such a man is ignorant. Death and life are likewise accidents, and as the Mutakallimim distinctly state, life is constantly destroyed and renewed during the whole existence of a living being. When God decrees its death, he creates in it the accident of death after the accident of life, which does not continue during 2 time atoms, has ceased to exist. All this they state clearly. The logical consequence of this proposition is that the accident of death created by God instantly ceases to exist and is replaced by another death, which again is created by God, otherwise death could not continue. Death is thus continually created in the same manner as life is renewed every moment. But I should wish to know how long God continues to create death in a dead body. Does he do so whilst the form remains, or whilst one of the atoms exists? For in each of the atoms of the body, the accident of death which God creates is produced, and there are to be found teeth of persons who died thousands of years ago. We see that those teeth have not been deprived of existence, and therefore the accident of death has during all these thousands of years been renewed, and according to the opinion prevailing amongst those theorists, death was continually replaced by death. Some of the Mu'tazila hold that there are cases in which the absence of a physical property is not a real property, that weariness is the absence of strength and ignorance the absence of knowledge, but this cannot be said in every case of negative properties. It cannot be said that darkness is the mere absence of light, or that rest is the absence of motion. Some negative properties are thus considered by them as having a real existence, while other negative properties are considered as non-existing, just as suits their belief. Here they proceed in the same manner as they proceed respecting the duration of accidents, and they contend that some accidents exist a long time, and other accidents do not last 2 time atoms. Their sole object is to fashion the universe according to their peculiar opinions and beliefs. 8th proposition, quote, there exists nothing but substance and accident, and the physical form of things belong to the class of accidents. End quote. It is the object of this proposition to show that all bodies are composed of similar atoms, as we've pointed out in explaining the first proposition. The difference of bodies from each other is caused by the accidents and by nothing else. Animality, humanity, sensibility, and speech are denoted as accidents like blackness, whiteness, bitterness, and sweetness, and the difference between 2 individuals of 2 classes is the same as the difference of 2 individuals of the same class. Also the body of the heaven, the body of the angels, the body of the divine throne, such as it is assumed to be, the body of anything creeping on the earth, and the body of any plant have one and the same substance. They only differ in the peculiarity of the accidents, and in nothing else. The substance of all things is made up of equal atoms. 9th proposition, quote, none of the accidents form the substratum of another accident. It cannot be said, this is an accident to a thing which is itself an accident to a substance. All accidents are directly connected with the substance. End quote. The Mutakallimim deny the indirect relation of the accident to the substance, because if such a relation were assumed, it would follow that the second accident could only exist in the substance after another accident had preceded it, a conclusion to which they would object even with regard to some special accidents. They prefer to show that these accidents can exist in every possible substance, although such substance is not determined by any other accident, for they hold that all the accidents collectively determine the thing. They advance also another proof in support of this proposition, namely, the substratum which is the bearer of certain attributes must continue to exist for a certain time. How then could the accident, which according to their opinion does not remain in existence for 2 moments, become the substratum of something else? 10th proposition. This proposition concerns the theory of admissibility, which is mentioned by the Mutakallimim and forms the principal support of their doctrine. Mark its purport. They observe that everything conceived by the imagination is admitted by the intellect as possible, exempli gratis, that the terrestrial globe should become the all-encompassing sphere, or that the sphere should become the terrestrial globe. Reason does not find here an impossibility, or that the sphere of fire should move towards the center, and the sphere of earth towards the circumference. Human intellect does not perceive any reason why a body should be in a certain place instead of being in another. In the same manner they say that reason admits the possibility that an existing being should be larger or smaller than it really is, or that it should be different in form and position from what it really is. For example, a man might have the height of a mountain, might have several heads and fly in the air, or an elephant might be as small as an insect, or an insect as huge as an elephant. This method of admitting possibilities is applied to the whole universe. Whenever they affirm that a thing belongs to this class of admitted possibilities, they say that it can have this form, and that it is also possible that it be found differently, and that the one form is not more possible than the other. But they do not ask whether the reality confirms their assumption. They say that the thing which exists with certain constant and permanent forms, dimensions, and properties only follows the direction of habit, just as the king generally rides on horseback through the streets of the city, and is never found departing from this habit. But reason does not find it impossible that he should walk on foot through the place. There is no doubt that he may do so, and this possibility is fully admitted by the intellect. Similarly, earth moves towards the center, fire turns away from the center. Fire causes heat, water causes cold, in accordance with a certain habit. But it is logically not impossible that a deviation from this habit should occur, namely that fire should cause cold, move downward, and still be fire, that the water should cause heat, move upward, and still be water. On this foundation their whole fabric is constructed. They admit, however, the impossibility of two opposite properties coexisting at the same time in one substance. This is impossible. Reason would not admit this possibility. Again, reason does not admit the possibility of a substance existing without an accident, or an accident existing without a substance, a possibility admitted by some of the Mutakallimim. It is also impossible that a substance should become an accident, that an accident should become a substance, or that one substance should penetrate another. They admit that reason rejects all these things as impossible. It is perfectly true that no notion whatever can be formed of those things which they describe as impossible, whilst a notion can be formed of those things which they consider as possible. The philosophers object to this method and say, "You call a thing impossible because it cannot be imagined, or possible because it can be imagined, and thus you consider as possible that which is found possible by imagination, not by the intellect. Consequently, you determine that a thing is necessary, possible, or impossible in some instances by the aid of the imagination, not by the intellect, and in other instances by the ordinary common sense, as Abu Nasr says in speaking of that which the Mutakallimim call intellect. It is clear that they describe as possible that which can be imagined, whether the reality correspond to it or not, and as impossible that which cannot be imagined. This proposition can only be established by the 9 aforementioned propositions, and no doubt these were exclusively required for the support of this proposition. This you will see clearly when I shall show and explain to you some important parts of this theory, which I shall now introduce in the form of a discussion supposed to have taken place between a Mutakallim and a philosopher. The Mutakallim said to the philosopher, "What is the reason that we find the substance of iron extremely hard and strong with a dark color, the substance of cream, on the other hand, extremely soft and white?" The philosopher replied as follows: "All physical bodies have two kinds of accidents, those which concern their substance, as, for example, the health and the illness of a man, and those which concern their form, as, for example, the astonishment and laughter of a man. The substances of compound bodies differ very much in their ultimate form, according to the difference of the forms peculiar to each component substance. Hence the substance of iron has become, in its properties, the opposite of the substance of cream, and this difference is attended by the difference of accidents. You notice, therefore, hardness in the one and softness in the other, two accidents whose difference results from the difference which exists in the forms of the substances, while the darkness and the whiteness are accidents whose divergence corresponds to that of the two substances in their ultimate condition." The Mutakallim refuted this reply by means of his propositions, as I am now going to state. There does not exist a form which, as you believe, modifies the substance, and thus causes substances to be different from each other. This difference is exclusively effected by the accidents, according to the theory of the Kalam, which we mentioned in explaining the 8th proposition. He then continued thus: "There is no difference between the substance of iron and that of cream. All things are composed of the same kind of atoms." We explained the view of the Mutakallimim on this point in treating of the first proposition, the logical consequences of which are, as we have shown, the 2nd and the 3rd propositions. They further require the 12th proposition in order to establish the theory of atoms, nor do they admit that any accidents determine the nature of a substance or predispose it to receive certain other accidents, for according to their opinion, an accident cannot be the substratum of another accident, as we have shown in explaining the 9th proposition, nor can it have any duration, according to the sixth proposition. When the Mutakallimim have established all that they wish to infer from these propositions, they arrive at the conclusion that the component atoms of cream and of iron are alike. The relation of each atom to each of the accidents is the same. One atom is not more adapted than another to receive a certain accident, and as a certain atom is not more fitted to move than to rest, so one atom is not more apt than another to receive the accident of life, of reason, of sensation. It is here of no moment whether a thing contains a larger or smaller quantity of atoms, for according to the view of the Mutakallimim, which we explained in treating of the fifth proposition, every accident of a thing exists in each of its atoms. All these propositions lead to the conclusion that a human being is not better constituted to become wise than the bat, and establish the theory of admissibility expressed in this 10th proposition. Every effort was made to demonstrate this proposition because it is the best means for proving anything they like, as will be explained. Note: mark, O reader, that if you know the nature of the soul and its properties, and if you have a correct notion of everything which concerns the soul, you will observe that most animals possess imagination. As to the higher class of animals, that is, those which have a heart, it is obvious that they have imagination. Man's distinction does not consist in the possession of imagination, and the action of imagination is not the same as the action of the intellect, but the reverse of it. For the intellect analyzes and divides the component parts of things. It forms abstract ideas of them, represents them in their true form as well as in their causal relations, derives from one object a great many facts which, for the intellect, totally differ from each other, just as two human individuals appear different to the imagination. It distinguishes that which is the property of the genus from that which is peculiar to the individual, and no proof is correct unless founded on the former. The intellect further determines whether certain qualities of a thing are essential or non-essential. Imagination has none of these functions. It only perceives the individual, the compound in that aggregate condition in which it presents itself to the senses, or it combines things which exist separately, joins some of them together, and represents them all as one body or as a force of the body. Hence it is that some imagine a man with a horse's head, with wings, etc. This is called a fiction, a phantasm. It is a thing to which nothing in the actual world corresponds. Nor can imagination in any way obtain a purely immaterial image of an object, however abstract the form of the image may be. Imagination yields therefore no test for the reality of a thing. Hear what profit we derive from the preliminary disciplines, and how excellent the propositions are which we learn through them. Know that there are certain things which would appear impossible if tested by a man's imagination, being as inconceivable as the coexistence of two opposite properties in one object. Yet the existence of those same things which cannot be represented by imagination is nevertheless established by proof and attested by their reality. For example, imagine a large globe, of any magnitude you like, even as large as the all-encompassing sphere. Further, an axis passing through the center, and two persons standing on the two extremities of the axis in such a manner that their feet are in the same straight line with the axis, which may be either in the plane of the horizon or not. In the first case, both persons would fall. In the second case, one, namely the one who stands on the lower extremity, would fall. The other would remain standing as far as our imagination can perceive. It has, however, already been proved that the earth has the form of a globe, that it is inhabited on both extremities of a certain diameter, that both the inhabitants have their heads towards the heaven and their legs towards each other, and yet neither can possibly fall, nor can it be imagined. For it is incorrect to say that the one extremity is above, the other below, but the term above and below apply to both of them as regards their relative position to each other. Similarly, it has been proved in the second chapter of the book on conic sections that two lines which at first are at a certain distance from each other may approach each other in the same proportion as they are produced further, and yet would never meet, even if they were produced to infinity, although they are observed to be constantly converging. This is a fact which cannot easily be conceived, and which does not come within the scope of imagination. Of these two lines, the one is straight, the other curved, as stated in the aforementioned book. It has consequently been proved that things which cannot be perceived or imagined, and which would be found impossible if tested solely by imagination, are nevertheless in real existence. The non-existence of things which are represented by imagination as possible has likewise been established by proof. For example, the corporeality of God, and his existence as a force residing in a body. Imagination perceives nothing except bodies, or properties inherent in bodies. It has thus been clearly shown that in man exists a certain faculty which is entirely distinct from imagination, and by which the necessary, the possible, and the impossible can be distinguished from each other. This inquiry is most useful. It is of the greatest profit to him who desires to guard himself against the errors of men guided by imagination. Do not think that the Mutakallimim ignore this altogether. To some extent they do take it into consideration. They know it and call that which can be imagined without having reality, as for example the corporeality of God, a phantom and a fancy. They state frequently that such phantoms are not real. It is for this reason that they advance the first 9 propositions and establish on them the proof of the 10th, according to which all those imaginable things which they wish to admit as possible are really possible, because of the similarity of all atoms and the equality of all accidents as regards their accidentality, as we've explained. Consider, O reader, and bear in mind that this requires deep research, for there are certain notions which some believe to be founded on reason, while others regard them as mere fictions. In such cases it would be necessary to find something that could show the difference between conceptions of the intellect and mere imaginary fancies. When the philosopher in his way of expressing himself contends, quote, "Reality is my evidence, by its guidance I examine whether a thing is necessary, possible, or impossible," end quote, the religionist replies, quote, "This is exactly the difference between us. That which actually exists has, according to my view, been produced by the will of the Creator, not by necessity. Just as it has been created with that special property, it might have been created with any other property, unless the impossibility which you postulate be proved by a logical demonstration." End quote. About this admissibility of imaginable things, I shall have to say more, and I shall return to it in various parts of this treatise, for it is not a subject which should be rejected in haste and on the spur of the moment. 11th proposition. Quote, "The existence of the infinite is in every respect impossible." End quote. The following is an explanation of this proposition. The impossibility of the existence of an infinite body has been clearly demonstrated. The same can be said of an infinite number of bodies, although each of them be finite, if these beings, infinite in number, exist at the same time. Equally impossible is the existence of an infinite series of causes, namely that a certain thing should be the cause of another thing, but itself the effect of another cause, which again is the result of another cause, and so on to infinity, or that things in an infinite series, either bodies or ideals, should be in actual existence and in causal relation to each other. This causal relation is the essential order of nature, in which, as has been fully proved, the infinite is impossible. As regards the virtual and the accidental existence of the infinite, it has been established in some cases. It has been proved, for example, that body can virtually be divided ad infinitum, also that time can be divided ad infinitum. In other cases, it is still an open question, as for example the existence of the infinite in succession, which is called the accidental infinite, that is, a series of things in which one thing comes forth when the other is gone, and this again in its turn succeeded a thing which had ceased to exist, and so on ad infinitum. This subject requires deep research. Those who boast that they have proved the eternity of the universe say that time is infinite, an assertion which is not necessarily erroneous, for only when one atom has ceased to exist the other follows. Nor is it absolutely wrong when they assert that the accidents of the substance succeed each other in an infinite series, for these accidents do not coexist, but come in succession one after the other, and the impossibility of the infinite in that case has not been proved. The Mutakallimim, however, make no difference between the existence of an infinite body and the divisibility of a body or of time ad infinitum, between the coexistence of an infinite number of things, as for example the individual human beings who exist at present, and the infinite number of beings successively existing, as for example Reuben the son of Jacob, and Jacob the son of Isaac, and Isaac the son of Abraham, and so on to infinity. This is, according to their opinion, as inadmissible as the first case. They believe these four forms of the infinite to be quite equal. Some of the Mutakallimim endeavor to establish their proposition concerning the last named form of the infinite, and to demonstrate its impossibility by a method which I'll explain in this treatise. Others say that this impossibility is a self-evident axiom and requires no further proof. But if it were undoubtedly wrong to assume that an infinite number of things can exist in succession, although that link of the series which exists at present is finite, the inadmissibility of the eternity of the universe would be equally self-evident, and would not require for its proof any other proposition. This, however, is not the place for investigating the subject. 12th proposition. Quote, "The senses are not always to be trusted." End quote. For two reasons the Mutakallimim find fault with the perception of the senses. First, the senses are precluded from perceiving many objects, either on account of the smallness of the objects, this is the case with the atoms as we have already stated, or on account of the remoteness of the objects from the person who desires to perceive them. For example, we cannot see, hear, or smell at a distance of many miles, nor do we perceive the motion of the heavens. Secondly, the senses misapprehend the objects of their perception. A large object appears small from a distance. A small object immersed in water appears larger. A crooked thing appears straight when partly placed in water and partly out of it. Things appear yellow to a person suffering from jaundice. Sweet things are bitter to him whose tongue has imbibed red gall. And they mention many other things of this kind. Therefore, they say, we cannot trust our senses so far as to establish any proof on their perceptions. You must not believe that the Mutakallimim had no purpose in agreeing upon this proposition, or as most of the later adherents of that school affirm, that the first Mutakallimim had no ulterior object in endeavoring to prove the existence of atoms. On the contrary, every proposition here mentioned is indispensable. If one of these be rejected, the whole theory falls to the ground. The last mentioned proposition is of particular importance, for when our senses perceive things by which any of the foregoing propositions are confuted, the Mutakallimim say that no notice should be taken of the perception of the senses so long as the proposition is supported by the testimony of the intellect, and established, as they believe, by proof. Thus they say that the continuous motion is interrupted by moments of rest, that the millstone in its motion is broken into atoms, that the white color of a garment ceases to exist and another whiteness comes in its stead. All these theories are contrary to what the eye perceives, and many inferences are drawn from the assumed existence of a vacuum, all of which are contradicted by the senses. The Mutakallimim, however, meet these objections by saying, whenever they can do so, that the perception of these things is withheld from the senses. In other instances, they maintain that the contradiction has its source in the deceptive character of the senses. You know that this theory is very ancient, and was the pride of the sophists, who asserted that they themselves were its authors. This is stated by Galenus in his treatise on natural forces, and you know well what he says of those who will not admit the evidence of the senses. Having discussed these propositions, I now proceed to explain the theory of the Mutakallimim concerning the above-mentioned four problems. End of section 73, chapter 73. Read by Sandra. Section 74 of the Guide for the Perplexed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides, translated by Michael Friedlander. Part 1, Chapter 74. The Kalam. In this chapter will be given an outline of the proofs by which the Mutakallimim attempt to demonstrate that the universe is not eternal. You must of course not expect that I shall quote their lengthy arguments verbatim, I only intend to give an abstract of each proof to show in what way it helps to establish the theory of the creatio ex nihilo, or to confute the eternity of the universe, and briefly to notice the propositions that they employed in support of their theory. If you were to read their well-known and voluminous writings, you would not discover any arguments with which they support their view left unnoticed in the present outline, but you might find there greater copiousness of words combined with more grace and elegance of style. Frequently they employ rhyme, rhythm, and poetical diction, and sometimes mysterious phrases which perhaps are intended to startle persons listening to their discourses, and to deter those who might otherwise criticize them. You would also find many repetitions, questions propounded and, as they believe, answered, and frequent attacks on those who differ from their opinions. The first argument. Some of the Mutakallimim thought that by proving the creation of one thing, they demonstrated the creatio ex nihilo in reference to the entire universe. For example, Zaid, who from a small molecule had gradually been brought to a state of perfection, has undoubtedly not effected this change and development by his own efforts, but owes it to an external agency. It is therefore clear that an agent is required for such organization and successive transmutation. A palm tree or any other object might equally be selected to illustrate this idea. The whole universe, they argue, is analogous to these instances. Thus you see how they believe that a law discovered in one thing may equally be applied to everything. The second argument. This argument is likewise based on the belief that the proof by which the creation of one thing is demonstrated holds good for the creatio ex nihilo in reference to the whole universe. For example, a certain individual called Zaid, who one time was not yet in existence, subsequently came into existence, and if it be assumed that Amr, his father, was the cause of his existence, Amr himself must likewise have passed from non-existence into existence. Suppose then that Zaid's father unquestionably owed his origin to Khaled, Zaid's grandfather. It would be found that Khaled himself did not exist from eternity, and the series of causes could thus be carried back to infinity. But such an infinite series of beings is inadmissible according to the theory of the Mutakallimim, as we have shown in our discussion of the 11th proposition. In continuing this species of reasoning, you come to a first man who had no parent, videlicet Adam. Then you will of course ask, whence came this first man? If, exempli gratia, the reply be given that he was made out of earth, you will again inquire, whence came that earth? Out of water. Whence came the water? The inquiry would be carried on either ad infinitum, which is absurd, or until you meet with something that came into existence from absolute non-existence. In this latter case, you would arrive at the real truth. Here the series of inquiries ends. This result of the question proves, according to the opinion of the Mutakallimim, that the whole universe came into existence from absolute non-existence. The third argument. The atoms of things are necessarily either joined together or separate, and even the same atoms may at one time be united, at another disunited. It is therefore evident that the nature of the atoms does not necessitate either their combination or their separation, for if they were separate by virtue of their nature, they would never join, and if they were joined by virtue of their nature, they could never again be separated. Thus, there is no reason why atoms should rather be combined than separate, or vice versa, why rather in a state of separation than of combination. Seeing that some atoms are joined, others separate, and again others subject to change, they being combined at one time and separated at another, the fact may therefore be taken as proof that the atoms cannot combine or separate without an agent. This argument, according to the opinion of the Mutakallimim, establishes the theory that the universe has been created from nothing. You have already been told that those who employ this argument rely on the first proposition of the Mutakallimim with its corollaries. The fourth argument. The whole universe is composed of substance and accidents. Every substance must possess one accident or more, and since the accidents are not eternal, the substance, the substratum of the accidents, cannot be eternal. For that which is joined to transient things and cannot exist without them is itself transient. Therefore the whole universe has had a beginning. To the objection that the substance may possibly be eternal while the accidents, though in themselves transient, succeed each other in an infinite series, they reply that in this case an infinite number of transient things would be in existence, an eventuality which, according to their theory, is impossible. This argument is considered by them the best and safest, and has been accepted by many of them as a strict proof. Its acceptance implies the admission of the following three propositions, the object of which is well understood by philosophers. 1. An infinite series of things, of which the one succeeds when the other has ceased to exist, is impossible. 2. All accidents have a beginning. Our opponent, who defends the theory of the eternity of the universe, can refute this proposition by pointing to one particular accident, namely to the circular motion of the sphere, for it is held by Aristotle that this circular motion is eternal, and therefore the spheres which perform this motion are, according to his opinion, likewise eternal. It is of no use to prove that all other accidents have a beginning, for our opponent does not deny this. He says that accidents may supervene an object which has existed from eternity, and may follow each other in rotation. He contents himself with maintaining that this particular accident, vide licet circular motion, the motion of the heavenly sphere, is eternal, and does not belong to the class of transient accidents. It is therefore necessary to examine this accident by itself and to prove that it is not eternal. 3. The next proposition which the author of this argument accepts is as follows. Every material object consists of substance and accidents, that is to say, of atoms and accidents in the sense in which the Mutakallimim use the term. But if a material object were held to be a combination of matter and form, as has been proved by our opponent, it would be necessary to demonstrate that the primal matter and the primal form are transient, and only then the proof of the creatio ex nihilo would be complete. The fifth argument. This argument is based on the theory of determination and is made much of by the Mutakallimim. It is the same as the theory which I explained in discussing the 10th proposition, namely, when they treat either of the universe in general or of any of its parts, they assume that it can have such properties and such dimensions as it actually has, that it may receive such accidents as in reality are noticed in it, and that it may exist in such a place and at such a time as in fact is the case. But it may be larger or smaller, may receive other properties and accidents, and come to existence at an earlier or a later period or in a different place. Consequently, the fact that a thing has been determined in its composition, size, place, accident, and time, a variation in all these points being possible, is a proof that a being exists which freely chooses and determines these diverse relations. And the circumstance that the universe or a part of it requires a being able to make this selection proves that the universe has been created ex nihilo. For there is no difference which of the following expressions is used: to determine, to make, to create, to produce, to originate, or to intend. These verbs have all one and the same meaning. The Mutakallimim give a great many examples, both of a general and a special character. They say it is not more natural for earth to be under water than to be above water. Who then determined its actual position? Or is it more natural that the sun is round than that it should be square or triangular? For all qualities have the same relation to a body capable of possessing them. Who then determined one particular quality? In a similar way they treat of every individual being. When, for example, they notice flowers of different colors, they are unable to explain the phenomenon, and they take it as a strong proof in favor of their theory. They say, quote, "Behold, the earth is everywhere alike, the water is alike. Why then is this flower red and that one yellow? Some being must have determined the color of each, and that being is God." End quote. A being must therefore exist which determines everything, both as regards the universe generally and each of its parts individually. All this is the logical consequence of the 10th proposition. The theory of determination is moreover adopted by some of those who assume the eternity of the universe, as will be explained below. In conclusion, I consider this to be the best argument, and in another part I shall more fully acquaint you with the opinion I have formed concerning the theory of determination. The 6th argument. One of the modern Mutakallimim thought that he had found a very good argument, much better than any advanced hitherto, namely the argument based on the triumph of existence over non-existence. He says that according to the common belief, the existence of the universe is merely possible, for if it were necessary, the universe would be God. But he seems to forget that we are at issue with those who, whilst they believe in the existence of God, admit at the same time the eternity of the universe. The expression, "a thing is possible," denotes that the thing may either be in existence or not in existence, and that there is not more reason why it should exist than why it should not exist. The fact that a thing, the existence of which is possible, actually does exist, although it bears the same relation to the state of existence as to that of non-existence, proves that there is a being which gave the preference to existence over non-existence. This argument is very forcible. It is a modified form of the foregoing argument, which is based on the theory of determination. He only chose the term preference instead of determination, and instead of applying it to the properties of the existing being, he applies it to, quote, "the existence of the being itself," end quote. He either had the intention to mislead, or he misunderstood the proposition that the existence of the universe is possible. Our opponent, who assumes the eternity of the universe, employs the term possible and says, quote, "the existence of the universe is possible," end quote, in a sense different from that in which the Mutakallimim applies it, as will be explained below. Moreover, it may be doubted whether the conclusion that the universe owes its origin to a being which is able to give preference to existence over non-existence is correct. For we may apply the terms preference and determination to anything capable of receiving either of two properties which are contrary or opposed to each other. And when we find that the thing actually possesses one property and not the other, we are convinced that there exists a determining agent. For example, you say that a piece of copper could just as well be formed into a kettle as into a lamp. When we find that it is a lamp or a kettle, we have no doubt that a deciding and determining agent had advisedly chosen one of the two possible forms. For it is clear that the substance of copper existed, and that before the determination took place, it had neither of the two possible forms which have just been mentioned. When, however, it is the question whether a certain existing object is eternal, or whether it has passed from non-existence into existence, this argument is inadmissible, for it cannot be asked who decided in favor of the existence of a thing and rejected its non-existence, except when it has been admitted that it has passed from non-existence into existence. In the present case, this is just the point under discussion. If we were to take the existence and the non-existence of a thing as mere objects of imagination, we should have to apply the 10th proposition, which gives prominence to imagination and fiction, and ignores the things which exist in reality or are conceived by the intellect. Our opponent, however, who believes in the eternity of the universe, will show that we can imagine the non-existence of the universe as well as we can imagine any other impossibility. It is not my intention to refute their doctrine of the creatio ex nihilo. I only wish to show the incorrectness of their belief that this argument differs from the one which precedes, since in fact the two arguments are identical, and are founded on the well-known principle of determination. The 7th argument. One of the modern Mutakallimim says that he is able to prove the creation of the universe from the theory put forth by the philosophers concerning the immortality of the soul. He argues thus: if the world were eternal, the number of the dead would necessarily be infinite, and consequently an infinite number of souls would coexist. But it has long since been shown that the coexistence of an infinite number of things is positively impossible. This is indeed a strange argument. One difficulty is explained by another, which is still greater. Here the saying well known among the Arameans may be applied, quote, "Your guarantee wants himself a guarantee," end quote. He rests his argument on the immortality of the soul, as though he understood this immortality, in what respect the soul is immortal, or what the thing is which is immortal. If, however, he only meant to controvert the opinion of his opponent, who believed in the eternity of the universe, and also in the immortality of the soul, he accomplished his task, provided the opponent admitted the correctness of the idea which that Mutakallim formed of the philosopher's view on the immortality of the soul. Some of the later philosophers explained this difficulty as follows. The immortal souls are not substances which occupy a locality or a space, and their existence in an infinite number is therefore not impossible. You must bear in mind that those abstract beings, which are neither bodies nor forces dwelling in bodies, and which in fact are ideals, are altogether incapable of being represented as a plurality unless some ideals be the cause of the existence of others, and can be distinguished from each other by the specific difference that some are the efficient cause and others the effect. But that which remains of Said after his death is neither the cause nor the effect of that which is left of Emir, and therefore the souls of all the departed form only one being, as has been explained by Ibn Bakr, Ibn al-Saig, and others who ventured to speak on these profound subjects. In short, such intricate disciplines, which our mind can scarcely comprehend, cannot furnish any principles for the explanation of other subjects. It should be noted that whoever endeavors to prove or to disprove the eternity of the universe by these arguments of the Mutakallimim must necessarily rely on one of the two following propositions, or on both of them, namely on the 10th proposition, according to which the actual form of a thing is merely one of many equally possible forms, and which implies that there must be a being capable of making the special selection, or on the 11th proposition, which rejects the existence of an infinite series of things coming successively into existence. The last named proposition is demonstrated in various ways. For example, they advert to a class of transient individuals and to a certain particular date. From the theory which asserts the eternity of the universe, it would follow that the individuals of that class up to that particular date are infinite in number. 1,000 years later, the individuals of that class are likewise infinite in number. The last number must exceed the previous one by the number of the individuals born in those 1,000 years, and consequently one infinite number would be larger than another. The same argument is applied to the revolutions of the heavenly sphere, and in like manner it is shown that one infinite number of revolutions would be larger than another. The same result is obtained when revolutions of one sphere are compared with those of another moving more slowly. The revolutions of both spheres, though unequal, would be infinite in number. Similarly, they proceed with all those accidents which are subject to destruction and production. The individual accidents that have passed into non-existence are counted and represented as though they were still in existence, and as though they were things with a definite beginning. This imaginary number is then either increased or reduced. Yet all these things have no reality and are mere fictions. Abu Nasr al-Farabi, in criticizing this proposition, has exposed all its weak points, as you will clearly perceive when you study his book on the changeable beings earnestly and dispassionately. These are the principal arguments of the Mutakallimim in seeking to establish the creatio ex nihilo. Having thus proved that the universe is not eternal, they necessarily infer that there is an agens who created it in accordance with his intention, desire, and will. They then proceed to prove the unity of that agens, as I am going to point out in the next chapter. End of section 74. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2021. Section 75 of the Guide for the Perplexed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides. Translated by Michael Friedlander. Part 1, Chapter 75, The Kalam. In this chapter I shall explain to you how the Mutakallimim prove the unity of God. They contend that the maker and creator of the universe, the existence of whom is testified by all nature, is one. Two propositions are employed by them in demonstrating the unity of God. Vide licit, two deities or more would neutralize each other, and if several deities existed, they would be distinguished from each other by a specific difference. First argument. The first argument is that of mutual neutralization, and is employed by the majority of the Mutakallimim. It is to the following effect. If the universe had two gods, it would necessarily occur that the atom, subject to a combination with one or two opposite qualities, either remained without either of them, and that is impossible, or though being only one atom, included both qualities at the same time, and that is likewise impossible. For example, whilst one of the two deities determined that one atom or more should be warm, the other deity might determine that the same should be cold. The consequence of the mutual neutralization of the two divine beings would thus be that the atoms would neither be warm nor cold, a contingency which is impossible because all bodies must combine with one of two opposites, or they would be at the same time both warm and cold. Similarly, it might occur that whilst one of the deities desired that a body be in motion, the other might desire that it be at rest. The body would then be either without motion and rest, or would both move and rest at the same time. Proofs of this kind are founded on the atomic theory contained in the first proposition of the Mutakallimim, on the proposition which refers to the creation of the accidents, and on the proposition that negatives are properties of actual existence and require for their production an agents. For if it were assumed that the substance of this world, which according to the philosophers is subject to successive production and destruction, is different from the substance of the world above, vide licet from the substance of the spheres, a fact established by proof, and that, as the dualists assert, there are two divine beings, one of whom rules this world without influencing the spheres, whilst the other governs the world above without interfering with this world, such theory would not involve the mutual neutralization of the two deities. If it were then objected that the existence of two deities would necessitate an imperfection in both of them, insofar as one deity would be unable to influence the province of the other, the objection would be met by the reply that this inability need not be considered a defect in either of them, for that which is not included within the sphere of action of being can of course not be performed by that being, and an agents is not deficient in power if it is unable to perform that which is intrinsically impossible. Thus we, monotheists, do not consider it a defect in God that he does not combine two opposites in one object, nor do we test his omnipotence by the accomplishment of any similar impossibility. When the Mutakallimim noticed the weakness of their argument, for which they had some apparent support, they had recourse to another argument. The second argument. If there were two gods, there would necessarily be some element common to both, whilst some element present in the one would be absent in the other, and constitute the specific difference between them. This is a philosophic and sound argument for those who are able to examine it, and to obtain a clear insight into its premises, which will be further explained in our exposition of the view of the philosophers on this point. But it cannot be accepted by those who admit the existence of divine attributes, for according to their opinion, the primal cause includes many different elements. They represent its wisdom and its omnipotence as two different things, and again the omnipotence as different from the will. Consequently, it would not be impossible that either of the two divine beings possessed several properties, some of which would be common to both, and some peculiar to only one of them. Third argument. This argument is likewise based on one of the propositions of the Kalam. For some of the Mutakallimim belonging to the old school assume that when the Creator wills a thing, the will is not an element superadded to the essence of God. It is a will without a substratum. In accordance with the propositions which we have mentioned, and of which, as you will see, it is difficult to form a true conception, they say that one will, which is independent of any substratum, cannot be ascribed to two beings. For, as they assert, one cause cannot be the source of two laws for two essences. This is, as I told you, the method of explaining one difficulty by means of another, and still greater, difficulty. For as they define the will, it is inconceivable, and some have, therefore, considered it to be a mere nonentity. Others who admit its existence meet with many insuperable difficulties. The Mutakallimim, nevertheless, establish on its existence one of the proofs for the unity of God. Fourth argument. The existence of an action is necessarily positive evidence of the existence of an agents, but does not prove the existence of more than one agents. There is no difference whether the existence of one God be assumed, or the existence of 2 or 3 or 20, or any number. This is plain and clear. But the argument does not seem to prove the non-existence of a multitude of deities. It only shows that their number is unknown. The deity may be one sole being, but may also include several divine beings. The following supplemental argument has therefore been advanced. Possibility is inapplicable to the existence of God, which is absolute. The possibility of the existence of more than one God must therefore be denied. This is the whole essence of the proof, and its fallacy is self-evident, for although the notion of possibility cannot be applied to the existence of God, it can be applied to our knowledge of God. For an alternative in our knowledge of a thing does not involve an alternative in the actual existence of the thing, and perhaps there is neither a tripartite deity as the Christians believe, nor an undivided unity as we believe. This is clear to those who have been taught to notice the conclusions implied in given premises. Fifth argument. One of the modern mutakallimim thought that he found a proof of the unity of God in the idea of requisiteness. Suppose there were two divine beings. If one of them were able to create the universe, the second God would be superfluous, and there would be no need for his existence. If, on the other hand, the entire universe could not be created or governed except by both of them, each of them would be imperfect insofar as he would require the cooperation of another being, and would thus be limited in power. This argument is, in fact, only a variation of, quote, the mutual neutralization of two deities, end quote. There is this difficulty in such proofs, that a certain degree of imperfection is ascribed to a being which does not accomplish tasks beyond its sphere. We do not call a person weak because he cannot move 1,000 hundredweights, and we do not say that God is imperfect because he cannot transform himself into a body, or cannot create another being like himself, or make a square whose diagonal should be equal to one of its sides. In the same manner, we should not consider it an imperfection in God if he were not the only creator, and if it were absolutely necessary that there should be two creators, not because the one God required the assistance of the other, but because the existence of both of them was equally necessary, and because it was impossible that it should be otherwise. Further, we do not say that the Almighty is imperfect because he does not, according to the opinion of the mutakallimim, produce a body otherwise than by the creation of atoms and by their combination with accidents created in them. That inability is not called want or imperfection, since another process is impossible. In like manner, the dualist might say that it is impossible for one being to act alone, and that this circumstance constitutes no imperfection in either of the deities, because the absolute existence of one deity necessitates the coexistence of the other. Some of the mutakallimim, weary of these arguments, declared that the unity of God is a doctrine which must be received as a matter of faith, but most of them rejected this theory and reviled its authors. I, however, hold that those who accept this theory are right-minded and shrink from admitting an erroneous opinion. When they do not perceive any cogency in the arguments and find that the proofs advanced in favor of the doctrine are inconclusive, they prefer to assume that it could only be received as a matter of faith. For the mutakallimim do not hold that the universe has any divine properties on which a true proof could be founded, or that man's intellect is endowed with any such faculty as would enable him to form correct conclusions. It is, however, not without a motive that they defend this theory. They wish to assume such a form of the universe as could be employed to support a doctrine for which otherwise no proof could be found, and would lead us to neglect the investigation of that which in fact can be proved. We can only appeal to the Almighty and to those intelligent persons who confess their error when they discover it. End of chapter 75. Read by Sandra, 2021. Section 76, Part 1, Chapter 76 of the Guide for the Perplexed. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Guide for the Perplexed by Moses Maimonides, translated by Michael Friedlander. Chapter 76. The Kalam. The reasonings and arguments of the mutakallimim to demonstrate the incorporeality of God are very weak, and indeed inferior to their arguments for the unity of God. They treat the doctrine of the incorporeality of God as if it were the logical sequence of the theory of his unity, and they say that the attribute one cannot be applied to a corporeal object. Those who maintain that God is incorporeal because a corporeal object consists of substance and form, a combination known to be impossible in the divine being, are not, in my opinion, mutakalimim, and such an argument is not founded on the propositions of the Kalam. On the contrary, it is a logical proof based on the theory of substance and form, and on a right conception of their properties. It has the character of a philosophical argument, and I shall fully explain it when treating of the arguments of the philosophers. Here we only propose to discuss the arguments by which the mutakalimim desire to prove the incorporeality of God in accordance with their propositions and the method of their reasoning. First argument. If God were corporeal, his true essence would necessarily either exist entirely in every part of the body, that is to say, in each of its atoms, or would be confined to one of the atoms. In the latter alternative, the other atoms would be superfluous, and the existence of the corporeal being, with the exception of the one atom, would be of no purpose. If, on the other hand, each atom fully represented the divine being, the whole body would not be one deity, but a complex of deities, and this would be contrary to the doctrine adopted by the Kalam that God is one. An examination of this argument shows that it is based on the first and fifth propositions. But there is room for the following objection. Quote, God does not consist of atoms, that is to say, he is not, as you assert, composed of a number of elements created by himself, but is one continuous body, and indivisible except in man's imagination, which affords no test. For in man's imagination the substance of the heavens may be torn or rent asunder. The philosopher holds that such a possibility results from assuming a similarity and an analogy between the visible, i.e., the bodies which exist among us, and the invisible. End quote. Second argument. This argument, they believe, is of great importance. Its main support is the impossibility of comparison, i.e., the belief that God cannot be compared to any of his creatures, and that he would be comparable to other corporeal objects if he were corporeal. They put great stress on this argument and say as follows, quote, if it were asserted that God is corporeal, but that his substance is not like that of other corporeal beings, it would be self-contradictory, for all bodies are alike as regards their substance and are distinguished from each other by other things, vide licet the accidents. End quote. They also argue that if God were corporeal, it would follow that he has created another being like himself. This argument is refuted in two ways. First, the objector does not admit the impossibility of comparison. He asks how it could be proved that God cannot be compared to any of his creatures. No doubt that in support of their view that a comparison between the Almighty and any other being is inadmissible, they would have to cite the words of the prophets, and thus accept this doctrine by the authority of tradition, not by the authority of reason. The argument that God, if comparable to any of his creatures, would be found to have created beings like himself, is refuted by the objector in the following way, quote, the created things are not like him in every respect, for I do not deny that God has many properties and peculiarities. End quote. For he who admits the corporeality of God does not deny the existence of properties in the divine being. Another and more forcible argument is this. All who have studied philosophy and have made themselves thoroughly acquainted with philosophical theories assume as demonstrated facts, first, that the term substance, when applied to the spheres above and to the corporeal objects here on earth, is a perfect homonym, for the substance of the one is not the substance of the other, and secondly, that the forms of the things on this earth are different from the forms of the spheres. The terms substance and form, when applied both to things below and to the spheres above, are homonyms. Although there is no doubt that the spheres have, like the things below, 3 dimensions, they are corporeal because they consist of substance and form, not because they have dimensions. If this explanation is admitted with reference to the spheres, how much more is he who believes that God is corporeal justified in saying that God is a corporeal being which has dimensions, but which in its substance, its true nature and properties, is very different from all created bodies, and that the term substance is applied to him and to his creatures homonymously. in the same manner as the true believers, who have a correct conception of the divine idea, apply the term existence homonimously to him and to his creatures. The corporealists do not admit that all bodies consist of similar atoms. They believe that God created all things, and that these differ from each other both in their substances and in their constituent properties. And just as the substance of dung differs from the substance of the sun, so does, according to this theory, the substance of the spheres and the stars differ from the substance of the created light, that is, the divine glory, Shekhinah. And again, the substance of the divine glory, or the pillar of cloud created for the purpose, differ from the substance of the Most High. For the substance of the latter is sublime, perfect, simple, constant, and immutable. His absolute existence remains always the same, and he creates all things according to his will and desire. How could this argument, though it be weak, be refuted by these strange methods of the Mutachalimim, which I pointed out to you? Third argument. If God were corporeal, he would be finite, and so far this argument is correct. If he were finite, he would have certain dimensions and a certain form. This is also a correct conclusion. But they continue thus. Attribute to God any magnitude or form whatever. He might be either large or smaller, and might also have a different form. The fact that he has one special magnitude and one special form presupposes the existence of a determining agens. I have heard that they attach great importance to this argument, but in truth it is the weakest of all the arguments mentioned above. It is founded on the 10th proposition, the feebleness of which, in ignoring the actual properties of things, we have clearly shown in regard to ordinary beings, and must be much more evident in regard to the Creator. There is no difference between this argument and their assertion that the fact of the existence of the universe having been preferred to its non-existence proves the existence of an agens that preferred the existence of the universe to its non-existence at a time when both were equally possible. If it were asked why this argument should not be applied to God, vide licet, that his mere existence proved the existence of an agens, which determined his existence and rejected his non-existence, they would undoubtedly answer that this admission would only lead to a repetition of the same argument until at length a being be found whose existence is not merely potential but necessary, and which does not require a causa efficiens. But this same answer can also be applied to dimensions and to form. It can only be said, in reference to all other forms and magnitudes, the existence of which is possible, that is to say, which came into existence after a state of non-existence, that they might have been larger or smaller than they actually are, or that they might have had a form different from that which they actually possess, and require for this reason some determining agens. But the forms and dimensions of God, who is above all imperfection and similitude, did not come into existence according to the opinion of the corporealist after a state of non-existence, and therefore no determining agens was necessary. His substance with its dimensions and forms has a necessary existence. No agens was required to decide upon his existence and to reject his non-existence, since non-existence is altogether inadmissible in God. In like manner, there was no force required to determine his magnitude and form. They were absolutely inseparable from his existence. If you wish to go in search of truth, to cast aside your passions, your tradition, and your fondness of things you have been accustomed to cherish, if you wish to guard yourself against error, then consider the fate of these speculators and the result of their labors. Observe how they rushed, as it were, from the ashes into the fire. They denied the nature of the existing things, misrepresented the properties of heaven and earth, and thought that they were able by their propositions to prove the creation of the world, but in fact they were far from proving the creatio ex nihilo, and have weakened the arguments for the existence, the unity, and the incorporeality of God. The proofs of all these doctrines must be based on the well-known nature of the existing things, as perceived by the senses and the intellect. Having thus discussed the arguments of the Mutachalimim, we shall now proceed to consider the propositions of the philosophers, and their arguments for the existence of God, his unity, and his incorporeality, and we shall for the present assume the eternity of the universe without finally accepting it. Next to this we shall develop our own method, which is the result of deep study in demonstrating these three principles, and we shall then examine the theory of the eternity of the universe as assumed by the philosophers. End of section 76. End of the book, Guide for the Perplexed, Part 1, by Moses Maimonides, translated by Michael Friedlander. Read by Sandra, 2021.